Chapter 4791. In a cave abode in the Empyrean Pole Mountain, a figure was sitting with his legs crossed. He saw everything that was happening in front of him clearly. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect a young expert to be so arrogant. His strength is not bad too. He actually dared to occupy 3 seats in one go. This is going to be interesting. It's rare for there to be a commotion. It's not as peaceful as before. The person who was sitting with his legs crossed was the guardian of the Empyrean Pole Mountain. He was a 10-star heaven god expert. 10-star heaven gods were also known as extreme heaven gods. They were said to be the strongest among the heaven gods. With him guarding the place and the broken formation, with his current strength, even if a battle god were to show up, he would be able to withstand a few attacks from him. Ordinary 9-star heaven gods and 10-star heaven gods were no match for him at all. They would be suppressed directly. There had never been any special situation in the Empyrean Pole Mountain. This time, it was a young man who made this sparring session quite interesting. From the beginning to the end, he didn't think of stopping everyone. He wanted to see what kind of expert would appear this time. Not everyone could occupy the round platform. The competition would be more intense in the last few hours. This was just the beginning. As soon as Jin Yuan Bao and the others sat on the round platform, they felt the gazes of the people around them became unusual and full of envy. Of course, it was also full of hatred. If it wasn't for them, how could they snatch the round platform? Originally, they still had a chance. Now that there was such a powerful expert guarding the place, things were different. If they wanted to get rid of them, they had to get rid of this mysterious man first. Until now, they still didn't know where this young man came from. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. This was a little thought-provoking and very unrealistic. Lin Fei just sat with his legs crossed, unhurriedly. You two don't have to worry. Since I said this, you two just sit there obediently. I guarantee that you will get one of the qualifications. I'm quite efficient when I work for others. After Lin Fei's words floated over, they sat even more firmly in their seats. Anyway, this demonic artifact wasn't a good thing. So what if it was used? There was nothing to feel heartache about. It would be different if he could get the qualification. As a result, the competition for the remaining 7 positions became even more intense. There really weren't many people who came to make a move. So. All of a sudden, several streaks of light flew towards Lin Fan. Apart from him, the 2 people next to him were also being watched. It turned out that there was someone coming from afar, and it was a godly archer. This arrow became very terrifying. He actually had the power of an 8-star celestial god. This was not a simple matter. Many people noticed it and became excited in their hearts. Finally, an expert had arrived. They did not dare to challenge him because they were too weak. But now, someone finally dared to challenge him. This move gave them a glimmer of hope. After this arrow light, there was another sound that came at lightning speed. A stream of light instantly appeared and enveloped Lin Fei and the other 2. I heard that you've been guarding here for a long time. Let me see how strong you are. This stream of light was like a crescent moon, and it instantly made people feel a sense of danger. One by one, the figures quickly distanced themselves from each other, and a small empty space was quickly cleared out. At this time, no one was willing to stay in the vicinity. If a fire broke out at the city gate and affected the fish in the moat, they would be the unluckiest fish in the moat. A layer of frost appeared in front of Lin Fei. All the methods were instantly frozen when they came in contact with the frost. Even if they could move forward a little, they could not reach Lin Fei at all. Jin Yuan Bao and the young man looked at the color of frost that appeared in front of them and took a deep breath. The endless coldness made them not dare to move at all. In an instant, the cold air of the frost could completely freeze them. No wonder he could easily take the attack. You have a nerve to attack me with such a small trick. You think too highly of yourselves. Lin Fei smiled faintly, and the frost spread out in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh. It was very terrifying along the way. In an instant, a few figures fell out of the void. Even the person just now was instantly retreating. Even so, the treasured armor on his body was covered in frost. It was impossible for him to resist. After one layer was shattered, another layer appeared. In the blink of an eye, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. The power of the great Arctic frost was fierce and domineering. The void was frozen. Those who thought that there would be a good show to watch all took a deep breath and did not think too much about it. This guy was really too ferocious. As for the godly archer in the distance, he actually turned around and directly fled. He did not dare to stay any longer. He seemed to know that he could not win at all. Since you can send me an arrow, I can naturally send you an arrow. Take this. The endless frost turned into an ice arrow and instantly pierced through the void. A muffled sound came from afar. That person was hit. As for the extent of his injury, it was obvious from the sound. If you want to attack me, come at me. As long as you are not afraid of death, I will fulfill your wish. It just so happens that they will have companions on the road. Lin Fei did not stand up from the beginning to the end. His cold voice floated out. Everyone did not dare to look at him. He was simply a ferocious existence. Even God's godly archer was in danger, let alone that guy who had been close to him. He was still killed, and there was not a single breath left. This was an 8-star celestial god, and he died just like that. This made them even more glad that they did not attack. If they had really attacked, they probably would not have a good ending. As time passed, there were really not many people who dared to attack. There were only 2 hours left, and the competition for the 7 positions was even more dangerous. It made people's scalps go numb. Deaths and injuries continued to appear. Such a situation was very normal in the extreme Heaven Mountain. This position is mine. A figure in white came from afar. Step by step, the distance between them widened by a large distance in an instant. When this person in white came out, many people were shocked. This time, an expert finally came. This is great. Finally, a powerful 9 stars celestial god by Yunfei. It's great that young master by Yunfei is here. He is one of the 10 young masters. This time, I want to see if this young man dares to be ruthless. When everyone saw that young master by Yunfei was here, they felt like they saw hope. At the very least, they could chase this guy down. Chapter 4792. By Yunfei's arrival caused quite a commotion. After all, he was indeed very strong. Furthermore, the Xianmin sect behind him was one of the more powerful ones. Everyone was very confident that they could suppress this body-tempering cultivator. If they let him occupy these 3 positions, then they would have no chance this year. Once every 10 years wasn't that easy. It would be best if they could make it. As long as they could, they would have a chance to fight for it. There was no need to waste time with those people. When Jin Yuan Bao and Jin Bao saw Bai Yunfei, their expressions changed. Bai Yunfei was a genius with unlimited potential. They didn't expect him to come this time. Didn't he say that he didn't care about this extreme Heaven Mountain and these techniques? How could he have the nerve to fight with them? He was simply shameless. Friend, you have to be careful. This Bai Yunfei's cloning technique is quite powerful. He can create 3 clones, each equivalent to about 80% of his strength. The 3 clones can also form a joint attack formation. Jin Yuanbao was a very cunning fellow. He'd completely stripped away Bai Yunfei's foundation in one go. After all, it wasn't easy for him to sit here. Naturally, he didn't want this young cultivator to be beaten down. Therefore, he revealed Bai Yunfei's foundation first. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. So he knows the cloning technique. No wonder he is so confident. With this kind of strength, he can indeed suppress many geniuses. He is no different from a 4-star celestial god. Lin Fei also smiled. He didn't take Bai Yunfei seriously. At this moment, Bai Yunfei had already come over. Just now, his small trick couldn't do anything to the other party. Everything was within Bai Yunfei's expectations. As expected of a body-tempering cultivator. Your strength is really domineering. I can give up your position, but hand over the 2 positions beside you. This is the greatest leniency I can give you. Bai Yunfei said coldly the moment he came over. The other party was just a body-tempering cultivator. However, he didn't take it seriously. With his strength, he could definitely suppress the other party easily. As for why he didn't find anyone else, it was because he felt that this person had some strength. If he could really defeat him, he would naturally be able to make his presence known. More and more people knew that Bai Yunfei's strength was far greater than they had imagined it to be. To put it bluntly, Bai Yunfei was someone who liked to show off. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, there was no way he would miss it. Bai Yunfei knew that he had found the right person when he saw everyone's expressions change. The more overbearing this fellow was, the better. When the time came, Bai Yunfei would beat him into a pulp. Naturally, everyone would approve of him. It was quite good to make his presence known. While he was out and about, he was constantly raising his influence. Such influence wasn't something that could be found anywhere. Yuan Bao coldly snorted. Bai Yunfei, you may be a member of the Xian School of Righteousness, but don't you think you're going too far? I bought this seat. If you have the ability, why don't you buy one too? Unlike others, Jin Yuan Bao still had some confidence. After all, their family ran auctions. They might not have much else, but they had a lot of money. Everyone would want to be on good terms with their merchant guild. After all, when would they be short of money? When would they be short of resources? Naturally, they needed to find a rich merchant guild. Bai Yunfei looked at Jin Yuan Bao with disdain. And here I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Jin Yuan Bao. I didn't think you'd be able to pick up such a bargain. But you've probably given away your 200 demonic armaments for nothing. In a bit, I'll kick you out. If you have the ability, then fight with me. Let's see if you can beat me. Even if I give you a handicap with one hand and stand still, you still won't be able to beat me. Jin Yuan Bao was still very angry. This Bai Yunfei was teasing him. Could it be that Bai Yunfei couldn't see that his cultivation wasn't high? Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out 200 demonic armaments. Then if you want me to go down, you'll have to get through this brother first. I don't think you have the ability. Don't think that you're very strong just because you've mastered the cloning technique. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. He felt that this Jin Yuan Bao was quite interesting. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, he was still quite courageous. If a normal person were to face a 9-star celestial god, they would definitely not have such thoughts and would not speak in such a manner. He wouldn't speak like that, so this gold ingot was quite to Lin Fei's liking. Not being afraid of anything was what a cultivator should have. One couldn't cower just because the opponent's cultivation level was higher. This would naturally affect one's cultivation. Bai Yunfei snorted coldly, and his gaze fell on Lin Fei. I've already said that as long as you give up 2 positions, you'll naturally get a position. Otherwise, when I make my move, not to mention 2 positions, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your position. Bai Yunfei was really a rather domineering person. It was already very difficult for him to say something like this. What did it mean to make a move with a good reason? Bai Yunfei had to make a move with a good reason. Do you know what I'm going to do now? If you've guessed correctly, then I'll definitely let you suffer a little less. Bai Yunfei's expression turned ugly. This guy actually didn't intend to give up his position and seemed to dare to make a move against him. Did he really think that a body-refining cultivator could be unparalleled? Then he was definitely thinking too much. It seems that you're very confident in your own strength. Then give it a try if you have the ability. Bai Yunfei really wanted to see the strength of this body-refining cultivator. To be able to suppress so many people, it was naturally not simple. He was also a capable person, so he naturally had nothing to fear. If you can withstand 3 of my slaps, then I'll consider you powerful. But I don't think you can even withstand one of my slaps. Just as Lin Fei's voice fell, a slap came out and landed heavily on Bai Yunfei's body. Instantly, a 7-colored light appeared around Bai Yunfei's body, forming a barrier. I knew you would dare to sneak up on me, but with this strength, you're thinking too much. Before Bai Yunfei could finish a complete sentence, the 7-colored light collapsed in an instant, and then a huge palm landed on his body. A loud rumbling sound. In an instant, Bai Yunfei turned into a star and disappeared without a trace. Then, a rumbling sound came from afar. It was unknown whether it was a mountain collapsing or not. I already said that this person can't withstand one of my slaps. I didn't expect that he really can't withstand it. His strength is too weak. As expected, he got it by taking pills. Chapter 4793. Young Master Bai was sent flying just like that. Brutal, too brutal. He actually sent him flying with 1 slap. Who can tell me what's going on with this brutal guy? A 9 stars celestial god. Oh my god, He couldn't even withstand one slap. If it was me, I would have been killed with one slap. Could this guy be a 10-star celestial? Originally, everyone thought that Bai Yunfei had a high chance of winning once he made a move. They didn't expect this physique cultivator to be so brutal and domineering. He sent Bai Yunfei flying with one slap and turned him into a star. It even caused a mountain peak to crumble. They didn't dare to imagine. Jin Yuanbao was already prepared. If he really couldn't do it, he could only run. He couldn't lose all his face. He didn't expect Bai Yunfei to be so weak and be sent flying with one slap. Was this still a 9-star celestial god? Jin Yuanbao felt so good. It wasn't just a normal kind of good. He took out a bottle of wine on the spot. He gulped down the wine in one gulp. He had always been unhappy with these geniuses. Didn't they just have better potential than him? They deserved this outcome. Pretending to be weak wasn't like this. They actually pretended to be strong in front of an expert. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Shameless guy, how dare you sneak attack me? An angry roar came from afar. Then, Bai Yunfei flew back. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His entire face became ferocious. In his opinion, this was a sneak attack. He just wasn't prepared. He had to make things clear. Otherwise, he would feel that he was inferior to this physique cultivator. Lin Fei's lips curled into a faint smile. You people really can't afford to lose. He raised his hand. Another slap came down. This time, Bai Yunfei seemed to be prepared. However, his resistance was broken instantly. Then, there was another loud rumble. He was directly sent flying. Then, a phantom appeared. It turned out to be a mystique. Lin Fei's strength was so domineering that it directly triggered the phantom mystique. Now that Bai Yunfei had been slapped a second time, everyone shut their mouths. He didn't dare to make another sound. If he had underestimated the enemy the first time, then he would really not be able to withstand the second time. No one dared to ignore this body refinement cultivator anymore. The strength of this man was truly unfathomable. Even this 10-star heaven god, who was overseeing the extreme heaven mountain, was visibly moved at this moment. What a good physique cultivator. Even I have misjudged him. I didn't expect his physique to be so strong. Young Master Bai Yun is a 9-star celestial, but he couldn't even take a single palm strike from him. The guardian 10-star heavenly god was naturally able to sense the power of that palm strike. It was purely a combination of strength. Unless you were stronger than him, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if it was defense, because his strength had reached the upper limit of one's defense. It was as easy as flipping one's hand to break through one's defense. I hope this Bai Yunfei is smart enough to stop struggling. Otherwise, he'll suffer for it. This 10-star celestial god would have to rely on Bai Yunfei. He was also a genius from the orthodox Xianmen sect. It would be a pity if he was killed. After all, he was a 9-star celestial god. If those 3 and 5 stars celestial gods died, then so be it. It could only be said that they weren't strong enough. 9 stars celestial gods were different. They were all qualified to become 10 stars celestial gods. In other words, they were more qualified to become war gods. There had always been a saying in their world. If one wanted to become a war god, they had to become a 10-star celestial. Only then would they have a higher chance of becoming a war god. If a 9-star celestial god tried to become a great perfection celestial, it would be very difficult. The chances of failure were even higher. Once they failed, they would basically be crippled. It would be impossible for them to try again. Bai Yunfei came over again. He was in an extremely sorry state. His entire face was swollen. Cracks also appeared on the armor on his body. At this moment, when he saw this body-tempering cultivator again, his violent anger directly erupted. Bastard, shameless guy, I'm going to kill you. No one has ever made me look so sorry. You're the first. Lin Fei looked at him indifferently. Looks like you won't repent until you see the coffin. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to retreat. If you don't, I'll send you on your way with one slap. It was a voice that was neither soft nor loud, but everyone's hearts trembled when they heard it. This body refinement cultivator wanted to kill Bai Yunfei. He only gave Bai Yunfei 3 breaths of time to think. Didn't he know that Bai Yunfei was from a Shimin sect? If he killed him, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. Young Master Bai, don't be afraid. He's just scaring you. How would he dare to kill you here? We all support you. Let's see if he dares to kill you. Even if he has 100 guts, he won't dare to kill you. We can all be witnesses. All the people present cheered loudly. The appearance of a body refinement cultivator had already made them unhappy. Now he had the nerve to say that he wanted to kill Bai Yunfei. Could it be that he really didn't take them seriously? If it was any other time, it would be fine. But at this time, with so many people present, they really didn't believe that this body refinement cultivator would dare to be so heavy-handed. Even Bai Yunfei himself was the same. Hearing the cheers of the people behind him, Bai Yunfei was also full of confidence. To be honest, he really wasn't afraid that this guy would dare to kill him. After all, he wasn't that easy to kill. He also had a life-saving treasure on him. Although this guy was very strong and gave him a feeling that he was unfathomable, he still needed his face. You really have a big tone. Since you dare to kill me, I'll stand here and let you kill me. Let's see if you dare to kill me. If I, Bai Yunfei, move, I'm not Bai Yunfei. Lin Fei shook his head gently. There are really many people who are not afraid of death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. After all, I really haven't killed a disciple of the Shimin sect. It's more interesting to kill a 9 stars celestial deity like you. The gigantic hand came crashing down. As soon as the hand came down, Bai Yunfei could feel the aura of death looming over him like a black cloud. His eyes were round and wide. How dare you? How dare you? He immediately released all the treasures on him. Crack! Crack! Countless treasures were broken. Bai Yunfei didn't even have time to release them. Then, the giant hand crushed his body and broke them into pieces. All that was left was a puddle of blood, which slowly dripped down. Look, I'm a man of my words. I said that I would kill him, so I killed him. Unfortunately, he didn't take it seriously. Who can he blame? Chapter 4794. A single slap was all it took for Bai Yunfei to be killed. He couldn't be any more dead. Even if it was a treasure ring, it was still taken away by him. Jin Yuan Bao and the other young man sitting next to him felt their hearts tremble, and they finally understood. The person sitting next to them was really an overlord. His attack was so ferocious and overbearing, which made Jin Yuan Bao feel even more delighted. Bai Yunfei feigned ignorance, but this time he had really hit an iron plate. He had been dealt with a single slap. It's over, it's over. Something big is going to happen. How dare this guy kill someone? How dare he? He's a disciple of the Shinmin Orthodox faction. I guess this guy is going to be in trouble soon. The fact that Bai Yunfei was pretending to be 13 had given everyone a huge shock. For a moment, everyone didn't dare to say anything and didn't dare to look over. Even those who had thoughts before didn't dare to think about it anymore. He dared to kill Bai Yunfei, let alone the others. The void moved. A figure appeared out of thin air. When the figure appeared, a terrifying pressure swept across the area. Everyone knew that this was a 10-star celestial god. It was very likely that he was the guardian of this place, the guardian of this extreme mountain. How could you kill Bai Yunfei? How dare you? Don't tell me you don't know who he is? A 9 stars celestial god. The guardian glared at him as soon as he came over. He didn't have time to stop him at all. He could only watch helplessly as Bai Yunfei was killed in a single strike. Of course, he was also surprised. This young man's strength was so domineering. The Shinmin Orthodox faction's disciple was killed so easily. I told him not to do it. So why did he do it? So I could only kill him. You really can't blame me for this. Lin Fei said indifferently. He knew that there would be a guardian here. He didn't expect that he would come out just because he killed Bai Yunfei. It didn't matter to Lin Fei at all. So what if he came out? Anyway, he had already made it very clear just now. Bai Yunfei was just pretending. He had given him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Naturally, he would kill him and save himself trouble. Just by looking at the people around him, he knew what was going on. The guardian was infuriated. How could there be such a guy? You think you're right? That Bai Yunfei was a 9 stars celestial god. He had a chance to become a 10 stars celestial god in the future. He might even become a war god. but you killed him just like that. Geniuses like this were indeed worthy of attention. That was why the Guardian had come out. I'm warning you now. If there's a next time, there's no need for you to head here. The Guardian had given this young man a lot of face. After all, it was not easy for a body refinement cultivator to cultivate to such a level. Let's give him a chance first. I'll say the same thing. It's naturally the best if they don't come looking for trouble with me. If they come looking for trouble with me and refuse to listen to me, then I can only kill them. Anyway, killing one is one. These people have no hope of becoming a war god. Could it be that he has a better chance of becoming a war god than me? Lin Fei's words instantly infuriated the Guardian. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any words to refute. This young man indeed had a lot of potential, especially since he was a body refinement cultivator. This was rare and commendable. If he really became a war god, he would be one of the more powerful war gods. I hope you're on your own. I'll only say this once. The Guardian disappeared again with a swoosh. Everyone naturally knew that there was a Guardian on the Empyrean Pole Mountain. This person had a bad temper. If he started a massacre here, it was very likely that he would be suppressed. He didn't expect this guy to kill by Yunfei right away. He even got the Guardian out. Fortunately, this Guardian seemed to be more restrained and didn't make a move. Of course, everyone took his words to heart. He did have the capital to do so. It was already difficult for a body refinement cultivator to cultivate. If he could reach such a level, his future would be even more limitless. Bai Yunfei could only say that he was unlucky. After such an incident, no one dared to come again. Even those who came later didn't think much of it when they heard that Bai Yunfei was killed. This guy really knew how to kill people. Lin Fei didn't expect anyone else to come. This was a little different from what he had thought. He came this time to gain some fame. If he couldn't gain fame now, he would wait until he got inside to gain some fame and throw all these people out. At that time, he would naturally be able to attract those experts from the Xiamen sect. Once he came out, he would directly kill all of them and make a profit. Lin Fei began to ponder in his heart. Jin Yuan Bao and another young man at the side lowered their heads. They were obviously the same age, but he had already become a great expert. He didn't even dare to make a move on the Guardian and could only give a warning. Of course, this also made them heave a sigh of relief. This transaction was really worth it. They probably wouldn't come across such a transaction more than a few times in their lifetime. Minutes and seconds passed. Soon, it was the end of the time. No one moved the 3 round tables that Lin Fei had. The competition for the remaining 7 round tables was very intense. They were all replaced by 8-star celestial god experts. As for 9 stars, there wasn't a single one. Of course, this was also very normal. 8-star celestial gods might not seem like much, but they actually had a lot of potential. In the future, they would definitely be able to cultivate to 9 stars celestial god. As for whether or not they could cultivate to 10 stars celestial god, that would depend on their own foundation. They all had the qualifications to become 10 stars celestial gods and even had the chance to become war god. Such a realm was not bad in this huge world. Time's up. A dignified voice rang out. With a whoosh, the 10 round platforms rushed into the depths of the Empyrean Extreme Mountain. Just like that, space-time doorways appeared. In the blink of an eye, these doorways disappeared. Of course, it was the same for the 10 round tables. Of course, everyone knew that they had reached the depths of heaven's extreme mountain. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei found himself in the depths of heaven's extreme mountain. This was a special space. In this space, there were actually many huge illusory figures. These illusory figures were all using mystic techniques. Compared to before, they were much more profound and exuded a strong sense of existence. You will have a year to comprehend here. After a year, you will be automatically sent away. The Guardian's figure appeared. Chapter 4795. As soon as the Guardian came over to remind everyone, he left. Of course, he took a look at the young body-tempering cultivator. After all, this guy was not someone to be trifled with. No matter how he looked at it, it was like a big tiger had mixed in a group of sheep. Therefore, after leaving, the Guardian also stared at the young body-tempering cultivator, hoping that he would not cause any big trouble. Otherwise, he would definitely not be polite. These 8-star heavenly gods still had a lot of opportunities. If they were to comprehend some powerful divine ability, it would be a great boost to their personal strength. They would have a greater chance of breaking through to a higher realm. After the Guardian left, everyone present was excited. When they looked at Lin Fei, they were a little afraid. After all, this guy was quite strong. Even by Yun Fei, a 9-star celestial, was not a match for him. Since everyone is here, I just happen to tell you something. I think it should be easier for you to hear. You too can choose a place to comprehend the divine ability. My words are still reliable. Who told me to be a person who pays more attention to credibility? Jin Yuan Bao and the young man were stunned, but they immediately understood the meaning behind it. They immediately went into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they went to comprehend magic. The remaining 7 people subconsciously moved closer, feeling that there was something wrong with Lin Fei's words. Sir, what do you mean by this? They were more afraid of this body-tempering cultivator. Who asked this guy to be so strong? It was best not to fight. If they really fought, they had no chance of winning at all, so they could only rely on the Guardian. Nothing much. I just feel that there are too many people here, so I decided to let you guys out. Do you want me to throw you out? Or do you want to go out by yourselves? Make your choice. At least you can save some face when the time comes. Lin Fei looked at them and said. The expressions of the 7 geniuses changed instantly, and they glared at him. Sir, you're too overbearing. You occupied 2 round tables, and we didn't say anything. Now, you actually have the nerve to ask us to go out. That's right, that's right. You're too bold. Even if you're a guardian, you won't let us do this. If you have the ability, throw us out. We're not leaving. I think we should go our separate ways. If you really find trouble with us, then you will definitely regret it. Not to mention anything else. The Guardian will not let you cause trouble here. These people were indeed very afraid of this body-forging cultivator. When he thought about the fact that he had a Guardian and the fact that he had the strength of a 10-star heavenly god, he was not afraid that this body-tempering cultivator would stir up any trouble. Lin Fei sighed softly. You people have really cultivated so much that you've become muddle-headed. Do you really think that I won't dare to do anything just because a 10-star heaven god is here? Fine, I'll send you on your way. In any case, you people don't take yourselves seriously. A bright light appeared in an instant. As soon as this beam of light appeared, the faces of the 7 8-star heavenly gods fell, and they all unfurled their treasures. In an instant, just like that, their treasures shattered. The beam of light was about to crush them, but at this moment, a figure descended from the sky and blocked in front of them. A beam of light collided with the beam of light and blocked it. It was the guardian of the 10-star heavenly god. Lei Xing, kid, aren't your methods a little too overbearing? Do you really not take me seriously? As long as I'm here, you won't be able to do anything. Now, I'm officially disqualifying you. The guardian, Lei Xing, was really angry. He never thought that this body-forging cultivator would actually dare to attack and throw these people out of this place. Such a thing had never happened before. You want to disqualify me? Then you'll have to have the strength first. I don't think you're a match for me at all. Let's see how long you can protect them. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Whoosh whoosh. The great glacial spell immediately spread out. Although these 3,000 great Daos were not powerful great Daos, when they were used by Lin Fei, their power was absolutely terrifying. The entire void froze in an instant. Lei Xing had just activated his treasures when he realized that the geniuses behind him were directly frozen into ice sculptures. Even he himself felt like he was in the 9 heavens freezing ground. His entire body was cold, and the chill constantly seeped into him. He finally realized that he had underestimated this body-forging cultivator. He did not expect this guy to be someone who walked 2 different paths. I don't care where you come from. Since you dare to kill them in front of me, don't even think about leaving this place today. I'm going to suppress you. The aura on Lei Xing's body surged, and with a rumble, it shattered the frost. Flying swords in the void directly attacked Lin Fei. The flying swords were very powerful, and each attack had the power of a 10-star heavenly god. However, when they got close to Lin Fei, they were infinitely suppressed. They could not get close to Lin Fei at all. He was sent flying away. Time slowed down around Lin Fei. Although it was only 10 times, it was enough for Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his hand, and with a loud rumble, the Great Five Elements technique, the Great Frost technique, followed by the Great Karma technique, enveloped Lei Xing. Lei Xing's vision turned black, and in an instant he was sent flying. His entire body was covered with cracks. Then a big hand came over and lifted him up by his neck. Then a punch pierced through his chest, and he immediately lost consciousness. Under Lin Fei's ferocious attack, Lei Xing was naturally unable to withstand it. With a wave of his hand, the ice sculptures shattered into pieces and vanished into thin air. The entire place became quiet. I told you not to be so serious, but you didn't listen. Why did you have to do this? Of course, Lin Fei knew that this guardian was very strong. Coupled with the array here, he could definitely burst out with the power of a war god. Lin Fei showed his absolute strength right from the start. Lei Xing also underestimated his opponent. He did not expect him to be so strong. He did not even have time to summon the array, and was directly killed. Although I killed this Lei Xing, he should have other tricks up his sleeves. Maybe he will inform others, or the Sky Prides will do the same. So all I have to do now is wait, and at the same time, I can see what kind of powerful magic skills there are here. Lin Fei could see that some of the skills here were indeed very powerful. In the past, there were indeed great masters who fought here. He could also learn some experience here before killing them. Master, the magic skills of these phantom images are a type of negative emotion. If you collect them, you can condense a lot of resentment thought beads. At the very least, there will be more than 100 million beads. Chapter 4796. This news came too suddenly. Even Lin Fei did not expect it. If it was someone else, they would definitely not believe it. However, when these words came from the mouth of the king of 10,000 demons, it was completely different. This guy made this kind of resentment prayer bead. If he said he could do it, then he would definitely be able to do it. There wouldn't be any problems. Lin Fei's expression became slightly serious. Are you sure you're right? It's really difficult for the negative emotions here to condense resentment prayer bead. Don't joke with me. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll directly kill you, so that you don't have to exist. This was extremely important to Lin Fei. If the negative emotions here could really make resentment prayer bead, then it would definitely be a huge gain for him. Hundreds of millions of resentment prayer bead would definitely be able to harvest a large amount of hatred value. At that time, someone would be able to increase his strength. Where else could he find such a good thing? After all, to Lin Fei, it would be quite difficult to unify this place in 500 years. What he could do now was to continuously increase his strength, and increase it as strong as he could. This way, his chances would be much higher. What I said is definitely not wrong. The negative emotions and sacred art methods here are actually a type of negative emotion. Even though they look no different, they're actually all negative emotions. And I have a way to collect all of these negative emotions sacred art. And the number of resentment prayer beads here might be even more than you think. Lin Fei took a deep breath and released the king of 10,000 demons. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and see how many resentment prayer beads these negative emotions can contribute. Don't waste your time in the end. If you want these negative emotions, I'll have to trouble Master to activate all of them. Only then will I have a chance to collect them and completely light them up. I can't do it alone. The king of 10,000 demons also knew that this was a chance to perform. If he did it well, he would naturally be able to leave a better impression in Lin Fei's heart. If he did not do it well, who knew when he would be killed by a palm? At this time, he had to go all out. You tell me what to do, I'll do it. You just need to collect these negative emotions. What I want is the result. I don't care about anything else. At the same time, inside a sect, a figure walked out. This figure was none other than Lei Xing. Lei Xing didn't expect that his original body would actually be killed in the extreme Heaven Mountain. Fortunately, he had left behind a doppelganger back then. However, the strength of this doppelganger was much weaker. His original body was already a 10-star heavenly god, while this doppelganger was only a 5-star heavenly god. This was just a way to save his life. It would take a long time to recover. Fortunately, there were some treasures here, but it was still a heavy loss. Sect Head, something bad has happened to the extreme heaven mountain that we are in charge of. A tyrannical body refinement cultivator actually killed all those geniuses. Even I was killed by him. Lei Xing came to report immediately. With his current strength, he couldn't take revenge even if he wanted to. Even if he went, he would only be killed. When the sect master heard this news, his expression changed immediately. The Celestial Pole Mountain Range was jointly managed by many sects and forces. This time, it was their sect's turn. Now that even Lei Xing had been killed, even those geniuses had been annihilated as well. This was definitely not a small matter. I suspect that the body refinement cultivator should be a devil cultivator. When he was killed, Lei Xing could more or less feel the aura of the devil cultivator. Although it was well hidden, there was still a trace of it. Apart from this explanation, Lei Xing really couldn't think of another explanation. The sect master's expression turned even uglier. Who didn't know that the devil cultivators were hiding in the Yu Ming mountain range and didn't dare to come out? Once they came out, they were no different from rats on the street. But now, there was actually someone who dared to come out and go to the extreme heaven mountain under their eyes. He went to the extreme heaven mountain and killed all those geniuses. He even killed the 10-star heavenly god Lei Xing, who was in charge. He didn't put the sect in his eyes at all. Immediately bring the experts of the sect to kill this person. We can't let him leave alive. Otherwise, we will lose face this time. Since when did a devil cultivator have the right to be presumptuous? The sect master said nothing and began to lead the experts towards the extreme heaven mountain. They had to race against time. Who knew what else that guy could do inside? Outside the extreme heaven mountain, loud rumbling sounds were heard one after another. Many people's expressions changed slightly as they didn't know what was going on. Can you tell me what happened inside? Good heavens, another sacred art was activated. But why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Could it be that there are many geniuses inside this time? They can really comprehend many sacred arts. Could it be that it's that barbaric body refinement cultivator? That guy is very terrifying. He even killed Bai Yunfei. Do you think that guy really has this possibility? After all, his potential really can't be compared to anyone else. These people had all seen how powerful that barbaric body refinement cultivator was. Bai Yunfei was directly killed. A stream of light flew over from afar with great momentum. Following that, 3 spaceships stopped in the surroundings. When the 3 spaceships stopped, dozens of experts flew out. As soon as these experts appeared, the people present were slightly gloomy as they recognized them immediately. It's Bai Yunfei's sect. They must be here for revenge. That guy is out of luck. Good heavens, there are 5 10-star celestial gods and 15 9-star celestial gods. This lineup is really not small. Seeing this scene, a trace of joy rose in the hearts of the people who saw this scene. After all, they also didn't like that guy. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was strong, they would have a good fight with him. But even Bai Yunfei was killed, so they really didn't have the courage. It's better to be honest. The guy who killed Bai Yunfei is here. That's a barbaric body refinement cultivator. He killed Bai Yunfei with 3 slaps. The people present began to hit him when he was down. No matter what, they couldn't let the barbaric cultivator live a good life. If it wasn't for that guy, they would have a certain chance to fight for the round platform. In the end, they missed the opportunity for nothing. They couldn't swallow this anger, and now they could finally vent it out. We can't beat you, but can others? Chapter 4797. The sect Bai Yunfei belonged to was called the Sky Cloud sect. It was considered a relatively powerful, first-rate sect. Bai Yunfei was also considered a genius in the sect. They didn't expect that he would be annihilated here. They rushed over as soon as they received the news. Now that they heard that it was a body-tempering cultivator, they frowned. Since when did body-tempering cultivators become so overbearing? They didn't take the Sky Cloud sect seriously and even dared to kill Bai Yunfei. Looking at the extreme heaven mountain in front of them, they frowned slightly. They didn't dare to enter this place easily. There were 10-star heavenly gods guarding this place. It was said that the array formation could even unleash the strength of a war god. Most importantly, the extreme heaven mountain was formed by various forces of various sizes. Therefore, everyone could only comprehend within the mountain. Anyone who dared to make a move here would become the common enemy of all the sects and forces. Then guard that body-tempering cultivator here. As soon as he comes out, take him down and bring him back to the Skycloud sect. He has to pay the price for killing Bai Yunfei. Even the forces behind him have to bear the wrath of the Skycloud sect. An expert from a Skycloud sect said coldly. They just waited here. Many Sky Prides who were about to retreat stopped one by one. Everyone knew that there would be a good show to watch soon. It would only be a year at most. For cultivators, a year's time wasn't very long. It was very short. A few more days passed. Streaks of light flew towards them. When these streaks of light appeared, their expressions changed slightly. They actually saw the forces behind many Sky Prides coming over. When they arrived, all of them looked at the extreme heaven mountain. Lei Xing, come out. Why did our Sky Prides die in the extreme heaven mountain? You have to give us an explanation. Why did our sect's Sky Prides die here? If you don't give us an explanation today, we won't leave. As soon as these forces arrived, they all rushed inside and shouted. Everyone was a little puzzled when they heard this. What exactly happened? As they spoke, they instantly understood what was going on. The Sky Prides who went in earlier were all dead. Now, their expressions were even more incredulous. They immediately connected the dots. Could it be that this was done by that unreasonable body refinement cultivator again? If this was really the case, then this tyrannical body refinement cultivator was really overbearing. Putting aside the fact that he had killed Bai Yunfei, he had actually killed the rest of the prodigies as well. He really thought too highly of himself. Even the experts from the Heavenly Cloud School, where Bai Yunfei was, frowned when they heard this. Bai Yunfei's death had truly angered them. Now that their geniuses were dead, things were different. Many of these profound sects and righteous path forces were comparable to their Heavenly Cloud sect in strength. He didn't expect them to come at this time. It's probably the work of that barbaric physique refiner. My Bai Yunfei was also killed by him. The expert of the Heavenly Cloud sect said indifferently. When the other sects heard this, they became even angrier. It was actually a body refinement cultivator. This was simply too arrogant. Since when did a body refinement cultivator dare to be so audacious? At this time, they needed Lei Xing to give them an explanation. That was Lei Xing's territory. After all, their sect was responsible for guarding the extreme heaven mountain. Now that such a big thing had happened, they naturally couldn't take it lying down. It was fine if one died, but 7 geniuses had died at this time. Including Bai Yunfei, there were 8 geniuses. Every genius was not easy to cultivate. Now that they were dead, they naturally had to give an explanation. No matter how they spoke, Lei Xing's figure didn't appear again. This made their expressions even more unsightly. Could it be that he was avoiding responsibility? If that was the case, then they would directly go to him to seek justice. Don't ask me why I couldn't control these geniuses. It's because my original body was also killed by that body refinement cultivator. Are you satisfied now? I suspect that person is a demonic expert. A lot of time passed again. Just when everyone's expression was extremely unsightly, another voice finally sounded. Finally, they heard another voice. As this voice appeared, everyone turned their heads to look at it. They saw a big flying ship coming over. When they saw this big flying ship, they were even more shocked. Why did even the sect master come over? When they heard Lei Xing's words, it was even more difficult for them to accept it. Lei Xing had the strength of a 10-star heaven god. Together with the formation here, he could definitely unleash the strength of a war god. But now you're telling me that you were killed by a body refinement cultivator. How could they believe it? Fortunately, the last few words of a demonic expert made their pupils shrink slightly. They exploded with endless anger. Even the people nearby found it hard to believe. That body refinement cultivator was actually a demonic expert. After a short while, they finally returned to the city. I finally understand why that guy was so overbearing. It turns out that he really is a demonic expert. When I first asked for this demonic weapon, I already felt that they were not normal. I didn't expect that it was really the case. That guy hid his strength too well. He's definitely an old fart. He actually dared to come to the extreme heaven mountain. He's really audacious. Those geniuses are really unlucky. They actually encountered such a demonic expert. Everyone present understood what was going on, and they were all sighing. Fortunately, they didn't attack. Otherwise, they would have suffered a great loss. Just look at these experts. They were all geniuses, but now they were directly eliminated. Even other people's sects had come over. We really didn't do the right thing. We will definitely teach this demonic expert. When the time comes, we will also kill him and the demonic forces behind him to give everyone an explanation. This was the only thing they could do now. First, they would capture this demonic expert. Then, they would uproot the forces behind him. This was the only way to quell the anger of these first-rate forces. Previously, they were really annoyed. Now that they heard that it was a demonic expert, their anger had changed. In that case, they really couldn't be blamed for this matter. The demonic experts had always been famous for being cunning. If they were not careful, they would suffer a great loss. Now, they really hated demonic experts more and more. Since the sect master said so, they naturally wouldn't say anything else. Chapter 4798. Outside the extreme heaven mountain, all the forces were waiting. After all, even they wouldn't be able to enter the extreme heaven mountain from the start. The news also spread out in the first place. No one expected that an expert from the Devil Tao would actually come to the extreme heaven mountain and kill 8 8-star celestial god experts. This was like poking a hornet's nest. It had been a long time since a demon cultivator dared to act so wantonly. All of a sudden, the extreme heaven mountain became very lively. Everyone wanted to see just what kind of abilities this body-tempering cultivator had. To think that he would be able to kill so many 8-star heavenly gods right off the bat. Bai Yunfei, a 9-star heavenly god, was among them. It wouldn't matter if his cultivation was a bit lower. But his cultivation wasn't low either. Any 9-star heavenly god had a chance to become a 10-star heavenly god. They even had a chance to become a war god. Now that one was dead, it was definitely a big loss for the sect. Who knew how much time and effort it took to nurture one? It was very likely that the one they lost would be a war god in the future. The Heavenly Cloud sect's hatred for the body-tempering cultivators in the sect was monstrous. Inside the extreme heaven mountain, Lin Fei was constantly activating these god art phantoms. One had to admit that there were a lot of them. Some of them were very powerful. Even Lin Fei had to be careful. Fortunately, these phantoms didn't have any offensive abilities. This made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. This world was much more powerful than he had imagined. Even though they were divine ability phantoms, they were sometimes extremely powerful. One could imagine that he was definitely a war, god-level fighter when he was alive. They could even leave behind such phantoms for others to comprehend. Lin Fei originally wanted to comprehend them, but he realized that they didn't fit his style, so he gave up. He decided to activate them one by one. The King of 1,000 Demons started a search through these phantoms. This fellow had also brought a complete set of treasures. According to him, this was a set of treasures that he had spent a great deal of effort to develop. It was specifically used to refine these negative emotions, and in the end, turn them into resentment beads. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the King of 10,000 Devils' performance. This guy was indeed an expert. It was much easier than expected for him to collect negative emotions. In the first month, he had collected 5 million resentment beads. It wasn't much, but it was a start. In the second month, he earned 20 million yuan, and in the third month, it rose to 50 million yuan. In the fourth month, it broke through 100 million. In the fifth month, it was 200 million. Basically, it was constantly improving every month. Until the last month. The number of resentment rosary beads he obtained exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Even the King of the 10,000 Devils was extremely shocked. In total, all the beads of resentment added up to 3 billion. There wasn't much of an increase after that, but the number of resentment rosary beads was quite a lot. Sir, all the resentment rosary beads are here. All the negative sacred arts here have been taken clean. From now on, the Sky Pole Mountain will no longer have any sacred arts. The king of 10,000 devils chuckled. This fellow was really interested in destroying things. Lin Fei didn't really care about this. What he wanted were these resentment rosary beads. Now that he had gained so much hatred, it wasn't a small amount. For someone who cultivated the infinite God body, these hatred points were useless. He needed glory points. Since he couldn't raise the infinite God body anytime soon, Lin Fei directly exchanged for a new 3,000 Great Tao. This 3,000 Great Tao was none other than the so-called Space Great Tao. Previously, Lin Fei had already obtained the Time Great Tao. Now that he obtained the Space Great Tao, it was the best of both worlds. Once he grasped the Space Great Tao, Lin Fei obtained one of the most basic abilities, which was Space Collapse. With him as the center, the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles would collapse. Anyone who entered this area would suffer from the impact of the space collapse. It was extremely terrifying. As for this move, Lin Fei really liked it. Together with the Time Shroud, it could really become a killer move. Now that he had grasped the Space Great Tao and Time Great Tao, there was only one Great Tao that he hadn't grasped yet. That was the so-called Destiny Great Tao. The Destiny Great Tao was different. No one could sense the existence of such a Destiny Great Tao. It was used to change one's own destiny. Of course, using destiny to kill people was also very terrifying. This time, the hatred points were just right. He could only exchange for the Space Great Tao. Therefore, the Destiny Great Tao could only be put aside. It's been almost a year. I guess those guys outside are getting impatient. It's just the right time to go out and farm hatred points. It's a pity that I can't get any faith beads. It seems like I have to farm some faith beads when I reach Hades Mountain. The faith beads came in handy. With these things, he would be able to cultivate infinite divine body. Outside Heaven's Pole Mountain, everyone was waiting anxiously. A year wasn't a long time, but it was definitely unacceptable for these people. This was because the mirages of the divine abilities on Heaven's Pole Mountain had disappeared without a trace. Even they didn't know what was going on. However, they were sure of one thing. It was definitely the destruction of the demonic experts inside. They were completely crippled in the hands of the other party. From now on, there would be no more Heaven's Pole Mountain, let alone a place to comprehend. As for the cultivation of the younger generation, it was a devastating blow. The eyes of the various forces at the scene were cold like the ice of the nine heavens. They felt uncomfortable all over. If they didn't eliminate this demonic expert, they wouldn't be able to resolve the hatred in their hearts. He's out. Without any warning, a figure directly rushed out. He appeared in front of everyone. As soon as this figure appeared, countless mystic arts were unleashed. There was no need for any nonsense at all. However, after these attacks were unleashed, the other party easily withstood them. Didn't I just eliminate a few geniuses? There's no need to make such a big fuss. We can just nurture them again. Naturally, the one who came out was Lin Fei. He chuckled at everyone. Seeing that I'm in a good mood, you guys should go home and do what you need to do. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it to lose your lives here. I'm still a reliable person. These divine abilities couldn't even get close to Lin Fei. They were directly sent flying. This caused everyone to be slightly moved. He was indeed a powerful demonic expert. Chapter 4799. Lin Fei's words made everyone laugh. They had never seen such an arrogant demonic cultivator. He actually had the nerve to ask them to go home. Was he planning to kill them all in one fell swoop? All demonic cultivators deserve to be killed. You want us to go home? You're dreaming. We're not afraid of death. I want to see how you're going to deal with us. What kind of ability do you have? Can you kill all of us here? The sect leader of Yun Fei's sect also roared angrily. He stared at this young physique cultivator. Was this the person who killed Yun Fei? This was simply a big slap to their sect's face. You killed Yun Fei. How dare you? Who allowed you to kill him? The sect leader's eyes were cold, and his killing intent was so cold that everyone felt a terrible chill. Yun Fei is dead, and we also lost a genius. Now, the only thing I want to do is to kill you and dig out the force behind you. They must pay the price in blood. They did not feel any demonic aura from this young physique cultivator, but his actions were no different from those of demonic cultivators. Therefore, they naturally did not mind classifying him as a demonic cultivator. After all, demonic cultivators were all people who deserved to be killed. If he was killed, then so be it. There was nothing to care about. These people were quite strong. When the time came, they would use the title of demonic cultivator to exterminate the force behind him. Only then could they let out a long sigh of relief. One by one, they began to roar angrily as if they did not care about Lin Fei. Lin Fei just looked at them indifferently. You're almost done, right? If you're almost done, then I'm going to make a move. Once I make a move, you're completely hopeless. So I still have to say, it's just a genius who died. We can go back and train another one. Why do you have to joke around with your life? Everyone burst into laughter again, but it was a kind of sneer, a kind of mockery. They never felt that there was a demonic cultivator like this young man, who really thought of himself as a super strong cultivator. After all, everyone present was a 10-star heavenly god. With the help of some treasures, even a war god would be able to withstand 1 or 2 attacks. But now, this young man actually had the nerve to say that he wanted to kill all of them. This was really the funniest joke they had ever heard. It seems that you don't plan to leave. Fine, I'll send you on your way. Anyway, killing one is killing a whole nest is also killing. It doesn't make much difference. I haven't been a demonic expert for a long time. It's just the right time for me to be a so-called demonic expert, to make my presence known, to let everyone know that there's a person like me. I also feel quite proud. Everyone was confused by what they heard. Is this guy's head clamped by a board? Otherwise, how could he say such words? Collapse. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. He spat out 2 words that were neither light nor heavy. Just as these 2 words came down, swoosh, 300,000 kilometers of the void around Lin Fei instantly began to collapse. A wave of power came crashing down, causing everyone to lose their balance and fall. Then the power of the void came crashing down, crashing into their bodies. Bam, 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 bam. Clumps of snowflakes exploded one after another. The weaker experts were directly obliterated by the power of the void collapse. Only the 9 stars heavenly gods and 10 stars heavenly gods could still hold on. Even so, they were in great pain. This power was very strong. Wave after wave of collapse. The power kept attacking, and soon, the 8 stars heavenly gods were gone. Then, 9 stars heavenly gods, until only 10 stars heavenly gods were left. There were quite a number of 10 stars heavenly gods present, a total of 10 stars heavenly gods. At this moment, their faces were extremely pale, terrified, and uneasy. An unprecedented fear shrouded their hearts. They had never thought that this young man would be so strong. In an instant, they were all heavily injured, and all the experts on the Heaven Extreme Mountain were wiped out. Only now did they truly understand why the other party told them to go home and not participate in this matter. It turned out that the other party was so terrifyingly strong. With such a deep accumulation of power, he was actually able to unleash a killer move. They didn't even notice it at all and were hit by it directly. The blurry light started to struggle. All sorts of treasures were pushed to their limits, but the power of the void collapse was too strong. It wasn't easy for them to break free. All they saw was a flash of light, and then they fell, dying without a complete corpse. In just 30 breaths of time, all the experts had been wiped out. The outside of the extreme heaven mountain had turned quiet. Sigh, I already told you, but why didn't you listen? Lin Fei shook his head. With a wave of his hand, all the rings flew over. When they reached Lin Fei's hand, they were kept. It was more or less a harvest. Lin Fei turned his head. He slashed at the Heaven Extreme Mountain. There was a loud rumbling sound. The saber light swept through the extreme heaven mountain in this region. From then on, there was no more Heaven Extreme Mountain. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei left the Heaven Extreme Mountain. After Lin Fei left the Heaven Extreme Mountain, in less than half an hour, 3 figures broke through the void and came out. The moment these 3 figures came out, they had a strong aura. One of them took a deep breath. Good fella, he actually killed hundreds of experts in one breath, and there were more than 10 star celestial gods among them. He is definitely a demonic expert. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a mustache. He was very shrewd, but at this time, his expression also became serious. Many people, we're still one step too late. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Such a big loss hasn't happened for a long time. It seems that this demonic expert really doesn't take us seriously. Ninth sister, use your treasures to find this fella. You must find him. How dare he kill people like this? He really doesn't take our demon extermination haul seriously. These three black-robed experts exuded a strong aura. Although they were only 10-star celestial gods, they were much stronger than any of the previous 10-star celestial gods. The most important thing was the 3 words Demon Extermination Hall. The meaning of these 3 words was different. No matter who heard it, they would feel great pressure. Chapter 4800. The Hall of Demon Extermination was considered a relatively strong force in this world. Their mission was to hunt down all kinds of demonic experts. Those who were relatively strong would come over once they received the news. This time, they also received the news. After all, so many experts had died in the Celestial Pole Mountain. They also received the news immediately, and were even more certain that this was a great demonic expert. Although the other party did not display the strength of a war god from the beginning to the end, his strength was definitely at the top of the 10-star heaven gods. If he stepped into the war god level, he would definitely be in great danger. Therefore, the 3 of them chased after him. The one called Sister Geo was a woman. The woman called Sister Geo took out a treasure in the shape of a compass. She activated it right in front of them. One after another, illusory images of the Celestial Pole Mountain began to appear. In the blink of an eye, in the end, it landed on a figure. A beam of light was drawn over and gathered on the compass. It was Lin Fei's appearance. What a young guy. I didn't expect him to be an old monster. No wonder he's so strong. The 3 of them were slightly stunned when they saw the young figure. They subconsciously felt that he was an old monster. Only an old monster could maintain his youthful appearance. A guy like him would also be very strong. It was very likely that such a person would soon step into the war god level. A great demon god at the war god level would definitely be very difficult to deal with. If I'm not wrong, this guy must be preparing to break through to the war god level. We can't let him succeed. Immediately inform the experts of the Hall of Demon Extermination to chase after him. We can't give him any chance to catch his breath. We must kill him. Otherwise, he'll be a strong enemy for us, and we'll have another expert on our side. The war god realm had always been a threshold between a 10-star heaven god and a war god. It was very difficult to break through this threshold. Even if there were 10,000 10-star heaven gods, there might not be many who could break through to the war god level. This was also why more than 10 10-star heaven gods had come all at once. There were many people in this realm, but it was too difficult to break through to the next realm. They were both in the god realm, but one was the sky and the other was the war. Naturally, it was different. No one knows better than them how terrifying this war god is. This also aroused their great interest. After all, the demonic path experts he usually killed were only average in strength. However, a demonic expert like him was different. He was a true expert. If they didn't go after him now, when would they? Lin Fei's side had a sufficient harvest, so he didn't plan to wander around outside. They headed straight for the Dark Mountain Range. Lin Fei was still thinking about the faith beads. Without the faith beads and his infinite god physique, it would be hard for him to cultivate. Fortunately, he had finally exchanged for the great Tao of space this time. It could be considered a good harvest. He really had to thank the extreme Heaven Mountain. Moreover, when he tested the strength of the spatial collapse, it was indeed quite strong. Wave after wave of endless attacks. If one's strength wasn't very strong, they would have been annihilated immediately. Only the 9-star celestial gods and 10 stars celestial gods could hold them off for a while. However, it would only last for a short while. A 10-star celestial god would barely be able to escape. However, they were killed right in front of Lin Fei. It was just that the consumption was a little too high, which made him feel a little unhappy. As for the rest, he felt that it was acceptable. Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. After all, His current goal was to head to the Dark Mountain Range. It wasn't easy to survive outside. The demonic path had become the target of scorn. He had merely killed a few 8-star celestial gods, and he was surrounded by a group of forces. There were already more than 10 stars celestial gods. How was he going to survive? He might as well run to the Dark Mountain Range. So. It had only been half a day, and there were already people ambushing him. Beams of light instantly turned into a torrential flood that surged over. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Damn, he had finally made a name for himself. There were actually people ambushing him. Lin Fei knew that there would definitely be people coming to kill him after he killed so many people in the extreme Heaven Mountain. He didn't expect them to be so strong. He attacked with the strength of a 10-star celestial god. The attack of the flowing water instantly turned into endless frost that spread on Lin Fei's body. It contained a different kind of attack. This kind of attack was very powerful. It could often catch people off guard. However, to Lin Fei, he could split it in the middle with a single slash. The attack of the flowing water flowed to both sides and was easily resolved. 3 figures appeared in front of him. The 3 figures were all at the level of a 10-star celestial god. However, they had accumulated a lot of experience. Just by standing there, they were equivalent to the aura of more than 10 10-star celestial gods. You are so ruthless. You actually killed all the experts of the extreme Heaven Mountain. You won't be able to escape today. We have already set up a void array here. Don't even think of escaping. You'd better obediently return to our hall of demon extermination. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Damn, even the people from the demon extermination hall had come out. They even came to stop him. It was no wonder that they could move so quickly. Lin Fei had read the memories of others and naturally knew about the existence of the demon extermination hall. The strength of the demon extermination hall was indeed very strong. There are even experts at the level of a war god. If a 10-star celestial god could not handle it, then a war god expert would appear. Once a war god expert appeared, almost no diabolism expert could escape unscathed. Therefore, the demon extermination hall was a nightmare for diabolism experts. I didn't expect that the people from the demon extermination hall could catch up to me. It seems that I am quite influential. However, do you really think that the 3 of you can take me down? The void collapsed. It arrived in an instant. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and it came crashing over. A ball of light instantly appeared around the 3 of them and protected them. Even such a momentary impact caused their bodies to tremble slightly. Then, blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. This was much stronger than those 10-star celestial gods. Oh no, this guy is a spatial treasure. He can actually cause the void to collapse. This is bad. Even though they were separated by the treasure, they could feel the terrifying power of the void collapsing. Wave after wave of power came crashing down. The entire void was already fragmented. They could not stand still at all because they could not find the point. This place was already fragmented. Chapter 48:01. The 3 experts from the Demon Killing Hall immediately felt the immense pressure. They couldn't take it at all. The power of the void's collapse continued to crush down on them. The treasures around them were pushed to their limits, but they still couldn't take it. One attack after another landed on their bodies. With the first slash, there was a second slash. With the second slash, there was a third slash. Their defenses were getting weaker and weaker. They knew that they had been too careless this time. They didn't expect this demonic expert to be so strong. He even had a spatial treasure. This was the scariest thing. The most important thing was that this spatial treasure was actually an attack-type treasure. In just a short while, they had already met with such a terrifying opponent. After they were injured, the Great Chill Art came crashing down on them. In an instant, they couldn't move at all. Following that, a series of sharp blades slashed over. One slash after another, they were severely injured in an instant. They could only watch helplessly. They couldn't take it at all. After more than 10 slashes, the 3 experts from the Demon Killing Hall were killed. Now that I have killed 3 experts from the Demon Killing Hall, I reckon there will be half-step battle gods coming soon. Or perhaps they will be real battle gods. Lin Fei waved his hand, and took all the treasures in their hands. He headed towards the Yuming Mountain. He knew that he had to reach the Yuming Mountain as soon as possible. That place was a protected area. Battle gods wouldn't dare to kill their way there so easily. However, he still had to be careful along the way. Who knew if battle gods would come? The demon-killing hall would definitely not be able to take it lying down after losing 3 experts. Along the way, Lin Fei kept a low profile. He was getting closer and closer to the Yuming Mountain. In the blink of an eye, he was only about 1,000,000 kilometers away. At this distance, Lin Fei could even feel the black aura of the Yuming Mountain. At the place where heaven and earth intersected, a black mountain range flashed with lightning. It extended all the way, as if it was going to split the sky and earth into 2. Seeing this black mountain range, Lin Fei knew that the Yuming Mountain was right in front of him. There were still about 1,000,000 kilometers left. It wasn't far, but it wasn't near either. At that time, Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. Lin Fei was a little surprised that there weren't any war god level experts chasing after him. Could it be that the Demon Extermination Hall did not take this matter seriously at all? Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. The Demon Extermination Hall had always strived for stability. As long as they saw an expert of the demonic Tao, they would definitely kill him. A person like him would never be left alone. Then the possibility of a war god level fighter being sent out is extremely high. You killed the experts of my Hall of Demon Extermination, and you still want to run to the Yuming Mountain Range? Do you not take me seriously? There was a loud bang. A huge world enveloped them in an instant. Lin Fei's vision changed drastically in an instant. World of War God. As soon as this world appeared, Lin Fei knew what was going on. This is the world of war gods that only war gods have. It was just an illusory world, but it had a terrifying pressure. This instantly made Lin Fei feel uncomfortable all over his body. A figure appeared in the world of War God and looked down at Lin Fei from above. This person was a war god from the Demon Extermination Hall. He was a 1-star war god, heavenly war god. The war god realm also ranged from 1 to 9 stars. Of course, there was a 10-star war god. However, it was too difficult to become a 10-star war god. Only the 5 top-notch war gods had reached the level of a 10-star war god. They had been at this level for countless years. They had never been able to break through to a new level. I didn't expect that after killing 3 experts from your Demon Extermination Hall, a war god level fighter would come. I'm quite flattered. Lin Fei didn't expect to meet a war god level fighter so soon. A war god level fighter's speed was also very fast. A single world of war god covered an area of 1,000,000 kilometers. In an instant, he was pulled into his own world, and his strength was directly suppressed. He was more or less affected. Unless he also had a world of war god to fight against, he would be a huge disadvantage in this aspect. You also know that you killed 3 experts from our Demon Extermination Hall. You should be proud that I'm here to kill you. Do you want to kill yourself, or do you want to do it personally? In front of a war god level fighter, no matter how strong your foundation is, you're no match for me. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Heavenly War God waved his hand. Instantly, a ray of light came down. The light grew bigger and bigger. Its power was also getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was filled with excitement. He could finally meet a war god level fighter. He activated his infinite defense and instantly stood in front of him. The ray of light instantly broke through the infinite defense and crushed over layer by layer. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Fei and landed on Lin Fei's body. Even though the force was dispersed, there was still 50% of it that landed on Lin Fei's body. He took a few steps back. His chi and blood began to churn slightly. The strength of this 1-star war god was really strong. So this is the power of a war god level fighter. It's really strong. I've learned something new. Lin Fei suppressed the surging blood and chi in his heart. In the war god's world of war god, the war god was indeed very powerful and domineering. No wonder it was said that no matter how strong a 10-star heaven god was, they were no match for a war god. This was indeed the case. To be able to block 10% or 20% of my power, you're really not bad. No wonder you dared to kill experts from our demon extermination hall. Now, I'll let you have a taste of something even more powerful. I'll also let you know the difference between a heaven god and a war god. In the void, another ray of blade light slashed out. This ray of light was longer and bigger than the previous one. It directly turned into a long river of blade light, majestic and mighty. Lin Fei instantly activated Void Collapse. For a big move like this, he had to disperse the force. He couldn't take it head-on. Although his infinite divine body was also not bad, there was a gap at this moment. Naturally, a War God level fighter's combat power was not weak. There was a loud rumbling sound. An extremely strange scene took place in the world of War God. Even the War God frowned slightly. He was actually a little surprised. He had underestimated this young man. He didn't expect that a spatial treasure could actually block his attack. You still have such a treasure. It's actually a spatial treasure. This is priceless. This should be the result of a spatial treasure. Void Collapse, it's really powerful. From now on, it belongs to this old man. The War God laughed loudly and directly pounced forward. Everywhere he passed, there was a loud rumbling sound. In an instant, he stepped into the void and collapsed. Chapter 48:02. Battle God Empyrean directly entered this area of the Void Collapse, and a wave of power directly crushed it. However, a layer of defense appeared around Battle God Empyrean. These defenses quickly blocked the power of the collapse, and Battle God Empyrean walked over step by step with ease. This spatial treasure of yours is indeed very powerful. Even if a 10-star celestial god met you, he would definitely die under such a big killer move. However, you met me, Battle God Empyrean. I can only say that you're unlucky. Battle God Empyrean was really very happy at this time. He actually chased after a demonic expert and obtained a spatial treasure. It was really a waste for this spatial treasure to be used by the other party. If he used it, it would be different. It would definitely be a real killer move. No matter who it was, they would feel great pressure. Therefore, Battle God Empyrean had to snatch this treasure. He would never allow it to fall into the hands of this demonic expert. Finally, he picked up a big bargain this time. Fortunately, those people didn't care about it. Lin Fei was in a bored mood to kill time, but he encountered such a good thing. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Do you really think I'm that easy to deal with? Then you're thinking too much. If I'm that easy to deal with, I wouldn't be a demonic expert. The power of the void's collapse suddenly became incomparably fierce. Clatter, clatter. In an instant, the defense around Battle God Empyrean was broken, and it instantly rushed to his body. In the blink of an eye, Battle God Empyrean spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression suddenly changed, and he slashed with his saber. In an instant, it was pressed back by the power of the void collapse. You kind of guy, I'm going to kill you. How dare you hide the power of the void collapse? Previously, Battle God Empyrean did not care much about the void collapse. No matter how strong it was only used to deal with 10-star celestial gods. It was naturally useful to deal with them, but it was of no use to him at all. That was why he swaggered in. However, as soon as he came in, he found that he had thought too much. This void collapse was more terrifying than he had imagined, and its power was not as weak as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was terrifyingly powerful and unfathomable. The power of the entire void around him increased again. It kept pounding on his body. For a moment, the Empyrean War God was unable to move. It's been a long time since I've killed a War God level fighter. Today, I'll kill you and see how rich you are. I didn't come here for nothing. This is really what they call coming from 1,000 miles away to deliver a gift. The power of the void collapse kept increasing. From 30% to 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%. In an instant, 100% power erupted. This was going to be terrible. How could the battle god of the heavens have expected this to be so dangerous? In the blink of an eye, he was already riddled with wounds. Following that, a karma link technique blasted out at his heart. Boundless darkness shrouded over in an instant. The battle god of Empyrean couldn't withstand it and was plunged into the endless darkness. He was killed in an instant. There was a loud rumble. With the death of the one-star war god, the god of War World also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei reached out his hand and took his ring away. Coupled with a great teleportation, he arrived at the edge of the dark mountain range in an instant. With another great teleportation, he directly entered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 breaths after Lin Fei left, a figure walked out of the void. It was a figure surrounded by demonic aura. It was a war god. The god of War World behind him was faintly discernible. This seems to be the aura of the one-star war god, the Empyrean. I didn't expect such news. Since when did we have such a powerful fighter among us? He's the only war god's aura here. Doesn't that mean he was killed by a heavenly god? The figure surrounded by demonic aura was a war god. After looking around, he confirmed one thing. The one-star celestial god war god had been killed. It wasn't a war god, but a heavenly god-level fighter. This surprised the war god. Interesting, very interesting. A heavenly god-level fighter can kill a one-star war god. Seems like there's going to be one more fighter among us. Shameless demonic sex. How dare you kill the Empyrean war god of the Demon Extermination Hall? Die. In an instant, a figure appeared in the sky and slashed down with a saber. The devil cultivator raised his demonic chi and laughed loudly. So it's the 3rd king of the Demon Extermination Hall. So fast. Isn't it just a one-star war god? What's there to be surprised about? So many war gods of our demonic sex have died, but they didn't even make a sound. How dare you say that? Under the boundless majesty was a furious, murderous intent. With a loud rumble, the 2 war gods started fighting. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. It also let countless people know what was going on here. 3rd king, it's not that easy to kill me. This is the Dark Mountain Range. If you don't leave now, the war gods will come and surround you. Lin Fei, who had entered the Dark Mountain Range, quickly stopped using the Great Teleportation Technique. He had used the Great Teleportation Technique 3 times. He didn't expect the Dark Mountain Range to be so big. At this time, Lin Fei appeared in a swamp. There were many demonic beasts living in this swamp. These demonic beasts were not weak. When they saw Lin Fei coming over, they immediately pounced on him. Rays of sword light flew out, leaving a ground full of demonic beast corpses. Lin Fei sensed the movement outside. He could still feel it from far away. This was the aura of a war god, with a war god attacking, and from this direction, Lin Fei seemed to understand what was going on. After he left, a war god came to kill him. In his heart, he was secretly shocked. Fortunately, he had left quickly. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. As for the other war god, he didn't know. However, if he could fight with the other war god, it was very likely that he was a war god of the Dark Mountain Range. The war god's power has very strong penetrative and destructive abilities. It is indeed different from the war god level. It seems that I have to improve my infinite divine body. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on a big tree and closed his eyes to rest. To him, there were indeed many experts in the Dark Mountain Range. In addition, this territory was huge. It was quite difficult to travel the entire Dark Mountain Range in a short period of time. Perhaps it was because of this that the righteous experts didn't dare to enter the Dark Mountain Range. Chapter 48:03. The Hades Mountain Range was very large, and there were many experts here as well. After Lin Fei entered, he sensed a faintly discernible and powerful aura. He didn't need to ask to know that these auras belonged to war gods. There were quite a few war gods. Lin Fei couldn't even sense some of them. No matter what, after coming to this place, Lin Fei had a mission. That was to gather faith. How to gather faith here was naturally to take down a sect. Only by bringing the sect to greater heights would they be able to gain faith. This was the fastest way to gain faith. This was the route that Lin Fei decided on after thinking for a few days. There were quite a few sects in the Hades Mountain Range. Of course, they were all demon path sections. Some were big, some were small. Lin Fei set his eyes on a middle-tier sect. Of course, this sect was rather secluded. Within the sect, it wasn't eye-catching and wouldn't be remembered. Lin Fei didn't really care about the more eye-catching and powerful sections. If he really took them down, it would be hard for them to develop. Moreover, after Lin Fei walked around a few places in the Hades mountain range, he understood one thing. It was within the Hades mountain range. The power of a sect was intricate and complicated. Therefore, it was most convenient to follow them. This was also the easiest way for Lin Fei to obtain faith beads. If he wanted to develop, the best way was to go out less. That way, he wouldn't be targeted. Anyway, the Hades mountain range was already quite messy. After all, there was a war god guarding this place. For the current Lin Fei, he could gather enough. They were faith beads. No, they were honor points. Only then would he be able to improve his time and space Dao. After all, the difference was still quite big. He could only rely on honor points to improve it. Without it, it would be too hard to slowly improve it. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. He found himself in the most remote part of the country. There were very few demonic path experts in these places. Of course, they also met some demonic path experts along the way. There were all kinds of schemes to cheat others, but they all fell into the hands of Lin Fei. This Black Fiend sect is great. This Black Fiend sect was a sect that Lin Fei had been eyeing for a long time. He had been observing them for quite some time. In the end, they decided on this Black Fiend sect. It was a simple sect, and not many people paid attention to it. Its overall strength was average. The strongest among them was only an 8-star heavenly god. Apart from them, there were 7-star heavenly gods and 6-star heavenly gods. The entire sect only had 200 to 300 disciples, which was really very inconspicuous. There were many small and medium-sized forces like this, and this was the one that satisfied Lin Fei the most. Whoosh! Lin Fei entered the Black Fiend sect. Although the Black Fiend sect had a defensive array, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was really useless. He entered the room effortlessly. The sect leader of the Black Fiend sect was an 8-star heavenly god expert. In order to break through, this fellow was basically in seclusion, which was why the entire sect was in a mess. The two deputy sect leaders had their own opinions about the sect leader's thoughts. This was because their sect leader didn't have much time left. If he couldn't break through, then he would be completely gone. Hence, the two sect leaders, who were also the two deputy sect leaders, were a little tempted. The moment Lin Fei came, he found a place where the sect leader was in seclusion. With a teleport, he entered it. Even if it was a formation, it wouldn't be of any use now. This sect leader's body was indeed filled with streaks of death energy. If he didn't break through, then he would be completely finished. The moment Lin Fei entered, he sensed it. He opened his eyes, and 2 streaks of light shot over. However, it was of no use. A hand easily grabbed his neck. "I'll borrow your sect for a while, and you as well." Lin Fei laughed and directly snapped the other party's neck. Of course, it also searched through his memories in an instant. No, it should be said that he searched through everything. At this moment, Lin Fei's body shook, and he instantly looked similar to this person. This was the idea that Lin Fei thought of. Replace him. Of course, Lin Fei didn't plan to do himself. He just wanted to change his appearance. After all, he had wiped out many people outside, and there were war god level experts chasing after him. He believed that the Demon Extermination Hall would definitely be interested in him. Even some war god level experts in Hades Mountain would know a little about him, or perhaps they would be curious about him. Lin Fei felt that it was better for him to keep a low profile. For example, he could pretend to be this person, who asked Lin Fei to have other methods. Hence, if he pretended to be the real one, no one would be able to tell. Unless Lin Fei said it himself, otherwise he would be the sect leader of the Black Fiend sect. Crackle and crackle. Lin Fei's aura instantly stabilized at the level of a 10-star heaven god. In other words, he had changed from an 8-star heaven god to a 10-star heaven god. Only in this way could he smoothly change his appearance. He also had enough strength to attack the surrounding sections. Otherwise, how would he be able to farm faith beads? The King of 10,000 Devils was also released. This guy had been performing well recently, especially at Heaven Extreme Mountain, where he gained a lot of hatred. Sir, the strength of the people here is average. The moment the King of Demons came out, he sensed that they really weren't strong. There were only a few 7-star heaven gods. The rest were unassuming and weak. Of course, in the outside world, he would have a certain level of strength. If I use them to farm faith beads, I can expand the sect and recruit all sorts of experts. This way, the influence will slowly show, and I will be able to collect faith beads. The King of Demons quickly got into work mode. Lin Fei had completely digested all the information. Now, he was the sect leader of the Black Fiend sect, Big Dipper. The current Lin Fei didn't look like the previous Lin Fei at all. Of course, there was still a little bit of it. However, he was the real Big Dipper now. As long as he didn't say it, no one would be able to tell that he was the new sect leader of the Black Fiend sect, Big Dipper. You will follow me. In the future, you will be managing the entire Black Fiend sect for me. However, this sect is too ugly. We will change it to Massacre Sect. Massacre Sect is good. I also feel that the Black Fiend sect is too simple and doesn't have much power. Massacre Sect is different. Chapter 4804. Lin Fei disguised himself as Big Dipper and prepared to go to the front stage of the Slaughter Sect. But before that, he had to get rid of the 2 vice sect masters of the sect first. He had to establish his authority at the same time. Then, he could start preparing to increase his faith. Only when the people of the sect knew about it would they be more determined. He had to become a part of the Slaughter Sect. The first step of increasing faith would start from the Slaughter Sect. Dong, 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 dong. Slaughter Sect. No, it should be said that the big bell of the Black Fiend sect had finally rung. When the disciples heard it, they were very surprised and flew out one after another. They all came to the square of the sect. The square wasn't very big, but at this moment, many figures began to appear. Whether it was disciples, elders, or deacons, they all came. After everyone landed, they looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know what was going on. Do you know what's going on? Why is the sect's bell ringing? I didn't hear anything big was going to happen. How would I know if you ask me? I don't know either. Let's see what's going on first. Or is the sect master going to choose a new successor? That's hard to say. After all, our sect master doesn't seem to be in a good situation. What was the situation of the sect like? The disciples of the sect were quite clear, so they all lowered their heads and discussed. Then, 2 figures came over. They were the 2 vice sect masters of the Black Fiend sect. They were both 7-star celestial gods. Both of them were constantly looking for opportunities to break through to the 8-star celestial god level. After they came over, they each stood on one side. Many people followed behind them. Obviously, they had a lot of influence in the Black Fiend sect. Everyone looked at each other and was full of fighting spirit. After a while, the sect master came over, but there was a black-cloaked man beside him. The black-cloaked man's face couldn't be seen at all. He just appeared in front of everyone. Most importantly, he was beside the sect master, Big Dipper. This was a little surprising. Did something happen? Why did everyone gather here? Or is it because of the wind blowing the grass? For example, some forces are attacking our door. The 2 vice sect masters asked immediately. Don't think that there are no battles in the Yu Ming mountain range. In fact, the struggle in the Yu Ming mountain was also very intense. The demonic path was not like the righteous path. Their cultivation was very cruel. They kept killing each other, and the ones who survived were the strongest. The demonic Tao had always recognized this principle. If he wanted to continuously improve his strength, then he had to constantly train. What was the best experience? Of course, it was blood and fire. Through constant training, one's strength would become stronger and stronger, and only then would one be able to go further. Therefore, in the forces of the Devil Tao, the junior brothers of the same sect would compete with each other, and there would be people who would secretly betray others. Even if it was a senior brother or master, he could still kill them. As long as you were strong enough, you could do anything, and no one would say anything. This was the cruelty of the demonic path. It just so happened that this was a very normal thing for demonic path disciples. Everyone was used to it. This was also why the two vice sect masters had such thoughts when the sect master of the Black Evil sect was in seclusion. In their opinion, it was very difficult for an 8-star heaven god to break through to 9-star heaven god. Especially for the Black Evil sect, they weren't a big force and they didn't have any good resources. It was very difficult for them to break through to the next realm. This time, when they saw the sect master come out, the two of them had even more serious thoughts. They didn't know what happened, but their gazes would occasionally land on the black-cloaked man. This guy looked a little suspicious, but it was better to wait and see. Lin Fei walked over. He saw the two vice sect masters right away, and they did have some ideas. He was full of ambition. Good fellas. One of them actually broke through to the 8-star heaven god level. It seemed like he had just broken through. He was prepared to give everyone a huge surprise. Even if he didn't come, the old sect master probably wouldn't be able to handle it. The other party was newly promoted, and he was a veteran. Plus, he had death energy, so he definitely wouldn't be able to beat him. Today, the reason why I called everyone here is actually very simple. The moment Lin Fei came over, he spoke to everyone, and the scene quietened down. Everyone wanted to hear what the sect master had to say. Our Black Evil sect has always been lukewarm, and our location is remote, and we lack resources. So, after thinking about it, I have decided to change the name of the Black Evil sect to Massacre Sect. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked quite a bit, especially the elders, deacons, and the two vice sect masters. For a moment, they didn't understand why the old sect master would say such a thing. Wasn't the Black Evil sect doing well? Why would it change to Massacre Sect? This was a little different from what they had imagined. Could it be that there was something wrong with the old sect master's head? But to many of the disciples, this Massacre Sect sounded even more domineering. It sounded much better than the previous name. Apart from that, all disciples of the Slaughter Sect can obtain some reward from me through their achievements. But before that, I will reward you with an extremely powerful cultivation method. With this cultivation method, you will be able to break through to the level of Heavenly God. Even breaking through to the level of War God in the future won't be a problem. Naturally, no one had any objections to just changing the name. But the last word were different. All the disciples were moved. Breaking through to the Heaven God level was not an easy thing, let alone breaking through to the War God level. It wasn't easy to break through to the Heavenly God realm, let alone the War God realm. Many disciples didn't dare to think about it for the rest of their lives, but now they were all moved. They seemed to feel that today's old sect master was indeed different. He changed the name and taught them the skill. There's something more important. I found that there are more mountains in our sect, and I have decided that from now on, mountains can't exist anymore. Lin Fei looked over indifferently, and his gaze fell on one of them. Xiong Sanlin, what do you think? Xiong Sanlin was the one who had broken through to the 8-star Heaven God level. It wasn't easy for you to break through to the 8-star Heaven God level. You should at least take it out to dry. Don't hide it like this. That's not good. If you want my position, just say it. Kill me, and this position will be yours. Everyone's gaze fell on Xiong Sanlin, the vice sect master. He had broken through to the 8-star Heaven God level. But why was the old sect master able to tell at a glance? Chapter 48:05. Everyone looked at the vice sect master. They did not expect that the vice sect master's strength would increase all of a sudden and that he had been hiding his true strength. If the old sect master had not seen through it at a glance, no one would have believed it. As for the other vice sect master, his expression changed drastically. He knew that he had lost. It was a crushing defeat. Of course, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the old sect master. The old sect master was the one who had hidden his true strength. He did not expect that he would be able to see through Xiong Sanlin's true strength at a glance. He did not know how long it had been since Xiong Sanlin had broken through. It seemed like he was preparing to secretly surprise everyone. He did not expect the old sect master to recognize him at a glance. Xiong Sanlin's expression also changed drastically. He did not expect that the old sect master would be able to see through his breakthrough. It had only been half a month since he had broken through. He was prepared to catch everyone off guard. Even if the old sect master was an 8-star celestial, he would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Ha! The old sect master is indeed the old sect master. I did not expect you to see through me. In that case, I will say it directly. I have my eyes on the position of sect master. I hope you can hand it over. It's that simple. Xiong Sanlin laughed loudly. Then the aura on his body exploded, one layer after another. He reached the level of an 8-star celestial. At this moment, everyone could feel the immense pressure bearing down on them. Even the other vice sect master was the same, unable to withstand it at all. There is a huge difference between a 7-star celestial and an 8-star celestial. At the very least, if they really fought, a 7-star celestial would never be a match for an 8-star celestial. For example, Xiong Sanlin. It seems that you're indeed interested in the position of sect master. However, I want to know if you are qualified to take this position. I don't think you are. It will be the same even if you become an 8-star celestial. Lin Fei shook his head. He raised his hand. In an instant, countless saber lights slashed out. These saber lights were the great slicing technique. One after another, they instantly turned into a super terrifying killer move. Old sect master, you're overthinking things. I'm an 8-star celestial god. He was so dead that he could not be more dead. Such a scene caused the hearts of all the disciples to tremble, following which an exceptionally strong sense of worship emerged in their hearts. The old sect master was indeed the old sect master. Once he made a move, it was indeed extraordinary. Lin Fei looked at the other deputy sect leader, who was called Luo Yi. Sect Celestial, Sect Master, Luo Sect Luo Master. Sect Luo, Sect Master O's Luo was Sect Master. Sect Master Luo, just look at Xiong Shanglin. He had secretly made a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he was killed by the other party with a single move. Luo, he kneeled on the ground. Sect. Luo Sect Master O's Luo's Sect Master was. Luo of Luo's lured. How could Luo's Sect Master have any other thoughts? If he did not beg for mercy, he would be dead. Lin Fei looked at him indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the sky full of saber lights landed on Luo's Sect Master. You can be spared from death, but you cannot escape punishment. From now on, you will be an ordinary disciple of the Massacre Sect. When you have made contributions, you will return to your Sect Master position. With just one move, Luo's 7-star celestial was seriously injured. Fortunately, he survived. He panted heavily and knelt on the ground again. Thank you, Sect Master, for your mercy. I will definitely fight for the sect. It was good enough that he survived. As for the Vice Sect Master, he was gone. However, he knew that from now on, the whole sect would be different. From now on, the sect will be called the Massacre Sect. Since it is such an awe-inspiring name, all the disciples will naturally have a motivation. Therefore, I will teach you a powerful technique. Lin Fei had mastered a lot of techniques. Any one of them was enough for these demonic sect disciples to practice. In the end, Lin Fei took out the 13 slaughter stacks. This cultivation technique was one that advocated killing. Every time a disciple was killed, they could obtain a part of their strength, which was their essence and blood. At that time, their strength would slowly increase. Of course, such a technique was very overbearing. After Lin Fei took it out, it instantly made everyone feel motivated. Although they only got the first level, it was an instant motivation for them. Cultivate. Wasn't to make their strength stronger and go further? And now the opportunity had finally come. Just like that, the Massacre Sect underwent a complete transformation. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed in the Massacre Sect. In this half a year, all the disciples of the Massacre Sect had been working together to cultivate, because the 13 slaughter stacks was just too much to their liking. First, they kept looking for demonic sect experts in the surrounding area and killed them to absorb their strength. Their strength was also breaking through. Most of the disciples had broken through to the first level. Their strength had also increased by a lot. But this wasn't enough. All of them mustered up their strength and were ready to go outside and improve greatly. No one disliked the name Slaughter Sect anymore. Instead, they liked it very much. Because of this, their strength had increased, and now they were ready to expand in one fell swoop. Luo, he was one of the people who had improved relatively fast, from a 7-star heavenly god to an 8-star heavenly god. He had also reached the second level of the 13 layers massacre technique. Sect leader, I think it's time to make a move. The sect disciples are all full of fighting spirit. It's time to make a move. Although he was still an ordinary disciple, his strength was the strongest among all the disciples. He originally had some opinions about the old sect leader, but now he was convinced and finally understood why the old sect leader's strength was unfathomable. Even if he had reached the 8-star heavenly god level, he still felt that he couldn't withstand a single blow from the old sect leader. If the old sect leader wanted to kill him, it would only take a thought. It wasn't just a thought, it was really like that. If the old sect leader wanted to kill him, it would be too easy. I remember that there are 6 small forces in this area. Let's make a move and get rid of them. It's also a good opportunity to expand. I want everyone to know about the existence of the Massacre Sect. Chapter 4806. Master, this is the Faith Pagoda that I specially made. As long as we place this thing in our territory, we will be able to smoothly gather enough faith. The King of 1,000 Demons hasn't been idle recently. Instead, he has been continuously refining specialized treasures. That is the Faith Pagoda. This thing is a pagoda. Just place it there, and you will be able to gather faith power. This is a very mysterious existence. Even Lin Fei is very curious about this faith power. One has to say that the King of 1,000 Demons is quite talented. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hunted down in public and become a street rat. Even so, he is still very awesome. Then let's refine more faith pagoda. When they expand their territory, we will release them one by one. Lin Fei left this matter to the King of 1,000 Demons. Anyway, the King of 1,000 Demons is getting more and more ambitious. Following such a strong existence, his days will definitely get better and better. The Massacre Sect disciples finally started moving. There are a total of 6 demonic path forces in this area. They aren't very strong. Every demonic path force's strength is about the same. This time, the leader is Luo Yi. Luo Yi had put on a good performance. After all, he is quite strong. Plus, he learned the 13 slaughter stacks cultivation technique. Naturally, he is different. On a dark and windy night, Luo Yi led all the Massacre Sect's disciples to attack one of the forces. They really caught them off guard. Luo Yi, how dare you bring disciples to attack our sect? Quick, block for me. We must block them. Damn Massacre Sect's people. How did they become so strong? Sect leader can't block them. Sect leader can't block them. They are too strong. In just a few hours, the force was wiped out just like that. The entire sect was wiped out. Not a single person was left alive. All the treasures were robbed. The next day, the news spread and caused a huge commotion in this small area. All of them were very shocked. Although they knew that the Massacre Sect had changed its name, no one knew that it was actually so strong. They wiped out one of the forces in an instant. Instantly, the surrounding 5 forces were caught off guard. He didn't expect this at all, just when they weren't prepared. The second night, another faction was besieged. For a moment, the expressions of the remaining 3 forces changed drastically. In just a short span of 2 days, 2 forces had been destroyed. Wouldn't that mean that the 3 of them would be annihilated? At this moment, the remaining 3 forces could no longer sit still and gather together. This situation doesn't seem right. I don't know what that Big Dipper of the Slaughter Sect is thinking. He actually changed the sect's name and destroyed 2 sects in one move. Who knows if there's something wrong with that guy's brain? Speaking of which, the Slaughter Sect is actually this strong. I thought they were weaker than us. Also, Luo Yi's strength has risen so quickly. Those 2 sects didn't even have a single survivor. What the hell? After the 3 sect masters discussed for a while, they decided to temporarily unite together to teach the Slaughter Sect a lesson. Therefore, the 3 sect leaders brought their subordinates and headed straight for the Slaughter Sect. He demanded an explanation from them. He wanted to see what they were planning to do. Could it be that they were planning to annihilate the 3 sects in one move? This time, they brought a total of 500 experts. 500 heavenly god-level experts. They weren't strong or weak, but to many forces, it was definitely a very terrifying thing. They also arrived outside the slaughter sect's gate at the first moment. Once they arrived, they felt a little different. But this time, they had 500 experts. Adding them and some other experts, they really weren't afraid of the slaughter sect. Big Dipper, come out for me. If you don't come out and explain clearly, we will directly fight our way in. Your slaughter sect is really awesome. Annihilating 2 forces in one move. Are you planning to annihilate our 3 forces too? Give us an explanation. The sect masters were very angry. One must know that they had been in this area for hundreds of years. They didn't expect that this time, the slaughter sect actually annihilated 2 of them. If it was just a grudge, then it would be fine. But they simply didn't know what grudges those 2 forces had with the slaughter sect. In any case, they were annihilated just like that, so they felt vigilant. Annihilating 2 of them, didn't that mean that they had to be annihilated as well? So they took the initiative to come over. They had to clarify things first, just in time to give the slaughter sect quite a bit of pressure and knock them down. This could also be considered as earning some benefits first. After all, the wealth of those 2 forces wasn't a small number. They were a little unwilling to be swallowed by the slaughter sect, just like that. Just in time to borrow the strength of the 3 forces to suppress Big Dipper and make him hand over the wealth. No matter what, they had to eat a mouthful of meat first. Lin Fei was also the first to know that the 3 sect masters had gathered together. Moreover, they had brought a large number of experts. This saved a lot of trouble. Luo, he also came over immediately. Sect Master, why don't I bring people out and annihilate them all? Just in time to catch them all in one net. These guys are really tired of living. I haven't even gone to look for them, and they actually came. If it was in the past, Luo, he would definitely have a headache dealing with these 3 sect masters. He wouldn't be able to defeat them at all. But it was different now. He was confident that he could fight them alone. Maybe he could even annihilate 1 or 2 of them. This was the confidence that came with the increase in strength. Lin Fei smiled faintly. You can annihilate so many people, but those 500 experts are quite suitable for our sect's disciples to train. Just in time to keep them here. Towards these existences that came to him on their own initiative, he wouldn't be polite at all. Just in time to annihilate them all and consolidate this area. You want me, Big Dipper, to come out? You guys don't have the qualifications, but I can give you a gift like this. A ray of light appeared without any warning. It was the Great Cutter Technique. When Lin Fei used the Great Cutter Technique, its power was extremely terrifying. It directly slashed the 3 sect masters. Pata! The 3 sect masters directly fell from the sky. Then, the experts of the slaughter sect all rushed out. Kill! Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Those who dare to disrespect the sect master will be killed without mercy. Half a day later, all 500 experts were annihilated without exception. Chapter 4807. In a not-so-small restaurant. Many people were drinking here. Did you guys hear? There's been quite a commotion over there recently. It's the slaughter sect. They actually annihilated 5 surrounding forces in one go. Slaughter sect? Why haven't I heard of it? Could it be a newly risen force? You guys must have heard of it. This sect used to be called Black Fiend Sect. The sect leader is called Big Dipper. It can't be. It's that Big Dipper guy. Don't tell me he already has half a foot in the grave. He's actually so ostentatious. He even changed his name. Who knows? Anyway, the slaughter sect strength is quite strong now. Who knows how many people want to join them? It's making my heart itch. News like this kept spreading in the surrounding cities. In a small part of the Hades mountain range, many people everywhere knew about this slaughter sect. After all, annihilating 5 surrounding forces in one go. This strength was not considered weak. As for those who knew about Big Dipper, they were all a little surprised. After all, they were very clear about Big Dipper's realm. Half a foot was already in the coffin. Who knows when he would lose it? But now he actually annihilated 5 surrounding forces in one move. This was preparing to carry it forward. Or was he preparing to sweep the surroundings and form a unique slaughter sect? This news was not considered big in the Hades mountain range. but more or less made many people feel interested. Many people remembered this slaughter sect. At least this slaughter sect was not to be trifled with. They even had the nerve to annihilate 5 surrounding forces, not to mention the other nearby forces. They were probably having a headache right now. In reality, this was really the case. With a single move, the slaughter sect had wiped out the 5 surrounding forces. Even their own sect had been wiped clean. Naturally, it also affected some of the big forces in this area. If they allowed the slaughter to continue like this, it would definitely not be a good thing. It might even be a bad thing. At this time, they had to carefully ponder what kind of situation this slaughter sect was in. For example, right now, some sects and forces started to study this slaughter sect. But no matter how they studied, they felt that it was a little different from what they imagined. This slaughter sect was a little problematic. After all, they were not clear about Big Dipper's strength. At this time, they actually had the nerve to make such a big movement. On the slaughter sect side, Luo Yi, on the other hand, was very happy. Ever since the destruction of the 5 factions, it had a great impact on the disciples of the slaughter sect. He was also becoming more diligent in his cultivation. Many of them had broken through to the 2nd level. Of course, there were also some demonic path experts who took the initiative to join. This was a very common sight in the demonic path forces. Whichever sect was more powerful, they would come to visit and join them as soon as possible. Luo, he wasn't polite at all towards those who came to join the alliance. He directly recruited them. However, he had to start from the basics. During this time, there were some demonic path disciples who were dissatisfied. Luo, he immediately attacked them. In his words, there was no point in keeping those who were disobedient. He needed obedient disciples. Only by uniting all the disciples of the slaughter sect could the slaughter sect become stronger and stronger. For example, whenever the name slaughter sect was mentioned outside, the disciples' faces would light up. One must know that the 5 surrounding forces were usually quite arrogant. Now that they had been completely wiped out by them, it was their turn to be arrogant. Lin Fei finally got the first batch of faith beads. This time, the number of faith beads was not small. It also brought Lin Fei a lot of honor points. At least, it wasn't in vain. This idea was completely correct. The King of Demons brought the first batch of faith beads over. The number of the first batch wasn't a lot. It was a total of 50 million. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. However, it was still a considerable improvement for Lin Fei. At the very least, he wanted to get these faith beads before. It wasn't that easy. You did pretty well this time, especially these faith towers of yours. The effect is really good. You got these faith beads so quickly. The King of Demons did a good job. Of course, Lin Fei had to praise him. Let him continue to work hard. It was most appropriate to bring the King of Demons along. The King of Demons didn't dare to be complacent. In front of Lin Fei, he was just a guy that could be destroyed at any time. If he could make Lin Fei happy, then he could prove his value. Master, I've received a lot of news, especially that some of the surrounding powers are getting restless. Although the slaughter sect's expansion isn't fast, it's still making them feel pressured. I feel that we can take advantage of the time when they're watching our slaughter sect to find one of them and absorb their strength. It could be said that the King of Demons had always been paying attention to the progress of the matter. The bigger the force, the better. This way, his faith towers could be spread everywhere and collect more faith. It is indeed time for a surprise attack. However, it won't be enough to rely on Luo Yi alone. Therefore, I have decided to let you go out as well. After all, you are quite strong. Lin Fei was prepared to send the King of Demons out. This guy's strength was quite strong. As for Lin Fei, he didn't have that much free time. He still had to improve his infinite god body. Every time he improved, his strength would grow a little. Especially the fact that the infinite god body didn't have any ceiling. This was what made Lin Fei the most. As long as he had enough honor points, the infinite god body could continue to improve. Now, the effect of 50 million faith beads was only SOSO. He had to continue working hard. The king of 10,000 fiends retreated and found Luo Yi to discuss how to deal with the sect. The 50 million faith beads were directly exchanged by Lin Fei for honor points. This thing was the most reassuring when honor points were used. With honor points, Lin Fei immediately improved the infinite god body. Although the infinite god body strengthened his defense and physical strength, Lin Fei felt that this was the most suitable way to improve it. The time Dao and space Dao could be put aside. After all, those two were in the attack form. Even if he really improved it, he had to put it aside. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the ability to protect his life. This was something that Lin Fei was very sure of. Therefore, the stagnant, infinite god body began to improve again. He broke through 2 levels in one go. Of course, these 2 levels weren't very high, but it was still a considerable improvement. Chapter 4808. The Slaughter Sect was indeed well known by many people, especially a small sect like this. Just as everyone felt that the Slaughter Sect wouldn't make a move in a short period of time. Who would have thought that Luo Yi and a mysterious expert would suddenly attack a mid-tier sect? The strength of this mid-sized sect was still quite strong, and there were many experts. In particular, there were 2 10-star celestial gods. But even under such circumstances, they were still attacked. Under normal circumstances, they should have been able to block the Slaughter Sect's attack. But under such circumstances, they actually couldn't win against the Slaughter Sect. The disciples suffered heavy casualties, and the entire sect was breached in less than a day. Even the 2 great experts were injured. They couldn't do anything to the Slaughter Sect's experts. When this news came out, everyone was shocked for a period of time. They didn't dare to believe it. Since when did the Slaughter Sect become so strong? Previously, when they wiped out the 5 factions, no one cared much. After all, they weren't strong or weak. But this sect was different. Their strength was definitely much stronger than the Slaughter Sect. But in such a situation, the Slaughter Sect still managed to break through the sect. They wiped out most of the experts. Of course, they also captured most of the disciples. This made everyone really unable to believe it. If they hadn't gone to take a look, they really wouldn't have believed it. Now, everyone realized one thing, which was that Big Dipper probably had an idea. If he didn't, he wouldn't have made such a huge commotion. No one knew what Big Dipper was thinking, but thinking about how he was already half a foot in the coffin, one could naturally imagine that Bait Song was cultivating some special technique, which was why he attacked so recklessly. But even if he attacked, the Slaughter Sect disciples might not be that strong. But this time, they realized that the Slaughter Sect's disciples were really strong. Once they attacked, they didn't show any mercy at all. One could say that once they attacked, they would definitely die. This made everyone pay more attention. Under such circumstances, in less than half a month's time, they launched another surprise attack, another mid-tier sect. In a short 3 months, they consecutively broke through 7 to 8 nearby factions. They were all mid-tier factions. This time, no one was able to remain calm. If the Slaughter Sect was allowed to continue expanding like this, they would all be killed. He didn't even dare to think about it. Such a crazy movement naturally made some of the older brothers in the area feel unhappy. After all, this area was under their control. Hence, the 3 tycoons sat together. They had all gathered their own information, but no matter how they looked at it, they all felt that the rise of the Slaughter Sect was a bit unexpected, especially those sect's disciples who were very powerful. 3 of them could kill experts who were 1 level higher than them. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Since when did the disciples of the Massacre Sect become so strong? Who didn't know that the Slaughter Sect was weak in the past? That Big Dipper guy used to lead the sect to such a lukewarm state. But now, they were more or less surprised. This time, they had no choice but to take it seriously. If they allowed it to continue, who knew whether or not they would be wiped out one by one? If that was the case, then he would have to deal with the Slaughter Sect as soon as possible. Or rather, they wanted Big Dipper to come out and give everyone an explanation. Or rather, they wanted Big Dipper to hand over the sect's disciples' cultivation method. They could more or less see that the Slaughter Sect's cultivation method was quite interesting. Perhaps this was the reason why they were so powerful. If they missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with the Slaughter Sect in the future. Others couldn't see it, but they could. I think we should teach the Slaughter Sect a lesson. Why don't we let Big Dipper come here personally. In this area, we three tycoons have the final say. The slaughter sect killed so many experts while we weren't paying attention. If we don't teach Big Dipper a lesson, I'm afraid we'll be annihilated as well. What a joke, what a joke. Only that Big Dipper guy has the guts to annihilate us. But he's expanding pretty fast now. Let's pay him a visit. The three of them were tycoons. Each of them was a peak 10-star heavenly god. They could explode with the battle strength of a 1-star war god. Although they couldn't maintain it for long, only a few dozen breaths time, it was enough for battle. Not everyone could explode with the battle strength of a war god. Because of this, they were able to control this area. Although this area wasn't big, it was only about 10 million kilometers. The Hades mountain range was huge. Therefore, every 10 million kilometers there would be some big and small forces. Among them, some of the bigger forces were in charge of this area. The three of them were in charge of this area. If the slaughter sect continued to grow, it would be equivalent to having a fourth force. Naturally, they didn't want that to happen. All the resources would be taken away. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the slaughter sect made a move without their consent. This made them feel that a force was beyond their control. This was what annoyed them the most. Therefore, they had to deal with the slaughter sect ruthlessly. This was the only way to make the slaughter sect behave. Otherwise, no one would take them seriously. When the three great forces came together, the commotion was naturally different. All the forces in this area heard the news and came. They all wanted to see how the Big Dipper of the slaughter sect couldn't handle this matter. No matter what, they had to give him justice. They destroyed so many forces in one move. They couldn't possibly say that the slaughter sect wanted to become this generation's 10 million kilometer giant, right? This idea was really a little whimsical. But looking at the situation, that was really the case. How long had it been? Not even half a year had passed. The slaughter sect showed a different scene. Just like that, everyone arrived outside the slaughter gate in a grandiose manner. As soon as they arrived outside the slaughter gate, everyone felt that the slaughter sect was different. The slaughter sect actually had a strong aura now. Luo E, the vice sect master, also flew out immediately. Now, he was already the vice sect master. He had recovered and was stronger than before. When he came out, the big shot's expressions changed slightly. Because Luo, he had actually reached the level of a 10-star heavenly god. Although he hadn't entered this realm for long, such a speed shocked the three big shots. Everyone knew that Luo E was only a 7-star heavenly god previously. But how long had it been? Chapter 4809. Luo E, who just flew out, instantly shocked the three big shots. How long has it been? Luo Yi's vice sect master's strength actually increased so much. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe it. At this moment, they seemed to understand why the slaughter sect made such a big move. It should be that Big Dipper got his hands on some powerful technique. As a result, the strength of the entire slaughter sect's disciples increased by a large amount. After all, they were all demonic path experts. At this moment, they more or less knew what was going on. This slaughter sect definitely couldn't be left behind. The most important thing was to snatch this kind of powerful martial technique from 7-star. This was the most important thing. My sect master said, seeing that it's your first time here, leave the people behind you. You can scram, otherwise, all of you will stay here. The current Luo, he was already different from before. He was completely different. Now, he was a genuine 10-star celestial god. To him, breaking through to the war god realm was just a matter of time. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about it. Therefore, whatever the sect master said, he would do it. Even the three big shots in front of him were nothing in Luo Yi's eyes. With some time, he would be able to get rid of them sooner or later. But to the three magnates, these words caused their expressions to turn completely unsightly. A vice sect master dared to speak to them like this. This was simply overturning the heavens. How dare you? Do you really think that your slaughter sect is amazing just because you destroyed a few forces? I'll give you a chance. Obediently surrender, and I'll let you live. Big Dipper, you can also get out now. If you don't, be careful that your slaughter sect doesn't exist anymore. The three big shots brought many experts with them. No matter what, they had to let the Slaughter sect experience the pressure of MT Tai, so that they would know what it meant to be an honest person. Moreover, there were many people behind them who came to watch the show. If they didn't vent their anger on the Slaughter sect today, they would spread the news. The three big shots would become a huge joke. They came aggressively, but couldn't do anything to the Slaughter sect. There was nothing more helpless than this. The people behind him were also shocked. He more or less understood this vice sect master, but he didn't. After listening to Luo Yi's words, he understood Luo Yi. Who would have thought that their strength would rise so quickly? And now they were even more domineering. This also made them realize that the Slaughter sect was completely different from what they had imagined. That Big Dipper, who had one foot in the coffin, might not be as easy to deal with as he had imagined. He might even be unfathomable. Subconsciously, they quickly pulled away from each other. All of a sudden, the area where the three giants were located became a small vacuum. They looked as if they could just look for them if there was anything, and they were just passers-by. They instinctively felt the danger. If they still stood at the back at this time, they wouldn't even know when they would suffer. It was better to hide far away. When the three magnates saw this, their faces turned even uglier. This also let them know that if they didn't give the Slaughter sect a good beating, then they would completely lose face today. A must-read bookstore. Looks like you guys don't intend to keep it. Then we can only do it ourselves. Luo, he was exceptionally bold. Since the three magnates dared to come today, then he would dare to make a move. Swoosh! Heaven and earth suddenly turned dark. Their vision became blurry. The wind swept away the clouds, coming fiercely. It turned out that at this moment, the formation enveloped them. The formation was naturally set up by the king of 10,000 demons. Once the formation descended, they felt a terrifying sense of danger. The three magnates were the same. They didn't expect Luo Yi to make a move just like that. It didn't develop according to their expectations at all. This meant that he didn't take them seriously. He wanted to completely annihilate them here. Kill them for me. No matter what happens today, make the Slaughter sect disappear from existence. Annihilate the Slaughter sect, and everyone will be rewarded handsomely. The voices of the three magnates reverberated. They directly took out their treasures and turned them into rays of light. It seemed like they wanted to blast the dark clouds away. But in the end, it was useless. Instead, more and more dark clouds appeared. In an instant, this area turned into a place covered in dark clouds. At the same time, those passers-by who retreated all sucked in a breath of cold air. In the blink of an eye, they all ran away. No one stayed at all. As for those who went up to help, it was even more so. No one was a fool. Everyone could see that the Slaughter sect wasn't what it used to be. It wasn't the Slaughter sect that they had imagined. Just look at the three magnates. If they didn't handle it well, they might suffer a huge loss this time. In fact, that was really what happened. Half a day later, the three magnates escaped in a sorry state. Other than them, no one else followed them out. In other words, all the subordinates that came with them were all killed here. But the dark clouds didn't disappear. They just kept enveloping the sky above this area. This news was also spread as soon as possible. After everyone heard the news, they were dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe that the three magnates actually suffered huge loss. Even the experts that were sent out were completely wiped out. Now, their impression of the Slaughter sect became even higher and more unfathomable. This also made many people rush over to join the Slaughter sect. Even the three magnates weren't a match for them. Didn't that mean that this area of 10 million kilometers would soon be the Slaughter sect's territory? If they join now, they might be able to drink some soup. Master, why did you let those three guys go? You might as well kill them all. This formation was naturally set up by the king of 10,000 demons. He was also the one who controlled it. He more or less didn't understand why he let those three magnates go. This is called expanding influence. Do you understand? If we kill them, our influence will be reduced by a lot. If we let them go back alive, then it'll be different. Everyone will know about our Slaughter sect. Do you know that your brain is a little stupid? Letting those three magnates go was indeed different for Lin Fei. His honor value also increased. The thing that increased the fastest was his hatred value. Obviously, those three magnates hated him a lot. Chapter 48:10. After the three big shots left in a sorry state, the Slaughter sect lost their limelight for a while. It was unknown how many people wanted to join the Slaughter sect. More news came out. Everyone in the Slaughter sect had learned a powerful martial technique. As for what kind of martial technique it was, no one knew. In any case, joining the Slaughter sect would naturally increase his strength. Even if it was the heavenly god realm, he would be able to break through sooner or later. He might even have a chance to break through to the war god realm in the future. This made the Slaughter sect a place that all the demonic path experts in the surrounding area yearned to go to. In the nearest city, a man and a woman were sitting in a private room of a restaurant. The man was handsome. The woman was holy and beautiful. Behind them stood two guards. These two guards were quite strong. They were actually 9 stars heavenly gods. At first glance, he indeed looked like a 9 stars celestial god. However, when he looked at them a second time, he felt that they were no longer 9 stars heavenly gods. Instead, he was hiding his strength. What do you think about this Slaughter sect? The one who spoke was the handsome young man with an imposing appearance. One look was enough to tell that he came from a big family, or they might have come from a large sect. This Slaughter sect is indeed interesting. Who would have thought that those 3 fellows would all suffer at the hands of the Slaughter sect? I'm afraid the Slaughter sect is preparing to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Perhaps before long, this 10 million mile territory will be replaced by a new person. Sitting opposite him was a woman in a palace dress. She was very young, very beautiful, and also very noble. Then let's pay a visit and see if we can recruit them. If there is such a force, then we will have a certain degree of influence. After all, there are a total of 108 mountains in the Netherworld mountain range. This Slaughter sect is indeed worth roping in. After all, those 3 guys are too high. This Slaughter sect is different. With our support, they will be able to take over this place with even more justification. The man and the woman laughed, then stood up and left the room. Ever since the 3 powerhouses left, Lin Fei had been accumulating more and more honor points. After all, it was unknown how many people wanted to join the Slaughter sect in the surrounding 10 million kilometers. As for those who wanted to join, Lin Fei only picked out some of the elites. As for the rest, he didn't want them at all. Even so, many people acknowledged the Slaughter sect and wanted to join it no matter what. That way, he would have prestige and status. The number of Slaughter sect disciples also rapidly increased. In just half a year's time, the Slaughter sect's disciples had broken through the 10,000 mark. 10,000 Slaughter sect disciples was not a lot. It could be said to be very insignificant. But the strength of these 10,000 Slaughter sect disciples was not ordinary. If anyone underestimated the Slaughter sect disciples, they would definitely suffer a great loss. As long as I wait a little longer, this infinite divine body will be able to break through to the next stage. The massive increase in honor points. No, it should be a massive increase. For Lin Fei, upgrading his infinite divine body was just around the corner. For Lin Fei, every increase in level was a huge gain. That was the guarantee of his life. The more levels the infinite divine body broke through, the stronger his physical body would be. At that time, he would not need the combat power of 3,000 great Daos. It would naturally become terrifying. Calculating the time, Lin Fei felt that it was about time. All right, after the 3 giants escaped, there was no more movement. For the Slaughter sect, their influence instantly increased. Within the entire 10 million kilometers, there was no one who did not know about the Slaughter sect. There were even some sects who personally sent congratulatory gifts. The meaning behind their words was very clear and simple. That was, no matter what, don't attack their sections. They recognized the Slaughter sect and recognized the Slaughter sect as the boss. As for the 3 giants, they stood aside for the time being. With so much time, Lin Fei naturally prepared to take action and get rid of the 3 big shots in one go. Only in this way could he become a mountain in the Hades mountain range. Of course, Lin Fei knew that there were a total of 108 mountains in the Hades mountain range. Each mountain controlled an area of 10 million kilometers. Once the 108 mountains were formed, its influence would slowly spread to the surroundings. That way, he would be able to obtain enough honor points. There was nothing more tempting than honor points for Lin Fei. There's the aura of a fake war god. Lin Fei did not show himself many times. He was usually in his small courtyard. Just now, Lin Fei actually sensed the aura of a fake war god. This aura was very obscure and couldn't be detected immediately. Only Lin Fei was strong, so he could feel a slight change. A pseudo-god of war had actually appeared in his territory. No, it should be two fake war gods. This was relatively rare. Lin Fei's first thought was that it couldn't have been invited by the three magnates. Then, he thought that it was unlikely. If they could become fake war gods, they wouldn't be sneaking around like this. Instead, he had come in broad daylight. The bigger the commotion, the better. They wanted him to run away and surrender without a fight. However, the aura of the two in front of him was different. Lin Fei wasn't prepared to make a move. He wanted to observe the situation first. Not long later, Luo Yi entered. Now, Luo Yi could be considered a representative of the massacre sect. The moment he entered, he said respectfully, "Just now someone came. It was a male and female disciple from a big sect. They said that they want to meet our sect leader. From what I heard, it seems like they're interested in our massacre sect and want to cooperate with us. I can't make a decision on this, so I can only look for sect leader. I hope sect leader can make a decision." Disciples from a big sect. Information about many big sects appeared in Lin Fei's mind. It seems like they feel that our massacre sect has potential. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He decided to meet this man and woman first. He wanted to see what they wanted to do. After all, the massacre sect was quite impressive now. It didn't have much influence. 108 mountains weren't just a small part of it. Such an area of 10 million kilometers was only a small part of it. For example, some large mountains could swallow 7 or 8 or even 10 mountains that were 10 million kilometers in size in one go. Naturally, their influence would be bigger and bigger. He was just at the start and had a long way to go. Naturally, Lin Fei decided to take a look at the other party. If they could talk, then they should have a good talk. After all, he wanted to gain glory points. Naturally, he had to increase the influence of the massacre sect. Chapter 48:11. Inside the main hall of the slaughter sect, a man and a woman were sitting there. They had been observing the slaughter sect ever since they came in. With one look, they were able to see something. This slaughter sect was indeed different. It was very different from what they had imagined. One of the guards behind him said in a low voice, "Seems like the rumor is true. The disciples of the slaughter sect all practice the same martial skill. This martial skill should be able to increase their strength quickly. It's quite incredible. If this continues, as long as the slaughter sect keeps expanding and annexing other forces, the strength of the disciples of the slaughter sect will become stronger and stronger. I can't imagine what the future will be like. They have great potential." As soon as the guard said this, the expressions of the man and woman changed quite a bit. Their eyes were also filled with excitement. This proved that coming here was not a mistake. This slaughter sect was indeed worth this trip. The rest was up to them. If you want to obtain the skill, it shouldn't be possible. This kind of skill should be separated one layer after the other. Unless you meet certain conditions, you can only practice the next layer. Otherwise, it's very difficult. The other guard added. But no matter what, this was excellent news for the two of them. It was no wonder that 7-Star was able to come up with such a method, even though he already had 1 foot in the grave. If there was no accident, he should have obtained a powerful cultivation technique from somewhere. As for whether or not this skill has any side effects, no one knew. But no matter what, the current slaughter sect did have the qualifications to do so. "That 7-Star is here," the young man suddenly said. He turned around and looked at the door. The woman in the palace dress was the same. Just as they turned their heads, they saw an old man walking in. He didn't seem panicked at all. Lin Fei was obviously old when he pretended to be 7-Star. However, he was still very lifelike. People who weren't familiar with him wouldn't be able to tell the real one apart. Lin Fei saw the man and woman as soon as he walked in. Of course, he also saw the guard behind them. This proved that these two guards were pseudo-war god level experts. To be able to pretend to be war god level experts when they were outside They must have quite a background. Lin Fei's eyes flashed, and he walked to the front. He sat down on his seat. He looked up at the two of them. Young masters and young mistresses, you've come all the way to a small place like mine. What a rare visitor. The two of them were not considered strong. They were only 10 stars heavenly gods. Of course, this kind of potential was already very good. Coupled with the fake war god behind him, it was easy to imagine how powerful the faction behind him was. At the very least, there are quite a few war god level fighters. He did not want to say too much. 3 or 5. Such a sect was already very powerful. Big Dipper Gate Master, it seems like you're very different from the rumors. Then, we've come to the right place. I wonder if you're interested in listening to us? The woman in palace attire spoke first. I'm White Peony from the Immortal Demon Sect. After the woman in the palace dress finished speaking, the young man on the other side also spoke. Iyun Chinese. I'm Chung Yuan from Immortal Demon Sect. Immortal Demon Sect. Of course, Lin Fei had heard of it. This was a big sect in the Hades Mountain. It could be ranked as a first-rate sect. They had more than 10 war god level fighters. The strongest one was said to be an 8-star war god. Although they were still quite a distance away from peak-level war gods, they could be considered as top-tier powerful. Lin Fei did not expect the Immortal Demon Sect to come. Indeed, this surprised him. But no matter what, it was different now that a disciple of the Immortal Demon Sect had come. The Immortal Demon Sect is famous. To have 2 disciples in a row, this small place of mine has become glorious. If you have anything to say, just say it. I'm a person who is quite easy to talk to. Lin Fei's words surprised White Peony and Chung Yuan. In their impression, this Big Dipper Gate Master was not that easy to talk to. He seemed to be very low-key. As expected, he was a little different. They did not see a trace of death chi on this Big Dipper. This proved that this Big Dipper Gate Master had mastered some method. Maybe he could even become a war god. If he could become a war god level fighter, then it would be different. He had quite a lot of potential. No wonder he dared to make such a big commotion. Then I wonder if the Big Dipper Gate Master is interested in cooperating with us? It's not that easy for you to expand your territory. For example, those 3 big shots all have backers behind them. If we participate, then those 3 big shots will stand aside. You can then easily control this area and become a mountain. In other words, you will be one of the 108 kings. White Peony said, there are not many opportunities like this. We have found so many kings, but only you, the Big Dipper Gate Master, is qualified. We really don't care about the others. Chung Yuan also said, if you can cooperate with us, it will only be good for you. The 3 words Immortal Demon Sect represented an enormous influence. Indeed, it was useful everywhere. A first-rate sect with a war god level fighter and an 8-star war god at that. Naturally, it was different. The number of 8-star war gods in the entire great world of immortals could be counted on one's fingers. Every 3 realms, there would be a life and death situation. Therefore, every breakthrough was extremely difficult. There was a threshold between a 3-star war god and a 6-star war god. There were many people stuck at these 2 thresholds. The 2 of you came all the way here just to talk about this. If that's the case, I can give you an answer when the time comes. It's useless to just talk. What I want to see is absolute benefits. Only then will I have an idea. Otherwise, it's useless no matter how much I talk. What do the 2 of you think? How could Lin Fei believe a few words? If there were no benefits, then so be it. Lin Fei really wouldn't participate. He also understood this. The 2 disciples of the Immortal Demon Sect probably wanted to gain his influence. That's why they came down to find some powerful kings. 108 kings weren't too many, but they weren't too few either. Every one of them was a trap. Naturally, many people had their eyes on them. His slaughter sect was considered a rising star, so it was normal for others to have their eyes on them. Bai Peony and Chung Yuan looked at each other. They weren't surprised at all. If it was just a matter of a few words, it naturally wouldn't be enough to satisfy the Big Dipper Sect Master. If the Big Dipper Sect Master wants to see benefits, the easiest way is to find those 3 big shots and have them give up this 10 million kilometer area. I don't know if it's done. Chapter 48:12. This was the only thing they could offer. After all, The background of those three big shots wasn't simple. Asking them to give up this area was still quite a bit of pressure for them. For them to say this, it could be said that they thought very highly of this Big Dipper Gate Master. Ordinary people really didn't have this kind of qualifications. Bai Mutin and Chung Yuan came this time because they saw the potential of the Slaughter Sect. Especially after hearing the two guards' words, they became even more clear about the importance of the Slaughter Sect. No matter what, they had to recruit them. This way, it was equivalent to having a force in their hands. As for when this force could develop, it was up to the Big Dipper Gate Master himself. The only thing they could do was secretly exert their strength. He believed that with their support in the dark, the Slaughter Sect's strength would rise faster than expected. Ha ha ha! Is this the benefit you were talking about? It's really useless to me. You think too highly of yourselves. It's just those three big shots, I can easily destroy them. Even if you didn't say anything, this area will be my world sooner or later. Lin Fei laughed loudly. How could he believe these people from the Immortal Demon sect just because of a few words? To him, taking down this 10 million kilometer area wasn't a difficult matter, even if they had a backer behind them. A backer wouldn't casually make a move. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mess? At most, they would add fuel to the fire. This was something that Lin Fei could see very clearly. Bai Mutin and Chung Yuan's expressions changed slightly. It seemed that this Big Dipper Gate Master wasn't that easy to trick. They really wanted to trick him just now. They didn't expect that they would be exposed so quickly. However, their expressions were quite normal, without any awkwardness. Bai Mutin smiled. Then I don't know what your so-called benefit is. Let me hear it. Let's see if we can satisfy you or not. Since their words couldn't satisfy this Big Dipper Gate Master, then they would change the method and let the Big Dipper Gate Master speak. Actually, the benefits I want are quite simple. I don't have any ulterior motives. I just want to live longer. Therefore, it's not difficult for me to stand on your side. As long as you give me the 10 million kilometers next door, I will naturally treat you differently. My request isn't too difficult, right? This time, it was finally the two's turn to change their expressions. The situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Bai Mutin and Chung Yuan both stood up. This was obviously making things difficult for them. The surrounding kings, who were tens of millions of kilometers away, were not so easy to talk to. All of them were proud and arrogant. It was impossible for them to give up this 20 million kilometer area. Big Dipper Gate Master, don't you think this kind of request is too difficult? Do you think we can do it? Lin Fei laughed again. My request is really not high. It seems that you can't complete it, so I'll have to do it myself. I still have things to do, so I won't send you off. They could not come to an agreement. Naturally, Lin Fei would not talk to the two of them anymore. He turned around and left. Bai Mutin and Chung Yuan were not lightly angered. This was the first time they had come here, and they had actually been given the cold shoulder. They hadn't come to an agreement at all, and were instead ignored by the other party. In any case, they were also people of the Immortal Demon sect. The two looked at each other again, then turned around and left the Slaughter sect. When they arrived outside, both of their faces were filled with anger. After all, this was the first time they had been rejected. Moreover, there were people of the Immortal Demon sect. If this spread outside, they would be laughed at. This Big Dipper is too much. He actually wants us to give up the territory of tens of millions of kilometers away to him. Who does he think he is? If he has the ability, he won't be afraid of eating too much. Bai Mutin was extremely angry, but she couldn't do anything to this guy. Junior Sister Bai, don't be angry. It's not worthwhile to be angry with this kind of person. Since he doesn't acknowledge us, let's just watch a good show. With the temper of those three big shots, I reckon that sooner or later they will make a move. Chung Yuan was the same. They had originally wanted to let the Slaughter sect join them, but they hadn't expected it to turn out like this. They definitely had some hatred towards this Big Dipper Gate Master. In that case, they had to let the Big Dipper Gate Master suffer a bit. At that time, when they appeared again, the Big Dipper Gate Master would naturally shed tears of gratitude. He would then easily join their hands. This could also be considered as the next thing they could do. Therefore, they decided to stay in the vicinity for a while. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be a new movement very soon. Gate Master, These two disciples of the immortal demon sect should be looking for their own strength. They should also be very ambitious. I heard that the competition between the heavens' prided geniuses of the first-rate forces is very intense. Luo, he had watched from the beginning to the end. He didn't really care about the two disciples of the immortal demon sect. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that their guard were strong enough, Luo, he would have already driven them out. What's so good about relying on the strength of the immortal demon sect? If they had the ability, then they could fight alone. They are indeed very different. I think that the heavens' prided geniuses of the Yuming mountain range are all like this. Since the people of the immortal demon sect have come, then other heavens' prided geniuses will also come. It seems that our slaughter sect is going to be very lively. Lin Fei also smiled. Luo said, "Then what should we do next? We can't let those heavens' prided geniuses come to visit us one by one. We could just directly hang a sign on the door saying that the slaughter sect will be in seclusion for a period of time. All the disciples of the slaughter sect are forbidden from going out, and we won't receive any visitors." Luo, he was dumbfounded when he heard this. This could also be done, but when he thought about it again, it didn't seem to be a difficult matter. They could just hang a sign to let everyone know. But this way, they would offend those heavens' prided geniuses. Your confidence is still not enough. After your strength increases, you will naturally have confidence. Even if they are heaven's prided geniuses, they won't dare to do anything in a short period of time if they really have any ideas about our Big Dipper sect. Lin Fei really didn't care about them. Soon, there was a big sign outside the slaughter sect. Visitors declined. Big Dipper sect, closed door. These were very simple words. But to many people, it was filled with a special meaning. At least in the eyes of Bai Peony and Cheng Yuan, this Big Dipper sect was a little different. What was this Big Dipper sect leader planning to do? Could it be that he planned to offend all the heavens' prided geniuses in one go? Or was he accumulating power and waiting to act? Was he preparing to take over the ownership of the 10 million kilometers in one go? Chapter 48:13. It was true that the three magnates harbored great hatred towards the slaughter gate. After they returned, they didn't do anything, but in reality, they all went to find their backers. They're just strong. What's there to be afraid of? Finding a few experts to completely flatten your slaughter sect was not a difficult matter. Why isn't there a king in this 10 million kilometer area? It's because the three giants can't do anything to each other. Therefore, the three giants discussed and decided to control this 10 million kilometer area together. That was the only way. The slaughter sect popped up out of nowhere, and there wasn't a clear winner. Since the slaughter sect came to join in the fun, then this Big Dipper Gate leader should die. Let's wipe out the slaughter sect first. This Big Dipper Gate leader was also dealt with. This 10 million kilometer area was still their own territory. In the meantime, they arranged for people to keep an eye on the slaughter sect, especially their every move. Whenever there's a big commotion, they would immediately take action, until the slaughter sect put out a sign. This surprised the three giants. Could the Big Dipper Gate be making a move again? Therefore, they wanted to completely wipe out the slaughter sect even more. If they don't wipe out the slaughter sect, they won't be able to sit still. Luckily, this day has finally arrived. After about a month, the three giants once again came to the slaughter sect. Coming to the slaughter sect this time, they had the advantage in numbers. It couldn't be compared to before. The three of them and a group of experts. Apart from this, they also brought three pseudo-war god level fighters. Bullying the weak? Of course that's bullying the weak. Who would say anything? The only thing they could say was that the slaughter sect was unlucky to offend the three giants at once. Who didn't know that the three giants all had backers? Looks like the slaughter sect won't be able to stop them this time. I heard that the Big Dipper Gate leader is quite strong, but he probably won't be their opponent. I thought there would be a big commotion in this area. At least we'll have a new leader. Who knew that the slaughter sect still doesn't have that ability? There were many people who came to watch. Whether they were in the void or far away, they were all here to watch the slaughter sect. As the saying goes, fish in troubled waters. They could also take advantage of the situation. This was something that many people loved to do. Meanwhile, in the void, Bai Peony and Chung Yuan were also looking at the sect of massacres. Just as they had expected, the three giants had indeed come, and they had even brought experts with them. They could even sense pseudo-war-god-level existences in here. With the help of the fake god of war, things would be different. At the very least, the Big Dipper Gate Master wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. They also realized one thing. If things went wrong, it might be their turn to make a move. The three big shots would more or less give the immortal demon sect some face. First-rate sects were no joke. If the three giants didn't have the support of their backers, they wouldn't be anything. They could destroy it with a wave of their hands. Do you think the Slaughter sect can block the three big shots this time? There really were three figures in the void. He stood with his hands behind his back. These three figures all had a domineering aura, as if they were the rulers of a region. If anyone knew him, they would definitely be able to guess it. They were the kings of the neighboring 10 million kilometers. They were purely here to watch the show. They also had big plans for this area. Unfortunately, he had never succeeded. Who would have thought that the Slaughter sect would suddenly appear? Right now, this Slaughter sect was about to be surrounded. Therefore, they purposely came to watch the show. Even the three big shots invited experts. It could be seen that the Slaughter sect's influence wasn't low, and their fighting strength was exceptionally strong, especially when they heard that the Big Dipper Gate leader was different. He already had half a foot in the coffin, but he actually made a move. Therefore, they naturally came to watch. This was also a way of preparing for a rainy day. First, they had to understand the situation. If the three big shots lost, something like this was very likely to happen. After all, nobody could guarantee probability. Even now, they couldn't see through this Big Dipper Gate leader. At this time, they didn't see any outsiders. They also heard that a lot of experts from the Immortal Demon sect and many geniuses came to visit, but they were all rejected. If they didn't come to take a look, they would feel uneasy. If their neighbor became stronger, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. If nothing unexpected happens, they definitely won't be their opponent. The only one who has a good show is this Big Dipper Gate leader. If the Big Dipper Gate leader can break through to the pseudo-war god level, then he might have a chance of survival. Otherwise, the Slaughter sect will be completely wiped out today. The three of them were all pseudo-war god level experts, so they naturally knew that the three big shots invited pseudo-war god level experts. Although they didn't know how strong they would definitely be able to crush anyone below the heavenly god level. The three big shots arrived at the Slaughter sect's entrance with proud smiles on their faces. This time, the Slaughter sect definitely won't be able to walk away unscathed. Big Dipper Gate leader, we're here again. What else can you do this time? Why don't you come out and have a good talk? If you don't come out today, then there's no need for your Slaughter sect to exist anymore. Last time, we didn't see through you, but this time, it won't be so easy. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. If you don't come out, then we'll make our move. The experts of your Slaughter sect really can't withstand a single blow. The three big shots were full of confidence at this time. If the Big Dipper Gate leader comes out, then maybe they could still have a talk. No matter what, they had a take in the Slaughter sect. They also heard about this powerful martial art. If they could get their hands on it, then that would be for the best. It would allow the forces behind them to become even stronger. If the Big Dipper Gate leader doesn't know what's good for him, then they'll completely cripple him today. Then they'll get rid of this trouble. After all, there were so many people watching today. No matter what, a winner has to be decided. As for which side the scales of victory and defeat are leaning towards, of course, it's towards the three big shots. Three pseudo-war god level experts aren't a joke. Three great heads. You seem to be quite free to come here again. It seems that the lesson last time wasn't enough. Then, this time, I can only exterminate you and end all troubles once and for all. While I'm at it, I also want to let everyone know that this 10 million kilometer territory belongs to my Slaughter sect from now on. A figure walked out unhurriedly. Who else could it be other than the Big Dipper Gate leader? However, his words were a bit arrogant and overbearing. Chapter 48:14. No one would have thought that the Big Dipper Gate's Gate Master would actually say such words. He didn't take the three giants seriously at all. He didn't take the fake war god seriously either. He didn't take the others seriously at all. Everyone knew that a good show was about to begin. The three giants definitely wouldn't let this go. It was obvious that the battle was about to begin. No matter who it was, they all thought that the Slaughter Sect Master wouldn't be able to escape this time. They didn't believe that the Big Dipper Sect Master had become a fake war god. Even if he did, so what? Would he be able to beat the pseudo-war god experts invited by the three magnates? That was just wishful thinking. One could imagine what the result would be. The three giants didn't think that the Big Dipper Sect Master would say something like that at this time. They were ready to fight. It seems like the Big Dipper Sect Master has made his decision. Since that's the case, we will fulfill your wish. One of the giants said coldly and prepared to make his move. The other two giants did the same. Of course, the fake war god that they invited also looked at the Big Dipper Sect Master. Before we make our move, I think there's something I need to make clear to you guys. Otherwise, you'll lose your lives. After all, you guys are at the top. Lin Fei said calmly. The three tycoons waved their hands, signaling the people behind them to stop. They wanted to hear what the Big Dipper Sect Master had to say at this time. Could it be that he was going to surrender? If that was the case, then it would be great. They might actually spare the Big Dipper Sect Master's life. As long as he handed over the mysterious technique, everything would be fine. A ball of light appeared in Lin Fei's palm. The moment this ball of light appeared, everyone felt a terrifying sense of danger. Even pseudo-war god level fighters were the same. They felt a great sense of danger from this ball of light. It seemed like as soon as this ball of light moved, they wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone present seemed to be unable to escape from this calamity. This kind of thinking was very absurd, but in reality, it was very impactful. Many people subconsciously took a step back because it was very likely that they would die in front of this light. There is a ray of light in my hand. This ray of light is one of my ultimate moves. In a moment, I will use my ultimate move. If any of you can withstand it, then my slaughter sect will naturally disband and cease to exist. But if you lose your life, then I'm sorry. I can only say that you are too weak. This time, everyone's expression changed even more. Even the three giants were the same. They had more or less underestimated the Big Dipper Gate Master. Could this ball of light be able to kill them? Wasn't this looking down on them a little too much? Whoosh! The ball of light quickly flew out. It turned into a stream of light. This stream of light was like a long and narrow Milky Way. It swept out majestically. In front of this Milky Way, everyone felt suffocated. The three leaders were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The starlight instantly pierced through their bodies. In the face of this ball of light, all attacks were useless. At the same time, these pseudo-war god level fighters began to emit layers of terrifying light. This was their final struggle before death. The light continuously resisted the attack of the stream of light. The bright light only lasted for a moment before it was extinguished. In the blink of an eye, the light disappeared. The two pseudo-war god level fighters were instantly killed. Then it swept through the entire path. All the experts that were originally standing in front of the slaughter sect were instantly killed by this stream of light. Silence. At this time, the scene was unusually quiet. Even the sound of his breathing became very suppressed. No one thought that the three giants, including the fake war god level combatants, would be killed so easily. They had no ability to resist at all. The people who were close by could even feel the power of this beam of light. It was so close that it would have drowned them. Cold sweat dripped down drop by drop. Whether it's the people here or the people in the void, I have no malice towards anyone. I just want to live longer, that's all. If anyone still has any ideas, feel free to come out and I will send them on their way. If not, then from now on, this area belongs to my slaughter sect. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, even if it was the three giants and the two war god level combatants, in front of Lin Fei, they were nothing. When he went all out, the power that erupted from the fusion of time and space instantly killed them. No objections. We have no objections. From now on, this area belongs to the slaughter sect. We agree. The three giants don't even have the ability to control this area. None of them dare to have any other thoughts. They immediately congratulated him. The three giants and the fake war god level combatants were all dead. It was obvious that this place belonged to the slaughter sect. Even the few kings in the depths of the void were the same. They were all deeply shocked by what they had just witnessed. They completely underestimated the power of this Big Dipper Gate Master. Even though they couldn't tell what level this guy was at, his attack just now already had the power to kill a fake war god level combatant. It was very likely that he was a 1-star war god level combatant. A neighbor like this really wasn't a good neighbor. Instead, he seemed to be quite aggressive. They were even more glad that they made this trip. If it wasn't for this, they wouldn't have known the true strength of this Big Dipper Gate Master. Whoosh! The surrounding void collapsed in an instant. Layer after layer of power directly crushed their bodies, causing their blood and chi to churn. It wasn't easy for him to endure it, and he immediately slipped away without another word. They knew better than anyone else that this was definitely the Big Dipper Gate Master's attack. To be honest, they were extremely angry. He actually dared to attack the 3 of them at a time like this. However, they didn't have any thoughts of doing anything. Before figuring out the situation, the Big Dipper Gate Master could only watch and not do anything. Otherwise, they would be letting outsiders take advantage of them. In the blink of an eye, the 3 kings left extremely quickly and didn't stop at all. After killing the 3 giants, Lin Fei immediately led the slaughter sect's people towards the 3 giants' nest. They split into 3 groups. One group was Luo Yi Lu, the other group was the King of Thousand Demons, and he himself led a group. The 3 giant sects didn't expect their sect masters and experts to be killed in the blink of an eye. They were caught unprepared and didn't have the ability to resist at all. In half a day's time, the 3 sects were completely annihilated. In an instant, Lin Fei absorbed all the disciples into his body. In the blink of an eye, the slaughter sect had over 100,000 disciples. Chapter 48:15. 3 fake war gods died, 3 giants died, and 3 sects were annihilated. The slaughter sect had completely taken over this area, becoming one of the 108 kings. The news also quickly spread in the surrounding area, alarming countless forces. Everyone knew that the slaughter sect had finally broken out of this place. Up until now, nobody really understood this Big Dipper Gate Master. They only knew that he was very strong. He killed 3 fake war gods by himself, so it was very likely that he was a real war god. Whether he was a 1-star war god or a 2-star war god, nobody knew. No matter who it was, this Big Dipper Gate Master wasn't easy to negotiate with. He did things very decisively. People like him were hard to deal with. After the slaughter sect took over this area, they built many unique pagodas. Nobody knew what these pagodas were used for. Almost every place had one of these pagodas covering the entire area. Luckily, there weren't many of them. There weren't many people who noticed it. They originally thought that this Big Dipper Gate Master would do something new, but after taking over this area, he didn't do anything else. On the contrary, the entire slaughter sect maintained a rare silence. The neighbors next door also began to come to visit and send their congratulatory gifts. However, they didn't see the Big Dipper Gate Master, only a black-robed guy. This black-robed guy was emitting an evil aura. One look, and you could tell that he wasn't easy to deal with. Nobody thought too much about it. The Big Dipper Gate Master didn't come out, so he was naturally breaking through. Because of this, everyone had a new view of the Big Dipper Gate. At least the Big Dipper Gate seemed to be thriving. Lin Fei really didn't go out much. To him, the commotion caused by taking over this territory was not small at all. His faith and honor points, in particular, were skyrocketing. Compared to before, it was many times faster. Of course, being the king of 108 wasn't that easy. An invisible pressure came along with it. The neighbors were like tigers watching their prey. After all, everyone was watching. Apart from that, there was also the backing of the 3 giants. After all, the 3 giants were supported by them. In other words, Lin Fei had offended 3 powers at once. If these 3 forces were to make a move, there would definitely be trouble. Compared to the rewards, Lin Fei really had nothing to fear. Successfully taking the first step was quite good for Lin Fei. Next, he had to take the second step. The second step was still a problem. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to collect some faith and honor points first. The infinite body was slowly being upgraded. Someone is coming in this direction. Good heavens, it's actually a true war god. It seems that the true forces of the Yu Ming Mountain have arrived. Pseudo-war gods were nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. But if a real god of war came, things would be different. This meant that the forces behind them valued the Slaughter Sect. During this period of time, Lin Fei had also read through a lot of information about the Yu Ming Mountain. After taking down 3 sects, he naturally obtained a lot of information. This information also gave Lin Fei a better understanding of the Yu Ming Mountain range. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be the people from the Nether Palace. The Nether Palace was the strongest existence in the Yu Ming Mountain range. They were the top existence. The Nether Palace controlled the entire Yu Ming Mountain range because they had a top war god overseeing it. Anyone who tried to do anything to the Yu Ming Mountain range would have to face the war god's obstruction. That was why the demonic path forces could continue to live here. This top war god had paid a huge price. Naturally, the Nether Palace became a top existence. No matter what, they were still under the rule of the Nether Palace. Therefore, it was very likely that the war god of the Nether Palace was coming. After all, only the war god of the Nether Palace would be so arrogant. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After the news spread, the Nether Palace would definitely come. This was because this area hadn't been integrated before. Now that he had integrated it, the people from the Nether Palace would definitely come to register. That would also mean that they would recognize his identity and status. However, he still needed to wait and see how they would recognize him. Not long after, 2 figures, one in front of the other, arrived at the slaughter gate. It was a middle-aged man and a young woman. Just like that, they arrived in front of the slaughter sect. Luo Yi, the vice sect master, was also here. You two are from the Nether Palace, right? Our sect master is already waiting for you inside. He even prepared tea to welcome you too. Luo Yi was also very proud of himself. After all, he was also a figure in the slaughter sect. Compared to the past, he was much more glorious. In his opinion, this was just the beginning. The slaughter sect would go further and further in the future. At this moment, Luo Yi didn't dare to be careless and was very respectful. He heard that they were from the Nether Palace. As a true demonic path expert, of course, he knew about the Nether Palace. It was a sacred place. Anyone who came out of that place could not be offended. Even if a small ant came out from there, he would still be a tyrant in the outside world. Your sect master seems to be quite fast. He knew that I was coming from so far away. I can meet your Big Dipper sect master. The middle-aged man laughed and walked inside. The young woman followed behind them. Lin Fei indeed prepared tea and waited for the arrival of the two from the Nether Palace. Not long later, the two came in one after the other. The first one was the middle-aged man. His eyes fell on Big Dipper, which was Lin Fei. This made the middle-aged man laugh. Big Dipper sect master is really strong. No wonder those 3 guys suffered so much. You really hid your strength. Lin Fei also laughed. I'm already a bag of old bones. It's lucky that I could break through. At least it's not bad now. You two must have worked hard. Quickly sit down and have a cup of tea. We can talk slowly. We have plenty of time. The middle-aged man and young woman sat down one after the other. After sipping a cup of tea, the atmosphere was quite peaceful. After a cup of tea, the middle-aged man put down the cup and said with a smile, I'm from the Nether Palace. I understand the situation here. Now, I'm here to tell you how to be 108 kings. I'm all ears. The level of this expert from the Nether Palace wasn't low. He was at least a 3-star war god. Quite strong. Lin Fei wanted to listen carefully. What kind of rules did these 108 kings have? Chapter 48:16. What the middle-aged man said wasn't a lot. On the contrary, it was very simple. Not just anyone could become one of the 108 kings. One needed to have some ability to do so. And among them, one had to pay tribute, a certain amount of resources every month. This wasn't a big requirement for Lin Fei, and it wasn't difficult at all. He already had an idea before. He definitely couldn't run away from this. Lin Fei was a little surprised by the few requests that came after that. The Netherworld Palace doesn't forbid anyone from competing with each other, even between neighbors. As long as you have the ability, you can naturally compete. The middle-aged man said faintly. And the most important thing is that as one of the 108 kings, you have to explore a devil area every 10 years. There are many devil areas in our Netherworld mountain. Lin Fei really hadn't heard of this. Perhaps it was because the people who got the information were too poor, so they didn't know about the devil area at all. It seemed that only the 108 kings in this devil area were qualified to do so. This is the map of the devil area in the Netherworld mountain. You can take a good look at it. All the areas marked in red have never been explored. As long as you explore the devil area and get a complete map, or bring out a certain number of silent devil weapons, the Netherworld Palace will give you a certain reward. The middle-aged man took out a map and handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took it. This was an ancient map with a heavy sense of history. He opened it. He really saw the markings on it. The Abyssal Mountain Range was really big, much bigger than what Zhao Fu had imagined. There were some places in the Abyssal Mountain Range that had some demon areas. These devil areas were very unusual. According to the introduction, these devil areas were where some ancient forces were located. They were destroyed in the past, or for various reasons, they became devil areas. No one dared to enter them easily. After a long time, they became devil areas. They had to explore to know if there were treasures in them. These devil areas were very dangerous because there were some powerful demonic creatures living in them. These demonic creatures were invisible and colorless. It was also the most troublesome thing. Fortunately, these demonic creatures lived in these demonic areas and never came out. Otherwise, the Netherworld Mountain Range would have long been in chaos. Even War God level fighters don't dare to casually step into these demon areas. They had to form a team in order to have the ability to enter such a demonic area. After the middle-aged man introduced the situation of the Devil District, he left the Slaughter Sect. Before he left, there was something that surprised Lin Fei. Now that you are in control of this place, you can give it a name. From now on, you are the king of this area. Lin Fei had never thought of a name. Big Dipper it is then. He didn't think too much about it, and just gave a random name. The middle-aged man said, "You are quite casual. From now on, you are the Big Dipper Demon King." In our Netherworld Mountain Range, the word Demon King is popular. When the name of Big Dipper Demon King spreads, you will have to undergo a half-a-year test. There will be some people who will come to challenge you. Only by defeating them will you be qualified to sit firmly on the position of Big Dipper Demon King. But you don't have to worry. You are not a War God level fighter yet. So those who come to deal with you will definitely not be a War God level fighter. You can be completely at ease about this. Just like that, the middle-aged man brought the young girl and left the Slaughter Sect. Not long after, the news about Big Dipper Demon King spread, and this place was called Big Dipper Territory. It had an official label. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect another territory to be born. It's actually Big Dipper Territory. I wonder if anyone has the confidence to go and meet this Big Dipper Demon King. This is a good chance to reach the heavens in one step. Go, we must go. If we don't go this time, we will really miss the opportunity. Who knows when we will have such a good chance again. The news spread throughout the entire Hades Mountain. After all, every time a territory appeared, it meant that something good had happened. That was a chance to reach the heavens in one step. As long as they defeated this Demon King, they would naturally be able to become the new Demon King. This was also a kind of benefit for the Hades Palace. Every time a Demon King territory appeared, there would naturally be a fierce battle that would last for half a year. No one knew how many experts would die during this period. But for the position of Demon King, everyone was absolutely willing. This was to obtain the approval of the Hades Palace. And with the approval of the Hades Palace, there was no need to go through any more tests. Every time a territory or a Demon King appeared, the scene would become extremely lively. Many figures were heading towards the Big Dipper territory. Even the neighbors were rubbing their palms in anticipation. After all, such opportunities were really rare. So they arranged for their experts to meet the Big Dipper Demon King. Lin Fei also received the news immediately. Indeed, all kinds of people were heading here. It seemed like he wouldn't have much free time in the next half a year. But this was also good. He could probably earn a lot of honor points in half a year. At that time, his infinite god physique would be able to break through again. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with such a good thing. So he arranged for Luo Yi to build a huge arena outside the entrance, using the mountain as the arena, directly flattening it. Lin Fei landed on the arena and waited for these experts to come. Now, he wasn't afraid of these experts. If they came one by one, he would be able to wipe them out completely. With the middle-aged man's words, Lin Fei also understood what he meant. If he wanted to stabilize his position, he would have to display thunderous methods. In other words, the more afraid he was, the more stable his position would be. In less than half a month, many experts had arrived outside the massacre gate. Outside the massacre gate, there were quite a number of experts. Each and every one of them was covered in dust. It looked like the Netherworld mountain range was quite big. The experts who came all looked at the Big Dipper Demon King. After all, in the entire Hades mountain, only those who obtained the approval of the Hades Palace were qualified to be called Demon King. The others weren't qualified to be called Demon King. This was also the rule of the Hades mountain. And the two words Demon King had great influence. Everyone was very interested in this Demon King. Now that a new Big Dipper Demon King had appeared, and in half a year's time, everyone was naturally prepared to meet him. Unfortunately, this Big Dipper Demon King was only a 10-star heavenly god expert. He wasn't a war god expert. Fortunately, pseudo-war god experts could still appear, because they belonged to a realm that was neither high nor low. Naturally, they were qualified. Chapter 48:17. This is the North Star Demon King. He looks so old. I wonder how he became a Demon King. Who knows? Anyway, the three giants all fell. The three of them tried to restrain each other, but none of them succeeded. They were caught off guard by this North Star Demon King. I can guarantee that this guy won't last half a month, let alone half a year. He will lose for sure. Hee hee, North Star Demon King. Just because of this name, his old bones are already half a foot in the coffin. It's just the right time to send him on his way. The people who came over couldn't help but laugh when they saw the white-haired North Star Demon King. This was like having 1 foot in the coffin. This kind of person was the easiest to deal with. They liked this kind of person the most. After all, a young and frivolous Demon King wasn't easy to deal with. An old Demon King was the easiest to deal with. Half a year, he could also make the other party suffer a crushing defeat in a battle of attrition. At the same time, a flying ship came over. This flying ship was quite big, and it stopped right outside the slaughter gate. Quite a few people noticed it as well. However, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, this was too normal. This guy below is the North Star Demon King. He ruined our plans. The owner of this ship was called Lei Yun. He was the force that supported one of the giants. This time, he specially came over to make the North Star Demon King suffer a great loss. Bei Hao Yin, do you see the North Star Demon King below? What you need to do is to kill him and take the position of Demon King. This way, you can become the leader of this area. With our support, it will be even easier to control this place. The one called Bei Hao Yin was a young man. This young man's eyes were red and white. They were very different. Only those who knew would know that this kind of eyes was considered a type of abnormal pupil. It possessed a terrifying mystique. I'm now a pseudo-war god level expert. I'm countless times stronger than him. When the time comes, I'll use my ultimate move to kill him. I won't give him any chance. Bei Hao Yin smiled coldly. Lei Yin was quite satisfied. He had absolute confidence in Bei Hao Yin and had absolute expectations for him to succeed. There's only to go down now. Let that Big Dipper Demon King fight for a while first. Let him exhaust his energy and his condition. Only then can we kill him in one strike. Our demonic Dao doesn't need to pay attention to any methods. I believe that there will definitely be many people who use this method. Situations like this kept happening around him. Each of these figures had a powerful aura. At this moment, he was staring at the North Star Demon King as though he was a huge cake. It was as if they could take him down at any time. Lin Fei just sat quietly in the arena. Until now, no one had come down. Obviously, everyone was watching from here. All of you have come from afar. Are you just going to watch and not come down? You guys are quite interesting. Are you afraid that I will kill you with one strike? But you don't have to worry. I can kill you with one strike. I will definitely be able to kill you easily. There won't be too many thoughts. and there won't be too much pain. As soon as Lin Fei said this, everyone instantly became very angry. Everyone present was indeed watching. No one was willing to come down immediately. After all, everyone had heard that this guy was quite strong. One strike was enough to kill 3 giants and the fake god of war. As for whether he used a secret technique at that time, no one knew. Who didn't know that the North Star Demon King had 1 foot in the coffin previously and hadn't broken through his realm? Even now, it was the same. Therefore, everyone was wondering if they should wait and see first. After all, the other party had a big killer move. There were still a lot of people who could take advantage of it. But now that these words came out, it was a little hard for them to accept. This North Star Demon King looked down on them too much. Originally, they wanted to wait and see. Just because of these words, they had to let him see what was called powerful. Swoosh! A stream of light directly rushed to the arena. What a good North Star Demon King. Just because of these words, I have to let you see what is called a life-taking saber technique. As soon as this person came down, he instantly unleashed a series of domineering saber techniques. One saber after another brought along traces of bloodwind. It was very powerful. Lin Fei raised his hand, and a saber light slid across his opponent's neck. He was directly cut in half and fell on the arena. Lin Fei shook his head. Looks like your life-taking saber technique isn't life-taking. What a pity it's too weak. This was an 8-star heavenly god killed with 1 strike just like that. Did everyone see that? I'm a person who never talks nonsense. I told him to leave easily, and I meant to leave easily. I killed him with 1 strike without any chance to struggle. What do you think? Do my words still count? Everyone present almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could there be such a thick-skinned guy? That saber just now was indeed quite terrifying. This also caused the 8-star heavenly gods to completely give up. It wasn't that easy to take advantage of it. It was already an unlucky guy. Isn't it just a powerful saber technique? What's so great about that? Another expert immediately came down. This was a 9 stars heavenly god expert who also used a saber. His saber swung wide and wide, but it was also destroyed by Lin Fei with 1 strike. At this moment, everyone realized that this North Star Demon King was most likely most proficient in saber techniques. His saber technique was also very terrifying. Just look at these people who had been destroyed. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 experts. The more this happened, the angrier everyone felt. They really didn't believe that this guy could last for half a year. There weren't many things in the Yuming mountain range, but there were many demonic path experts. All of them wanted to sit on the throne of the Demon King. And so, a battle of attrition began just like that. From this moment on, Lin Fei was no longer idle. He kept killing these demonic path experts. First, it was 9 stars heavenly gods, then 10 stars heavenly gods. Most of them were 10 stars heavenly gods. There were also many people here who were studying how to crack saber techniques. Every time they felt that they had cracked it, they would go on stage, only to be killed as soon as they went on stage. This made everyone feel even more uncomfortable. Was this guy's saber technique so difficult to resist? It clearly looked very ordinary. Dozens of 10 stars heavenly gods had already died, let alone 9 stars heavenly gods. At this moment, everyone began to slow down. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Chapter 48:18. Over the past 3 months, countless demonic experts had died under Lin Fei's blade. No matter who went up, they were all killed by a single blade. Whether it was a 9 stars heavenly god or a 10 stars, none of them could withstand a single blade. From the beginning to the end, there were very few who could withstand the second blade. Even if they did, they would be killed by the second blade. So far, the most powerful person could only last until the third blade. He was a peak 10-star existence, only 1 step away from becoming a pseudo-god of war. This caused countless people to tremble in fear. This North Star Demon King was too terrifying. He was so old, but his strength was so powerful. It seemed that if there were no accidents, this guy should be able to secure the position of North Star Demon King. From now on, this place would be the North Star territory. He would become one of the 108 Demon Kings. Fewer and fewer people went up to fight. Without a certain level of strength, no one dared to go up. Even if there was someone, they would have to consider whether they could survive. This North Star Demon King was ruthless. One blade would mean life and death. Within 3 blades, he would definitely kill a demonic expert. If there are no accidents, no one will dare to come up. This North Star Demon King is too terrifying. That's right. We can't beat the North Star Demon King at all. This guy's strength is too deep. He clearly hasn't displayed the combat strength of a war god. I really don't know how strong this guy's foundation is. In such a situation, even if 10 stars heavenly gods are deployed, they probably won't be a match for this guy. Other than watching, there was nothing else these people could do. Even if some people were filled with hatred, they didn't dare to go up at this time. Because once they went up, they wouldn't be able to come down. The surroundings of this arena were filled with the smell of blood. Lin Fei just stood there quietly. In these 3 months, he had killed countless experts. Naturally, he had gained a lot of hatred. Of course, in comparison, he had gained more honor points. This kind of harvest was all within Lin Fei's expectations. After all, there were definitely many people who wanted the position of Demon King. Therefore, there were also many people who hated him. Of course, there were also many who admired him. He had finally gained a foothold in the Yuming mountain range. Now, those who could still make a move against him should be those top-notch geniuses. Up until now, no one had made a move. Lin Fei calculated. According to the situation, it should be about time for him to show himself. He couldn't let himself continue. Otherwise, his morale would only grow. It was getting harder and harder for those people to make a move. Don't think that the heavens chosen are all fools. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The sky was filled with lightning bolts. A young figure walked out from the thunderbolts. As soon as this person arrived, he appeared along with the lightning. Everyone felt the terrifying aura of danger, and some people cried out in alarm. Ah, finally a top-notch genius has arrived. I heard that a pseudo-war immortal rank fighter can already kill a 1-star war god. I know this person. I think he's called Zhan Fengyun. I heard that it's the Zhan family from the 10 great families. This person was clad in black armor, and his momentum was ferocious. Wherever he passed, lightning would descend involuntarily. Everyone recognized him. It was the disciple of the Zhan family, Zhan Fengyun, inside the Yuming mountain range. The 10 great families were also very influential. They also had war god-ranked fighters and weren't any weaker than the super first-rate sections. Therefore, the super first-rate sects and the 10 great families were placed together. At this time, a disciple of the Zhan family actually came. This was a little unbelievable. Who would have thought that the Zhan family would also come? They were also eyeing this Demon King position. Perhaps this was even a form of training. North Dipper Demon King, I heard that you've already guarded for 3 months. Then let me see your true strength. There was a loud rumble. The sky was filled with lightning bolts that came crashing down. Every lightning bolt was filled with the aura of death. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This lightning had reached the pseudo-wargod level. This kind of lightning was even more terrifying. It could completely destroy the physical body. For a genius like Zhan Fengyun, he had an advantage in battle. Many people didn't think that the North Dipper Demon King could handle it. Who didn't know that the North Dipper Demon King had 1 foot in the coffin? His physical body was extremely weak. It was impossible for him to take the lightning head-on. But in the next second, there was a loud rumbling sound. Similarly, the lightning bolts came crashing down, actually clashing with the opponent's lightning. The thunderbolts collided with each other, causing everyone to feel an immense pressure. There was a loud rumbling sound. Countless lightning arcs swam around. The surrounding people kept retreating, because if they weren't careful, they would be struck by the lightning. Their bodies went numb, and they almost couldn't stand properly. In an instant, the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles had turned into a treacherous land. Don't think that you're so great just because you have lightning. You're really nothing to me. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Don't forget that he had the great art of thunderclap. When this thing clashed with the opponent's lightning, he instantly had a huge advantage. Every single lightning bolt collapsed. In the blink of an eye, Zhan Fengyun was enveloped by the sky, full of lightning bolts. This change caused the people watching in the dark to suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect the North Dipper Demon King to have such a move. They thought that he was a saber expert, but he actually had a technique like lightning. He really hid his strength well. At this moment, everyone was glad that they didn't act rashly. Zhang Fengyun, who was enveloped by the lightning bolts, suddenly turned into a ray of light that revolved around him. It actually blasted all the lightning bolts away. It turned Zhou Shan into a vacuum zone. Zhang Fengyun walked out. He pulled out a saber from his back. This saber flashed with lightning as it slashed down. This saber landed in front of Lin Fei. He was actually a close combat expert. This saber instantly turned into dozens of saber lights. These saber lights did not follow the rules. They were very strange and hard to defend against. Then you have the right to see my lightning saber technique. There was a loud rumbling sound. Wherever the saber technique passed, there would be lightning whizzing by. Most importantly, Zhang Fengyun's movement speed was shockingly fast, and these lightning bolts seemed to have been compressed, containing terrifying power. At this moment, everyone felt that this North Dipper Demon King was in great danger. Chapter 48:19. As expected of a disciple of the Zhang family, his attacks are different. I didn't expect him to be a close combat expert. I heard that his blade isn't an ordinary blade either. That's for sure. This Zhang Fengyun is ranked very high on the potential leaderboard. He'll definitely be a 5-star war god in the future. I heard that he's heavily protected by the Zhang family. There must be experts from the Zhang family protecting him nearby. I wonder if the North Star Demon King can handle it. It'll be tough for him. Previously, the methods that the North Star Demon King had displayed had indeed shocked everyone. They didn't expect him to have such a lightning technique. Who didn't know that lightning was known for destruction? It wasn't something that just anyone could master. Zhang Fengyun's speed was getting faster and faster. No one could see him anymore. Only the war gods in the dark could see Zhang Fengyun's movements. It was indeed terrifying. At such a young age, he had actually grasped the speed shift so quickly. If this continued, he would be able to master extreme speed. That would be truly terrifying. Your speed is pretty fast, and your blade technique is pretty fast. But there's nothing you can do to me. Lin Fei just stood there and didn't make any moves. Zhang Fengyun could feel the immense pressure from that single slash. That was because the power of the void was rushing towards him and bombarding his physical body. His opponent was able to pinpoint his position every single time. This made Zhang Fengyun extremely indignant. He had still underestimated the North Star Demon King. He had already slashed 30 times consecutively. Each slash could unleash dozens of attacks. In other words, he had unleashed hundreds of attacks in a short period of time, close to 1,000 slashes. Under such circumstances, the Northern Dipper Demon King was actually fine. That was the most unbelievable thing about it. Even the 2 war god level experts who had been protecting Zhang Fengyun exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. This North Star Demon King really hid his strength well. We've really underestimated him. Young Master Fengyun shouldn't be able to defeat him. This guy has definitely surpassed the level of a 1-star war god. I didn't expect him to have been suppressing his strength. The 2 war god level combatants could tell that the other party wasn't normal. Their young master wouldn't be a match for him even if he fought again. The other party was not enraged. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a warm-up exercise. The warm-up exercise is over. You can admit defeat now. Seeing that your potential isn't bad and that there are 2 war god-level experts hiding in the dark, I'll spare your life. Lin Fei's words were light and airy. A ray of light flashed, and Zhang Fengyun, who was originally nowhere to be seen, appeared. He retreated countless steps, far away from the arena. He was the only one who had survived Lin Yun's attack. This caused countless people to be secretly shocked. With today's defeat, I will definitely avenge myself in the future. Zhang Fengyun's voice came from afar, and then disappeared. This scene disappeared as quickly as it came, except for the arcs of light that were still flickering around them. It was hard to believe that Zhang Fengyun of the Zhang family was defeated just like that. I just finished warming up. I don't know who's ready to go on stage. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Feng smiled faintly at everyone. However, when this smile fell into everyone's eyes, it seemed to be filled with evil intentions. Even Zhang Fengyin of the Zhang family was no match for him. He was even chased away by you. How could they still have the guts? Even some of the hidden geniuses sucked in a cold breath. Their desire to defeat this North Star Demon King was much smaller now. But someone still appeared. Another figure walked out. I, Bei Hao Yin, want to have a good fight with you. Let's see who's the strongest. Bei Hao Yin, who had been looking for an opportunity, finally found it. This time, he had to defeat this North Star Demon King no matter what. He really had to thank Zhang Fengyin. His strength was indeed far from Zhang Fengyin's, but he was confident that if he fought now, he would definitely gain an advantage. Fix body art. A bead instantly flew out. As soon as this bead appeared, it caused the void to be in a state of stillness. Following which, Bei Hao Yin's 10,000 swords came together, and he used his ultimate move. 10,000 swords return. This move was rather terrifying. He had turned his energy into flying swords, and when he used it, its power would increase exponentially. It turned into a huge wheel of swords, and it directly pierced down. Even the void became still at this moment. No one would be able to withstand this killer move in such a situation. Bei Hao Yin had calculated it correctly. At this moment, the North Star Demon King's strength would definitely be affected. This way, he would be able to injure him severely. As long as he could injure him severely, then he would be able to kill this North Star Demon King. There was a loud rumbling sound. This huge wheel of swords pressed down. Everyone thought that the North Star Demon King's body was about to be penetrated. Just at this short distance, it seemed to have formed an uncrossable gap. Bei Hao Yin's technique actually couldn't move forward anymore. It was forcefully blocked. There was a loud rumbling sound. The pearl was enveloped by a force, and it slowly flew towards Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, it landed in his hands. Of course, this moment wasn't fast, but it happened in the blink of an eye. The treasure in Bei Hao Yin's hands landed in Lin Fei's hands just like that. You dare to take advantage of me with such strength? Even Zhang Fengyin couldn't do it, let alone you. There was a loud rumbling sound. A force directly crushed Bei Hao Yin's body. Kacha, kacha! Bei Hao Yin's body glowed brightly, and in the blink of an eye, it collapsed. Following that, Bei Hao Yin let out a tragic cry. Blood splattered all over the sky. Bei Hao Yin, whom they had regarded as the pride of the heavens, was turned into ashes just like that. Even the experts in the void didn't expect Bei Hao Yin to be killed by the North Star Demon King just like that. This was a true pride of the heavens, a pseudo-war god level expert. Seems like your strength can't even compare to Zhang Fengyin. What right do you have to be a pride of the heavens? You're too weak. If I didn't kill you, you would have been killed sooner or later. I'm just helping you out first. Lin Fei said plainly. A figure rushed out of the void, his anger soaring to the sky. North Star, what's the meaning of this? Chapter 48:20. After this figure flew out, everyone knew who it was. It was the sect expert behind Bei Hao Yin. They didn't expect him to be killed by this North Star Demon King, even with the sect's experts watching. They had really lost a proud son of the heavens. However, compared to Zhang Fengyin, he was much weaker. At least Zhang Fengyin managed to hold out for a long time. Unlike Bei Hao Yin, who was directly killed by someone else. There was no harm without comparison. Zhang Hao Yin was really weak. Just like what North Star Demon King said, if he didn't die in his hands, he would have been killed by others sooner or later. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said just now? How dare he come with such strength? Even if I didn't kill him, someone else would. I'm just sending him on his way. If you can't stand it, do you want me to send you on your way too? You'll have a companion along the way. This expert was instantly enraged. He stared at North Star Demon King fiercely, the veins on his hands almost popping out. North Star Demon King, I'll remember what happened today. Let's wait and see. You'll regret it sooner or later. As soon as he said that, whoosh, the surrounding area was instantly enveloped by ice. Even the void was frozen, following which a resplendent ray of light slashed over. followed by a groan. With a swoosh, it disappeared. Drop after drop of blood fell like flowers. An old man is indeed an old man. I didn't expect him to bring along a portable treasure. It's a pity I didn't kill you. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. This North Star Demon King was too savage. They didn't expect him to dare to make a move. It seemed like that person was injured. Don't panic. It's fine. It's just that this person is too much. He's bullying the weak. I hate this kind of person the most. Lin Fei smiled faintly. This smile sent a chill down everyone's spine. This North Star Demon King really couldn't be defeated. In the next 3 months, no other genius dared to go on stage. Even if there were, they had absolute confidence in their strength. But once they went on stage, they were killed by Lin Fei on the spot. This time, everyone didn't have any more thoughts. Just like that, half a year passed in a flash. Lin Fei's status as the Big Dipper Demon King would also be secured. This area became the Big Dipper territory. After Lin Fei became the Big Dipper Demon King, he became much more low profile. Just when everyone thought that the Big Dipper Demon King would have some sort of idea. However, there was no sound at all. It was as if they had ceased all activities. Some people said that the Big Dipper Demon King was panicking. After all, Lin Fei had offended many people this time around. All sorts of rumors started to spread, especially the neighbors who didn't mind letting everyone know about the North Dipper Demon King. Ha ha ha! My infinite divine body has finally reached the 20th level. It wasn't easy. It really wasn't easy. Inside the slaughtering gate, Lin Fei had finally upgraded his infinite god body. After spending almost a year's time, he finally reached the 20th layer. At the 20th level, there was a huge difference. The 20th level wasn't that easy to break through. Lin Fei had been waiting for a long time. Fortunately, he had been accumulating honor points fast enough. His honor points were rising quickly. Lin Fei had advanced a few levels and directly broke through to the 20th level of the infinite god body. At this moment, Lin Fei's physical body became even stronger. One punch after another was thrown out, and the void was smashed apart. This was the purest form of power. Lin Fei also realized that every time the infinite god body broke through, his physical body would become stronger. Such a good thing was simply too satisfying. With such physical strength, even if Lin Fei didn't use the power of time and space, his combat strength would still be very strong. 1. 2-star War God was a piece of cake. This wasn't enough, far from it. No matter what, he had to upgrade the infinite god body to the 30th level first. After all, the experts that Lin Fei met recently weren't very strong. There was nothing for him to worry about. On the other hand, there were quite a lot of people secretly watching him, but no one dared to make a move. After all, he was recognized by the Nether Palace as the Big Dipper Demon King. Basically, no one dared to make a move in his territory. Master, I just received a piece of good news. I guarantee that you will be very happy. After Lin Fei came out, the King of Demons came to report the situation. This guy was now an active member of the collection of faith power. Other than the collection of faith power, there was also the resentment prayer beads. This guy was definitely an expert in this area. Lin Fei didn't care about this guy and let him do whatever he liked. He just had to control his movements a little. Lin Fei didn't want him to cause too much of a commotion. If that happened, he would really become everyone's enemy. That wouldn't be a good thing. Fortunately, the King of Demons was quite obedient. Although there was a commotion, it wasn't too big. He didn't expect to receive good news as soon as he came out. The King of Demons was full of smiles. Good news. I'd like to hear what good news you've gathered while I was away. No matter what good news it was, to Lin Fei, as long as it could improve his strength, it was the best news. After all, 500 years wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. If he wanted to improve his strength, he could only start from the honor value and the hatred value. No matter which aspect, it was best to improve both at the same time. That would be the best. When Master wasn't around, I arranged for many people to gather information. They found that the most special place in the Nether Mountain should be those demon areas. These demon areas have extremely heavy negative emotions. If there are no accidents, any demon area can let the main city harvest a lot of hatred. There is even a place that can harvest a lot of faith beads. This news was indeed good news for Lin Fei. It seemed that the king of demons was quite attentive. As for the hatred value, Lin Fei's thoughts weren't that intense. However, the faith beads were worth it. When the infinite god body broke through to the 20th level, Lin Fei naturally felt that it was different. If he could improve it again, it couldn't be better. Therefore, he wanted to hear what kind of situation it was. Then tell me about this faith bead. Where can I obtain this faith bead? He didn't know much about the Nether Mountain, so there were some things he didn't know. The king of demons was different. This guy had mastered a lot of small tricks. I heard that there is a holy land for cultivation in the Nether Mountain called the Land of Demon God. It is said that there are 99 levels. The higher the level, the more talent and potential one has. I heard that after reaching the 70th level, one can become a 9-stars war god in the future and become famous in the Nether Mountain. Chapter 48:21. Demon God Land? Lin Fei had never heard of it before. From what the king of demons said, this place seemed to be used to farm the power of faith, which was the so-called honor points. This made Lin Fei excited. It would be great if he could farm the honor points here. The 99th floor was indeed quite challenging. The king of 10,000 fiends slowly explained. Lin Fei finally knew what was going on. This demon god land was indeed quite interesting. He heard that it was a gathering of experts. However, it is said that one can only enter this place after a certain age. After this age, one can't enter. I heard that one can only enter if they are under 5,000 years old. They are considered to have super potential. The king of 10,000 devils added. He felt that these words were a little inappropriate. Within 5,000 years. This made Lin Fei a little surprised. However, this wasn't a problem for him. He only needed to know if this demon god land had honor points. I think this demon god land is the easiest place to farm the power of faith. The king of demons also received a lot of news. Of course, this demon god land was the most suitable place to farm the power of faith. Everything else seemed to be lacking a lot. You can think about it and go to the demon region to farm the resentment prayer beads. Lin Fei didn't have much need for the resentment prayer beads at the moment. Out of the 3,000 great Daos that could be exchanged, the most powerful one was the Great Tao of Destiny. However, this number was a little too much, so at this time, what Lin Fei cared about the most was the honor points. How could he farm as many honor points as possible? Anyway, he didn't have anything to do recently. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and decided to see what this demon god land was all about. He wanted to see if he could farm the honor points. If he could, it would be great. If he could come out of there and reach the 20th floor, that would be the best. Anyway, nothing would happen here for a short period of time. Even those guys wouldn't dare to show themselves easily. The 3 words, Netherworld Palace, were quite impressive. Before he left, Lin Fei decided that he had to play some tricks on his own. Therefore, when he left, he specifically cultivated a cultivation technique. He didn't usually practice this technique, but now he could finally put it to good use. That was the doppelganger art. Lin Fei hadn't really used this cloning technique, and now he felt that this doppelganger technique would come in handy. A part of his soul had been split. Then, a doppelganger was cultivated. The clone's strength continued to rise until it reached the level of a 10-star heavenly god. Lin Fei also spent a lot of resources to go down. Fortunately, he had quite a lot of resources now. With a 10-star heavenly god overseeing this place, he would naturally be able to deceive others. With this doppelganger here, it would save him a lot of trouble. Even more so, it would not be easy for others to detect their tracks. With that, Lin Fei would be able to leave quietly. After informing the king of 10,000 devils and Luo Yi, Lin Fan went into seclusion. Lin Fei quietly left the slaughter sect. Furthermore, he was using the greater teleportation technique. This was a true divine ability. As soon as he left, no one noticed him at all. Once he was outside, Lin Fei returned to his original appearance. Of course, he couldn't use the appearance of Big Dipper. He had to return to his original appearance. Lin Fei maintained his cultivation level at the level of a 10-star heavenly god. This cultivation level was the most suitable in the Nether Mountain range. It wasn't high nor low. It wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Lin Fei had already taken the map of the Demon Godland. It didn't take long to get to the Demon Godland from the Slaughter Sect. At most, it would take 10 days. If Lin Fei used the greater teleportation technique, his speed would be even faster. In just over a day, he arrived near the Demon Godland. As soon as he arrived near the Demon Godland, Lin Fei felt a powerful aura. These auras didn't move and seemed to be sitting cross-legged. After thinking about it, Lin Fei understood what was going on. These should be some guardians protecting those favored by the heavens. After all, according to the king of 10,000 demons, this Demon Godland was definitely a place where the proud sons of heaven gathered. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, he felt a familiar aura. This familiar aura was none other than Zhang Fengyun, who he had fought with before. Compared to the last time, Zhang Fengyun's strength seemed to have increased by quite a bit. He had actually reached the level of a 1-star war god. This kind of improvement was too fast. Besides Zhang Fengyun, Lin Fei also felt many other powerful auras. He didn't need a guess to know that these guys were the proud sons of heaven. It was very normal for these experts to exist in the surrounding void. No one wanted any accidents to happen to these proud sons of heaven. Naturally, they had to arrange for experts to protect them. This was the only way to keep them safe. And these experts were all war god level powerhouses. Lin Fei was quite surprised. It was likely that all the powerful, proud sons of heaven in the Hades Mountain and the war god level powerhouses were here. If they were all wiped out, Lin Fei found it interesting just thinking about it. After sizing them up a little, he didn't continue. He was afraid that the guardians would notice him. These guys weren't weak. If they really noticed him, it wouldn't be good. Lin Fei still hoped to farm some faith power here. He came here. Lin Fei casually found a place. He wasn't in a hurry to enter. There was only one entrance to the Demon Godland. It would only open once every half a year. Luckily, Lin Fei came in time. There was still half a month before the door would open. At the same time, Lin Fei heard a lot of news about the Demon Godland. This Demon Godland was a little different from what he imagined. Here, once every half a year, the people behind would be eliminated. So if one wanted to go further, they had to go to higher floors. Once they couldn't reach the standard, they would be thrown out. Lin Fei observed for a while. The people that were thrown out were more or less extremely strong. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed by. Lin Fei finally waited for the day to enter the Demon Godland. It was early in the morning. Then, the door was opened again. After it reopened, one could enter the Demon Godland. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go in. He wanted to take a look. Haha, the Demon Godland is finally open. I didn't wait in vain. A burst of rumbling laughter drifted over. Those with weaker strength were directly shaken to the point that their blood and chi were churning. The war god level fighters who were sitting cross-legged also stood up. Their faces were filled with nervousness. A figure came through the air. Chapter 48:22. Dawson's figure flashed through the air. He gave people a great sense of oppression as soon as he appeared. He was like a mountain. No matter who it was, even war god level powerhouses, they all felt it hard to breathe. Someone exclaimed on the spot. 8-star war god Dugu Ijian. Why is he here? Why is he here? This is the Hades mountain range. Why would Dugu Ijian come here? I heard that this Dugu Ijian is very powerful. He only uses one sword to kill people. He has a very powerful sword skill. I heard that even a 9-star war god can't do anything to him. Many of the war god level powerhouses present could feel that this Dugu Ijian was different from before. As for those 1, 2, and 3-star war gods, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of expert was too terrifying. He didn't even make a move. Just the pressure from his body was enough to make people feel the aura of death, especially since this Dugu Ijian used sword skills. They heard that it was very terrifying. He could kill an enemy from 1,000 miles away or even 1,000,000,000 miles away. He didn't expect that this person would come here. It seems that I didn't come to the wrong place. The land of divinity and demons is such an interesting place. Don't tell me that you don't want to invite us righteous experts in. Dugu Ijian was very young. He looked like he was in his 30s or 40s, but he was much older. With a wave of his hand, a crack appeared in the void behind him. Then, some young people came. A total of 3 young people came and stood behind him. The young man in the lead was like a sharp sword that could be drawn at any moment. This caused everyone's heart to tremble. There were also some who recognized this person. I didn't expect Duguijian to bring his favorite disciple here. He even gave this disciple a new name, Jian Lang. I heard that Jian Lang is very young, but he is very talented in the way of the sword. Don't think that he is only at the pseudo-war god level. I heard that his sword skills can make a 2-star war god feel the feeling of death. At this moment, Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. He didn't expect that he would come to the land of divinity and demons, and that a righteous expert would come. Of course, he had heard of this Duguijian. Duguijian was a great master of the sword. Although he wasn't at the top, he was very strong. With the strength of an 8-star war god, even a 9-star war god might not be able to suppress it. It could be said that this fellow was extremely powerful. However, this fellow was extremely low-key. It was said that he had been meditating on the transcendent Tao of the sword. He never imagined that he would come to the land of demon divinity. Even Duguijian has come. I reckon that some other righteous experts will come as well. They definitely won't miss such a good opportunity. Originally, I wanted to farm some faith power, but now it seems that it will be a little difficult. Looking at the situation, Lin Fei knew what was going on. It wouldn't be long before experts arrived. Duguijian appeared. A figure also flew out from the land of divinity and demons. As soon as this figure flew out, it instantly clashed with the other party. A saber light and a sword light fought for a few rounds. Then, the two of them stopped. Duguijian, you came to our nether mountain range like this. Aren't you afraid that all of us experts will join forces to kill you? At that time, the sword sect will lose a supreme expert. The one who spoke was a man in a black robe. His entire body was covered in black robes, but his aura was extremely strong. He was actually an 8-star war god. However, this 8-star war god couldn't seem to catch Duguijian. Many of the war gods present could more or less see some traces. Even Lin Fei was the same. He could see him more clearly. This great expert of the demonic path really couldn't suppress Duguijian. His opponent's sword art was very overbearing, very strange, and impossible to defend against. Even if Lin Fei encountered it, it would be the same, unless one's body reached an extremely powerful level. Otherwise, his opponent's sword art could easily cut open one's body. The sword in his opponent's hand was also a true divine weapon. If there was no accident, it should be a true top war god weapon. Lin Fei was also glad that he came to this place. He didn't expect to see an 8-star war god right away. Moreover, there were 2 of them. He knew that the land of divinity and demons would have some powerful war gods guarding it. He didn't expect that they would be 8-star war god powerhouses. Duguijian laughed. Since I dare to come from the land of divinity and demons, that means I have absolute confidence in myself. Unless your Abyssal Mountain Range's war gods want to die, they won't easily make a move. Don't you think so? Moreover, I've also comprehended a great killing move. If you want to experience it, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Duguijian's words were filled with endless arrogance. He simply didn't care about this 8-star war god in front of him. You can't make the decision here. We just want to enter the land of divinity and demons and let them gain some experience. Either you agree, or I will start a massacre here. I've already cultivated 10,000 swords return to origin. These war gods here might not be able to block my 10,000 swords return to origin. Don't you think so? The 8-star war god's expression changed on the spot. Of course he had heard about it. As a demonic path expert, how could he not know what kind of moves an expert like Duguijian had? But he never expected that this fellow would actually successfully cultivate 10,000 swords return to origin. This was a true super young master's move. Within the range, he could kill anyone. There were so many proud sons of heaven present, and so many war gods. If Duguijian really went all out, these people might not be able to block him. Haha, a devil class, you better get out of the way. Otherwise, you experts won't be able to block a single attack from us righteous path experts. There was a loud rumbling sound. Another crack appeared in the void, and another tall figure came over. This person was like a small mountain. There was a loud rumbling sound. The blood of some proud sons of heaven began to tumble on the spot. Just like that, a huge man came over carrying a super big sword. This large saber was like a door plank. It was very domineering. Overlord Saber, Saber Ehai. The great demonic path expert, Devil Class, also recognized this person. His heart tightened. One Duguijian was already very difficult to deal with. He didn't expect another Saber Ehai to come. This fellow's strength was even more domineering. The large saber that was like a door plank was truly sharp and invincible. If one didn't have a top defensive treasure armor, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single saber. It was directly cut in half. It was unknown how many great experts have been killed by this saber. The memory was still fresh in their minds. Since you know I'm Saber Ehai, what are you waiting for? Do you want to fight with me? Chapter 48:23. The appearance of Duguijian. Just this alone was enough to make the war god experts of the Devil Path feel incomparable pressure. They were afraid that this guy would use his ultimate move, especially the 10,000 returning swords. They had all heard of it. It was absolutely terrifying. Within a certain range, there was no way to escape, nor could they withstand it. One slash and they would be killed. What's more, there were so many geniuses here. Many of them regretted coming here. If they knew that they would all come to the land of divinity and demons, they wouldn't have come. Now, in front of this expert, they really didn't dare to move or say anything. They were afraid that they would be killed by a single slash if they weren't careful. That demon-class expert's expression changed when he saw the two experts. To be honest, he had no confidence at all. I'm really surprised that the two of you came from so far away. Since you like the land of divinity and demons so much, then what's the harm? Just go in. But if there's a small accident, don't blame us for not warning you. A figure broke through the air and walked out. This voice also came from a black robe, but he was shrouded in a black fog. Once he appeared, the demon class next to him immediately seemed to have found their backbone. Crocodile King. Whether it was Duguijian or Dao Ehai, when they saw this person, they called out in unison. Even the great experts on the side of the devil, Dao, felt happy. They didn't expect the Crocodile King to come. It should be known that in the Hades Mountain, the Crocodile King could be ranked in the top 20 experts. They were both at the 8-star war god level, but he had an invincible defense. Not everyone could deal with this Crocodile King. So, the two of you still remember me. I thought that the experts of the demonic path in the Hades Mountain couldn't withstand a single blow. Since you know my name, what do you think of my words? If you don't like it, then I can only fight with you. I might not be good in other areas, but my defense is pretty good. Even if I fight with you for 3 days and 3 nights, it won't matter. The Crocodile King's voice wasn't loud, but to these people, they all felt that it was different. It should be known that among the experts of the demonic path, the Crocodile King was the hardest to deal with. Be it Duguijian or Dao Ehai, both of them felt a certain amount of pressure. This guy's defense was indeed quite strong, and he himself was a huge poison. Once they were in the surroundings, the poison would spread everywhere. Therefore, it was quite stressful to fight with this person. If it was another 8-star war god, they naturally wouldn't have any objections. However, the Crocodile King was a different story. It was definitely going to be difficult to deal with. We brought our disciples here to gain experience. After all, this is the only way for them to improve. If they die inside, it only means that they are weaker than us. What do you think? The Crocodile King looked at Duguijian and Blade Ehai in surprise. The two of them had actually come all the way here. Moreover, they had even used this kind of spatial treasure. This was quite a rare sight. Of course, he knew that these two experts of a younger generation had a certain amount of influence. If nothing unexpected happened, they would become some great experts in the future. Looking at them, there were also quite a few geniuses on their side, but not many of them could be compared to them. If he really went in, he didn't know what the situation would be like. This was because not even 8-star war gods like them could enter the land of divinity and demons. Even if a 9-star war god came, it would be the same. The Dark Mountain Range welcomes you. Lin Fei, who was watching their every move from below, was quite surprised. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. The experts on the demonic path side were also quite strong, especially this Crocodile King. Even Lin Fei could feel that the opponent's defense was very strong. He must have cultivated a special cultivation method. Furthermore, it was a body-tempering cultivation technique. Just by looking at the surface of his physical body, one could tell what was going on. Those scales were definitely filled with powerful defensive power. I wonder what kind of magic did he use? The means. It was no wonder that Dugu Yijian and Dao Yihai chose not to act against such a person. There was absolutely no meaning in fighting. This made Lin Fei even more eager to cultivate the infinite divine body. He had only cultivated to the 20th level. No matter what, he had to continue cultivating. When he broke through the 30th and 40th levels, his body would be truly powerful. Perhaps today would be his chance. After all, no matter how strong the demonic path's proud sons of heaven were, Lin Fei didn't think they were that strong. He had already checked just now. There really weren't any powerful proud sons of heaven. However, the righteous path was different. These proud sons of heaven were either at the pseudo-war god level or one-star war god level. However, their foundations were much stronger. If they were in the same realm, they would be instantly killed. If he could defeat them all, he would be able to gain a lot of faith, which was also honor. He would be able to establish his own presence on the demonic path side. This was the path he wanted to walk. Lin Fei was also glad that this Crocodile King didn't fight with Dudu Yijian, Dao Yihai. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to borrow their fame to establish his own presence. Now he just had to go in. Then it's a deal. Dugu Yijian and Dao Yihai looked at each other and agreed with the Crocodile King's words. After all, this was the world of demonic path experts. The two of them came in because they were sure that no 9-star war god would attack them. Generally, there were only a few 8-star war gods. If they really fought, there wouldn't be any pressure. This was also the reason why they brought their disciples here. This demonic god's land was definitely a good place. Dugu Yijian first sent the 3 disciples behind him in. At the same time, he gave them some instructions. Once you go in, just try to break through. Let me see what kind of potential you have. Don't embarrass yourselves. The 3 of them were sent in. After that, they were Dao Yihai's disciples. This time, he brought 5 disciples with him. All of them were saber experts. They were also sent in. After they went in, it was the demonic path's turn. The Crocodile King calmly looked at these proud sons of heaven. The chance to make a name for yourself is here. If anyone has the guts to go in and come out, then they can enter the demonic path's holy land and cultivate for a year. As soon as these words came out, the proud sons of heaven felt an incomparable attraction. Chapter 48:24. The Crocodile King's words were filled with great attraction. In particular, the words demonic path holy land gave many people a great idea. Lin Fei felt this the most. The geniuses in the surroundings all made their move. In an instant, many figures rushed in as well. The demonic path holy land was definitely a place worth visiting. When Lin Fei came, he also learned about it. After all, the Nether Mountain Range was a very special place for the demonic path holy land. It was said that one could improve their cultivation method once they entered, turning it into a super powerful cultivation method. Although the probability wasn't high, it was enough to make one's strength soar. However, it was too difficult to enter the demonic path holy land. Only those true proud sons of heaven had the chance to enter the demonic path holy land. Most of the war gods had entered the demonic path holy land before. If they hadn't entered the demonic path holy land, they wouldn't be able to call themselves a war god. As for what kind of treatment they would receive inside, even Lin Fei wasn't sure. Now that these proud sons of heaven entered, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He directly followed them in. As he approached the land of divinity and demons, he saw light appear. If he wasn't wrong, it should be a check. If he exceeded the age limit, he should be stopped. Lin Fei directly used the Great Tao of Time. The Great Tao of Time was very special, mysterious, and mystical. Like this, it caused Lin Fei to undergo a complete transformation. When the light fell on Lin Fei's body, there was no movement at all. Like this, Lin Fei smoothly passed through. Just as Lin Fei passed through, the fellow behind him wasn't so lucky. A seemingly young fellow directly rushed over. As soon as he arrived, he was enveloped by the light. With a miserable scream, he turned into nothingness. And this scene was seen by Lin Fei. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He finally knew why even an 8-star heavenly god didn't dare to enter. So this place was actually so dangerous. The land of divinity and demons actually had such a great array formation. It was unknown just who had left it here. This method was too terrifying. Even if a 9-stars war god were to come here, he would also be reduced to ashes. No wonder the experts of the righteous path did not dare to enter. Even if he had the guts, he didn't have the strength. After all, Lin Fei could clearly feel the instant kill just now. No matter who it was, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Crocodile King looked at these geniuses who went in and breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, the Devil Path experts had to suppress those guys this time. Otherwise, he would really have no place to put his face. It was the same for the Devil class at the side. Since he couldn't take down Dugu Yijian and Dao Yihai, he would vent his anger on the other disciples. It would be a good thing if they were killed inside. Therefore, he was really looking forward to those geniuses who went in and killed them. Otherwise, the demonic path experts of the Nether Mountain Range would really become a big joke. The current demonic path experts were not as tyrannical as before. If they ran outside, they would be caught in a net by the righteous path if they weren't careful. Only the Nether Mountain Range was relatively safe. Of course, if one wanted to increase their strength quickly in the Nether Mountain Range, they had to constantly train. If the righteous path didn't exterminate you, then the demonic path would exterminate themselves. This rule had always existed. Dugu Yijian, Dao Yihai, and Dao Yihai also saw the scene just now. They knew a long time ago that the entrance to the land of divinity and demons was very dangerous. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to enter. They didn't dare to try at all. They just felt that the land of divinity and demons was a bit exaggerated. They didn't expect that they would feel it just now. It was really terrifying. It could be said to be super terrifying. No one would be able to withstand this move, not even the two of them. Their hearts were filled with cold sweat. Fortunately, they didn't recklessly go in. The Nether Mountain Range was still very dangerous. No wonder the righteous path experts didn't dare to enter. They also received the news this time. Those 9-star war gods weren't here, so they came in like this. If there were 1 or 2 9-star war gods, then leaving wouldn't be a problem. After all, the current Nether Mountain Range wasn't the same as it was in the past. In the past, when all the experts were here, they really didn't dare to enter. If I'm not mistaken, there really isn't a single expert on the demonic path side that can fight. Dao Yihai lightly said. Dugu Yijian also lightly said, "That's true, but these demonic path experts can't be underestimated. Who knows whether or not they are hiding their strength. Once they make a move, they will go all out. Don't hold back." These two people had fought with demonic path experts before. They also knew that these demonic path experts had many methods, and they would hide their strength. Often, they would erupt with a killing move at a critical moment, making it so that you couldn't block it. This kind of situation was very common. As soon as Lin Fei entered, he found himself in a large hall. This hall was empty. Besides a few pillars, there was nothing else. Instead, the people who came in before seemed to be frantically killing some black demonic creatures. That's right, some black demonic creatures. These demonic creatures looked like humans as they directly attacked. Kill them, and you can get the key. Only with the key can you break through to the next level. Or we can join hands and snatch the key from the other people's hands. This way, we can also enter the next level. I heard that for every 10 levels, there will be a small reward. These demonic path experts who came and all started to kill these demonic creatures. These demonic creatures would appear from time to time, and their movements were very strange. Even for a moment, he actually couldn't detect them. This also made Lin Fei a little surprised. A loud rumbling sound unceasingly spread out in this level of the hall. Lin Fei didn't see those righteous path experts just now. If he was not mistaken, could it be that they have entered the next level? Lin Fei found that this level of the palace was very big. At a glance, there was actually a layer of power isolating it. This also made the hall seem to have become a lot bigger. In an instant, a few black demonic creatures appeared around Lin Fei. As soon as these demonic creatures came over, they were instantly cut into several pieces and fell to the ground. There was no such thing as a key. If it's just the key, it's easy. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, he cast the Great Karma Technique. In front of the Great Karma Technique, Lin Fei instantly locked on to the figure of a demonic creature. With one slash, he killed the demonic creature and casually took a key in his hand. Chapter 48:25. Lin Fei's Great Karma Technique finally came in handy. He could easily lock onto which demonic creatures had the key. There was a clang. Lin Fei obtained the first key and easily reached the next level. The second and third levels. He went all the way to the 10th level. To Lin Fei, there was no pressure at all. At the same time, he didn't see any powerful geniuses, nor did he see any righteous path experts. For example, Jian Lang. For example, Blade Ehai's disciples were the same. He couldn't see any trace of them at all. He didn't expect them to be so fast. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After all, they were either demonic path experts or righteous path experts. They more or less knew some information. Even if they brought some treasures, how could they find these keys? Seriously, it was not an easy task to obtain the keys from these demonic creatures. One had to either rely on luck or treasures. Not everyone could use the Great Karma Technique like Lin Fei did. In a short time, he reached the 10th level. After reaching this level, Lin Fei found it a little interesting, because from this level onwards, the number of demonic creatures increased. At first glance, it looked like the same hall, but it was densely packed inside. It wasn't easy to find the key among so many demonic creatures. Lin Fei first used the Great Karma Technique to sense it. The corners of his mouth rose, and he couldn't help but smile. Good heavens! There were so many demonic creatures, but there wasn't a key among them. This surprised Lin Fei a little. He didn't expect the land of divinity and demons to have so many checkpoints. It seemed like he had to exterminate this batch of demonic creatures. Only then would he be able to find the key in the next batch. If he wasn't wrong, the people who went in first should have obtained the key, so the people who came in later would feel the pressure. If others encountered so many demonic creatures, it wouldn't be easy to kill them. In the end, it depended on luck. Lin Fei sneered and rushed in. He instantly used the Great Cold Ice Technique and froze all the demonic creatures. Following that, the thunder rumbled down. In the blink of an eye, these demonic creatures were completely annihilated. After exterminating this batch of demonic creatures, more black shadows appeared in the blink of an eye. Then, more demonic creatures appeared. Lin Fei knew it would be like this. Then, he saw another group of monsters. Good Lord, there was no key in this batch of monsters. Lin Fei could only say that his luck was bad. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a solid foundation, so these demonic creatures were not that difficult to kill. As expected, he finally found the key in the next batch. There were 3. The matter of the key was also random. Lin Fei continued reading. Very soon, the 20th floor. He didn't know how long it took, but Lin Fei felt that it was quite fast. On the 20th floor, Lin Fei finally smiled, because he heard the sounds of fighting. If he was right, it should be the demon and righteous path experts gathering together. You demon disciples won't be so lucky today. It was okay if you didn't chase, but since you did, then I shall grant you your wish. Sword technique. Formless. Lin Fei saw the fight as soon as he came in. He even saw an old acquaintance. It wasn't anyone else but Zhang Fengyan. He actually met a disciple that Dugu Yijin brought. This disciple used a 2-handed sword, and each sword was formless and colorless. At the start, Zhang Fengyan was able to block it, but in the blink of an eye, many wounds appeared on his body. These scars were still expanding. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that this Zhang Fengyan was a disciple of the family, because this family was from the demon path. It wasn't easy to have a demon path family in the top 10 families. But at this moment, Zhang Fengyan really wasn't his match. His sword technique was really terrifying, and he couldn't catch a trace of it at all. All of Zhang Fengyun's defensive and offensive methods weren't his match at all. Scars covered his entire body, and it was a ghastly sight to behold. The young disciple danced his sword quickly, one sword after another, laughing out loud. "Let me tell you, you are my match. My sword technique specializes in breaking through all kinds of defenses and physical bodies. Break for me." The two-handed sword instantly turned into an attack. Zhang Fengyun was sent flying, leaving a long wound on his body. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking a few steps back. He knew that he wasn't his match. Looking at the demon path disciples lying on the ground, he realized that the disciple that Dugu Yijian brought was really strong. He didn't think that he would die here today. Previously, he died in the hands of an old man. He didn't think that this time he would die in the hands of a young man. His one-star war god level strength was truly a waste of cultivation. Do you see that? This is the difference between us. It's as easy as flipping my hand to kill you. Even if you're a one-star war god, it's the same. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of our sword sect. Let me fulfill your wish. I've been using a book reading app recently. Source changing app. Read the book in memory. Read it offline. The two-handed sword slashed over once again. But just as it neared Zhang Fengyun, a layer of frost appeared and blocked his attack. A wave of coldness hit the opponent. With a loud rumble, the opponent floated out and landed far away. "Who are you sneaking around? Get the hell out here." The young man was shocked. Someone actually came over, and he didn't sense it at all. Didn't that mean that another expert had come? Then a figure walked out unhurriedly. The young man squinted his eyes. This person was very young and unfamiliar. He wasn't a famous expert at all. He raised his hand, and a ray of sword light came over. Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed the ray of sword light. With a crack, the ray of sword light shattered. After all, Lin Fei's physical body had reached the 20th level. "I heard that you're Dugu Yijian's disciple, and a very strong one at that. I want to see how strong your sword technique is," Lin Fei said calmly. But to Zhang Fengyun and the young man, they instantly felt the pressure, especially the young man from the sword sect. That ray of sword light was extremely powerful. It contained more than a dozen transformations, but it was grabbed by the opponent just like that. It was easily broken. When did such a powerful heaven's pride appear on the side of the demonic path? He didn't even hear about it. Don't think that you're strong just because you blocked one of my moves. Eat my formless sword technique first. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The chainsword technique was unleashed. Chapter 48:26. The moment the chainsword technique was used, streaks of sword light appeared around Lin Fei. Every sword light was invincible and terrifying. Even Zhang Fengyun didn't dare to get close. He didn't expect this sword sect disciple to still have some tricks up his sleeves. This sword technique was much stronger than before. If you were to face him head-on, he definitely wouldn't be able to take it. However, he still couldn't recognize where this young man came from. His strength seemed to be ridiculously strong. Pung 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 pung. Every time the sword light landed on Lin Fei's body, it would be bounced off by an invisible barrier. No matter how many sword lights there were, it was the same. They couldn't affect Lin Fei at all. Lin Fei just stood there quietly with his hands behind his back like a peerless expert. But to this young man, Fang Kuan, this was a scene that he couldn't accept. Fang Kuan had never thought that he would meet such a powerful demonic expert here. His two-handed sword technique couldn't do anything to him. Suddenly, the two-handed sword turned into a sharp sword light. Like a crescent moon, it instantly slashed over. So, this sword light was much stronger than before. It sliced through Lin Fei's defense and landed lightly on Lin Fei's body. Fang Kuan's face finally revealed a look of joy. It seemed like he still had to use his secret technique. However, when this sword light landed on his body, there was only a crisp sound. There was no movement. Not bad, not bad. You even have a secret technique to break through my defense. However, you can't break through my second floor. What a pity. Lin Fei raised his hand. There was a loud rumble. The lightning bolts struck down, followed by a layer of frost that enveloped them. Fang Kuan was instantly enveloped by the cold. There was a loud rumble of lightning. Fong Kuan withstood it. The sword intent in his hands had even turned into an invisible defense. He really blocked it. However, he immediately realized how strong this technique was. The coldness continued to invade him. The lightning continued to seep into his body. In this way, he had no advantage at all. The more he persisted, the more pain he felt. There seemed to be no end to the endless frost and thunderbolts that came crashing down. Kacha! Kacha! Boom! All the defenses on his body were instantly penetrated, and he began to vomit blood. This is just a casual move of mine, yet you can't take it anymore. It seems that you're not qualified to make me punch you. Before Fong Kuan could say anything, the lightning and frost came again, and this time they were even more powerful than before. Whoosh! This time, he couldn't bear it at all. He was immediately frozen. Then, a bolt of lightning landed on his body. With a boom, he was sent flying. When he landed on the ground of the palace, his entire body was covered in frost. Black smoke rose from his body. That one strike just now had already caused him serious injuries. Who exactly are you? There isn't anyone as powerful as you in the Devil Dao. Lin Fei walked over. You don't have the right to know who I am. Who asked you to be so weak? I haven't attacked yet, but don't worry, I won't kill you. There's no point in killing someone like you. Lin Fei looked down at the sword sex disciple from above. Suddenly, he raised his hand. Fong Kuan couldn't take it all. A wave of energy enveloped his body. Pung 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 pung. Thousands of arrows pierced his heart. Fresh blood dripped down. Look, I haven't even attacked, and you're already like this. How do you expect me to go all out? Lin Fei calmly made his move again. But to Zhang Fengyun, the scene in front of him was too terrifying. This Devil Dao expert was really strong and invincible. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. He didn't have the aura of a war god, but his strength was unfathomable. Fong Kuan, who he couldn't even beat, was easily destroyed by him. Most importantly, this guy said that he didn't go all out. These are just some small tricks. But even these small tricks made Zhang Fengyun take a deep breath. At the same time, he felt very helpless. He had already broken through to a one-star war god, but his strength was still weaker than his opponent's. Looks like I have to go back and continue my breakthrough. All right, you can scram now. Your fellow disciples will be coming out soon. That's what I said. Lin Fei said plainly. Fong Kuan was very unwilling, but he still crushed the small teleportation talisman. Whoosh! He was sent out. Thank you, brother, for blocking Fong Kuan for me. Otherwise, I would have lost my life. These righteous disciples are much more ferocious than us demonic disciples. Once they make a move, they will definitely kill them. Zhang Fengyun said gratefully. The only thing he couldn't understand was why this guy let Fong Kuan go. Couldn't he just kill him? If he let such a person go and break through, who knows how many Devil Dao experts would die? Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't say that he let Fong Kuan go to farm honor points and power of faith. He wanted to let the outside world know that Devil Dao had produced a great expert. Isn't it good to keep this kind of trash for you guys to train? If I kill them, you guys won't have any motivation to train. Don't you think so? This time, it was Zhang Fengyun's turn to be shocked. These words really left him speechless. If he killed these experts, they would really lose their training targets. All right, you can slowly train. Your strength is still too weak. You can't even beat a sword sect disciple. You disappoint me. Lin Fei didn't even look at Zhang Fengyun as he continued forward. A large number of demonic figures appeared around him. It was those demonic creatures. A punch flew through the air. One of the demonic creatures was killed, and a key that fell out. Zhang Fengyun saw this scene clearly and was even more shocked in his heart. He found the demonic creature so quickly, and it even dropped a key. From start to finish, Zhang Fengyun didn't see what methods he used. He was sure that the demonic creature would drop a key just like that. This was much more powerful than theirs. Lin Fei quickly entered the next level. At the same time, outside the land of God and demon, Crocodile King and Demon Class were sitting cross-legged. As for Dao Yihai and Dugu Yijian, they were the same. They were all waiting for the final result here. Of course, the result wouldn't be out so quickly. On the other hand, Crocodile King's expression was a little ugly. Some of his life jewels were broken. These life jewels had a trace of his life energy within and were connected to each other. Once this life energy collapsed, it meant that the other party had completely disappeared. With a walala sound, a figure came out. Duguijian also moved at this moment. Chapter 48:27. Duguijian made his move. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect Duguijian to make his move. When he made his move, the Crocodile King and Devil class also came over. They wanted to know who the person was, because from a start until now, no one had come out, not even the demonic disciples, because they all died inside. One could imagine that the disciples these two war gods brought were all vicious and merciless. They wouldn't let the demonic disciples come out. Normal demonic disciples wouldn't be able to stop them. Even the most powerful demonic disciples, no matter how strong they were, wouldn't be able to find this gap in a short period of time. After all, activating the teleportation talisman required time. Without a certain amount of time, they wouldn't be able to do it. In just 2 or 3 breaths of time, they might be killed. This isn't someone for your demonic path. He's my disciple. Don't tell me the two of you want to join in as well. Duguijian said calmly. Following that, the figure returned to his original position. Dao Ehai hugged his blade with both hands and smiled faintly. In fact, even he was surprised by this. He didn't expect that the person who came out would be Duguijian's disciple. He remembered that this person was called Fong Kuan. He was also an expert with great potential. Even though he wasn't a 1-star war god, he barely had the strength of a pseudo-war god. Even a 1-star war god wouldn't be able to handle his combat strength. But now, he was the first to be chased out. His body was riddled with wounds. The Crocodile King and Devil class looked at each other and retreated. They couldn't help but be curious. Among the demonic disciples that went in, was there someone who was hiding his strength? Otherwise, how could Fong Kuan be injured? The 2 8-star war gods could naturally see through this person's strength. He was indeed quite powerful. In a one-on-one fight, he wasn't someone any demonic expert could beat. But now, his injuries were quite severe. Most importantly, he actually came out alive. This was a little unbelievable. Could it be that the demonic expert was merciful? Logically speaking, that was impossible. The demonic path had always been vicious and merciless. They weren't any worse than the righteous disciples. Duguijian immediately took out a healing pill and gave it to Fong Kuan to eat. He stabilized the injuries on his body. Just now, he had already taken a look. The injuries on Fong Kuan's body were indeed very tragic. It could be said that it was a one-sided injury. What surprised them was that the other party didn't kill him. Based on this situation, the opponent's strength was definitely overwhelming. Killing Fong Kuan was also a matter of course. Now, they could not see through it. Since when would a demonic path expert be so kind? After a while, Fong Kuan slowly woke up. When he saw his master, he was immediately energized. When he thought of what he had encountered inside, his expression instantly became one of shock. Master, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I met a powerful fellow inside. His strength is unfathomable, and I'm not his match. Even my little life was spared by him, and he said that he wanted me to be a training target for other heavenly geniuses. How hateful! Fong Kuan's words were not very loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. His heart was shaken, especially the Crocodile King and the Devil class. It was as if they had heard wrongly. Someone actually defeated Fong Kuan and left him alive as training. This style was too bold and unrestrained. No matter what, these words came from Fong Kuan's mouth. Naturally, the 2 8-star war gods had a trace of emotion on their faces. At least they did not lose face this time. In any case, they managed to gain some face. Who asked so many demonic path disciples to die? One after another, their life jewels were shattered. How could they not feel proud? Now, they could finally take a breather. Duguijian and Dao Ehai's expressions naturally turned ugly. They never thought that there would be an expert sneaking in here. To be able to crush Fong Kuan and chase him out and still show mercy, this person's strength was definitely high. At the very least, he had the strength of a 2-star war god. However, they didn't notice such an expert at all just now. Now they couldn't help but worry. Demonic path experts were indeed cunning. They had completely misjudged them. You don't have to look at us like that. You know how powerful the land of divinity and demons is. It is impossible for an expert over 5,000 years old to enter. The Crocodile King said coldly. He naturally understood what Duguijian would say. He would say that the demonic path had played some tricks again. That was what Duguijian had thought at the beginning. With Fong Kuen's strength, he was at the very least a top-notch existence here. He was at least a top-notch existence. Ordinary demonic path experts were no match for him, not even a one-star war god. In fact, this was really the case. But now he had suffered such heavy injuries, been chased out, and even left with his life. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. It could be said that Fong Kuen was more than half crippled. Unless he could defeat that person in his lifetime, it would be difficult to increase his strength. After all, a 3-star war god would have to break through a barrier. If he didn't break through a barrier, he would not be able to increase his strength. No matter how capable Fong Kuen was, he would stop at the 3-star war god realm. Duguijian was quite annoyed and infuriated. You demonic path experts really have some tricks up your sleeves. I didn't expect that I would make an error of judgment. But I want to see if your demonic path expert is stronger or if our side is stronger. Let's wait and see. Dao Yihai also laughed. I hope that your demonic path expert doesn't meet my disciple. Otherwise, he will be chopped into 18 pieces. That would be interesting. No matter what, the 2 8-star war gods were still very confident in the disciples under their tutelage. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to break through to the 70th floor and above. Let's wait and see. The surrounding demonic Dao disciples were all filled with smiles as they worshipped Lin Fan. Even Fong Kuen was defeated and chased out, and he was still alive. This was the most satisfying thing. Unfortunately, they still didn't know who that person was. They were especially looking forward to it. If they could chase out the other great experts, it would definitely be very interesting. It would also be very moving and make them feel incomparably excited. How could a demonic path disciple be inferior to a righteous path disciple? Let's see. They were still chased out by our demonic path expert. This kind of thought appeared in the minds of almost all the disciples. Chapter 48:28. Aha! There's finally an increase in honor points. As expected, my way of thinking was useful. Even though killing that Fong Kuen was a good deed, to me, it's far less satisfying than letting him go. On one of the floors, Lin Fei finally broke into a smile. Just now, he had already started to gain honor points. His honor points started to rise. Of course, the hate points were the same. In comparison, the honor points were much higher. One could imagine how many people outside wanted to know his identity. This was the right thing to do. Lin Fei knew that not killing Fong Kuen was the best choice. Even though Fong Kuen was only at the pseudo-war god level, his combat strength was still very strong. Even Zhang Fengyun couldn't catch him. In front of him, the other party's ability and methods were really nothing. He had easily made him lose the ability to resist. He didn't kill him because he wanted to catch a bigger fish. It seemed like he had caught quite a few small fish. As for the bigger fish, he had to continue working hard. However, in a short period of time, he actually didn't see the other disciples of the sword sect. But it didn't matter. Since he met Fong Kuen on this floor, then the other disciples should be inside. Some were ahead, some were behind. There weren't that many floors, so Lin Fei wasn't in a rush. Once he chased all of them out, he would be able to get more honor points. Lin Fei passed through the levels one by one. On the 26th floor, he met a sword faction disciple. He chased him out too. On the 32nd floor, he had also chased another disciple of Blade Yihai out of the tower. He was an expert blade user. Lin Fei just gave him one slash, and he was chased out. On the 42nd floor, Lin Fei met another sword faction disciple. He was chased out again. On the 48th floor, Dao Yihai's other disciple was also chased out. This disciple was quite strong. He took 3 slashes before he was sent out. Of course, this was because Lin Fei didn't go all out. He just wanted to see how the disciple was doing. In the end, it proved that the other party's strength was really quite strong. Even so, he was still chased out. Another disciple from Sword Sect was chased out. Forget about the disciples of Sword Sect. Even Dao Ehai's disciples have been chased out. All of them have been chased out. Now, Dao Ehai's expression is a little dark. Who knows which heaven's chosen one has entered this place? His strength is quite valiant. I'm afraid this guy is the most powerful guy here. The disciples of Sword Sect and Blade 1C came out one after another. Everyone who talked about that person would have a look of helplessness, anger, and unwillingness to be chased out just like that. They were also planning to kill those demonic experts. But now, they knew that they were far from being able to do so. In the past, he was still proud of himself, thinking that the experts of the demonic path were nothing more than this. And now, they truly realized that the strength of the demonic path was very, very strong. Killing them was as easy as flipping a hand. But in the end, they were driven out and suppressed alive. Half a foot was completely pulled down. It would be very, very difficult to break through the realm in the future, unless one day they could kill this guy. Both Duguijian and Dao Ehai's faces turned extremely ugly. Originally, this trip was to bring the disciples from their sect to gain experience. But now, it seemed that they had really suffered a huge setback here. Now, only Jianlang from Sword Sect was still inside. As for Dao Ehai's disciples, they had all come out. Until now, they didn't know how they lost. They could only say that that person was very, very strong, and they couldn't beat him at all. Crocodile King and Devil Class also laughed out loud. Finally, they could hold their heads high. They didn't know who was the one who took down such a glorious scene for them. Until now, no one had come out. Although it was Duguijian and Dao Ehai's disciples who came out, it was indeed a happy thing. Of course, there was also a bit of displeasure in this happiness. Why didn't they kill all these heaven's chosen one? Although this would indeed destroy their future, once they could break through in the future, their strength would become even more valiant. Duguijian, our Devil Dao isn't bad either. It seems that this time, if you want to achieve a good result inside, it will probably be very difficult. Fortunately, our Devil Dao disciples are magnanimous. Otherwise, all of you would probably have died inside. Don't you think so? The Devil Class also started to speak. It was rare for them to be able to hold their heads high. Naturally, they had to ruthlessly ridicule this 8-star war god. Even if they ridiculed this time, they didn't know when the next time would be. After all, the abilities of the righteous experts were very strong. It was unknown when they would enter the Yuming Mountain. You Devil Dao is indeed very powerful this time. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful heaven's chosen one. We really have to take a good look, Dao Ehai said with a black face. Duguijian still maintained his calm, but he couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. Now, only Jianlang was left. From the description of the disciples just now, that heaven's chosen one should be a guy who walked the path of the physical body. His body was very strong. Their sword techniques couldn't display any power at all. This was indeed very difficult to deal with. Now, Duguijian could only hope that Jianlang could kill that heaven's chosen one. That's right, that was to kill him. As long as he killed him, naturally, there would be no more problems. For such a heaven's chosen one, if he wasn't killed. For the righteous, he would definitely not be a strong enemy in the future, even if he hadn't completely broken through to the next realm. But there were still many treasures on the side of Devil Dao that could increase their strength. In this way, the opponent's potential would be limitless. It would really be very difficult to deal with. It seems at this time, Devil Dao has really picked up a great expert, a powerful seed with potential. We must send him to the Devil Dao's holy land to be cultivated. Devil Class said, he is indeed a capable potential seed. Duguijian's disciples are all very powerful. They're almost invincible in the same realm. I didn't expect that they would be beaten to such a state. I want to meet this guy even more. This time, Crocodile King was also full of expectations for that mysterious heaven's chosen one. No matter what, he had to see him. After all, he had fought for glory for himself. If he didn't die, then he would definitely have the potential in the Yuming Mountain in the future. At the very least, The two 8-star war gods were very optimistic about him. Chapter 48:29. Lin Fei continued to rush down. The further he went, the harder it was to get the key, because these demonic creatures wouldn't carry the key. It depended on the opportunity. Lin Fei could not help but complain a few more times, so he could only take it slow. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 3 months had passed. Lin Fei had only passed the 60th floor. During this period, he met some demonic path geniuses. However, their strength was average. Although the geniuses here were quite strong, the strongest ones should have run ahead. Lin Fei followed behind. Even if he had the great karma technique, he still had to wait. Before the time was up, he couldn't go down. This was the thing that made people speechless. No wonder he spent so much time here. Lin Fei was also at a loss. He really couldn't do anything about this. Walala walala. Lin Fei continued to rush down. Another half a year passed. Lin Fei finally arrived at the 70th floor. As soon as he arrived, he heard the sounds of fighting. It was very intense. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. On the previous floors, he didn't meet any powerful geniuses. He didn't expect to meet one on the 70th floor. The fighting was very intense. This piqued Lin Fei's interest. At least it wouldn't fade. He really didn't have a chance to warm up along the way. Don't come and fight with me. This thing is mine. The three of you stand aside. If anyone comes over, don't blame me for being ruthless and killing all of you. An arc of energy instantly swept out, corroding the void in an instant. The three figures hurriedly retreated. They quickly distanced themselves. In the end, they still ended up surrounding him. Long Tai, don't be too greedy. This thing was made by us together. Why should it belong to you? That's right. We've worked so hard to get this thing. It's not a problem if you want it, but you should at least give us the same value of this treasure. Let's talk about it after we divide it. Although the three of us are slightly weaker than you, if we join hands, you won't have a good ending. Either you take out the same thing, or we'll make a move. When Lin Fei arrived, he saw 3 silhouettes forming a circle around him. In the middle was a young man with shoulder-length red hair and an evil aura. The so-called Long Tai that the three of them mentioned was also an expert of the devil path. He was unexpectedly a 3-star war god. Lin Fei had already sensed Long Tai's presence before. He should be an expert from a large sect. I didn't expect his means to be so good. Looking at the situation now, it should be an internal conflict. As for the other 3, he had a slight impression of them. They were all experts. All 3 of them were 2-star war gods. The 3 of them together were not to be underestimated. At the very least, they had expended a lot of energy along the way. It was no wonder that Long Tai dared to openly take away the most important treasure. Who's there? As soon as Lin Fei arrived, the 3 of them sensed him. A cold light came directly. With a swing of his hand, 3 beams of light shot out. Each beam contained the power of a 2-star war god. When they arrived in front of Lin Fei, they were automatically carried away. I'm just here to join the fun. Do you believe me? Lin Fei easily neutralized the 3's attacks. It also made them feel great pressure in an instant. One Long Tai already made them feel a little uncomfortable. They didn't expect another expert to come. This expert was someone they didn't know, yet he easily carried them away. Long Tai's eyes turned cold. He looked over, but didn't make a move. Who are you? This is an internal problem of the devil path. I advise you to leave. Long Tai's voice was very cold. He also felt the indescribable pressure from this young man. If we meet here, then it must be fate. You're disciples of the devil path, and I'm also a disciple of the devil path. I'm quite interested in that thing in your hand. Why don't you take it out and have a look? If I make a move, then you won't be so lucky because I'll throw you out. You won't die, but at most you'll lose face. Lin Fei smiled faintly. That's because I like to spar with experts. As long as they're experts, it's fine. It's either you kill me or I kill you. However, I prefer peace over the years, so I've never been ruthless. You can consider my suggestion. The 3 experts of the devil path were shocked. They couldn't figure out what this young man wanted to do. Could it be that he really wanted to deal with Long Tai? Long Tai had the power of a 3-star war god. Even though he hadn't passed his heavenly tribulation, his strength was still very strong. The three of them had to join hands to have the ability to resist. Now, a young man popped out of nowhere and casually said he wanted to challenge experts. Wasn't his tone a bit too arrogant? Fortunately, this young man wasn't looking for them. That was for the best. In any case, it would be best if Long Tai was dealt with. At that time, they might even be able to take advantage of the situation. You three don't need to be so happy. I'll give you a chance to choose. Either you obediently leave now, or I'll send you off. It's that simple. Of course, when you leave your rings behind. At least they can be considered some spoils of war. Lin Fei hadn't missed out on the disciples of Dugu Yijian and Saber Hai. He had taken all their rings. At least he had to leave some spoils of war. This was also the reason why they hated Lin Fei so much after they left. All their belongings had been taken away. Fortunately, Lin Fei was inside the land of divinity and demons. They couldn't enter, so they could only wait outside. No matter what, they had to take the spoils of war back. No, it should be something that belonged to them. The three experts of the Devil Path were instantly enraged. Good heavens! He didn't take the four of them seriously at all. Since the four of you don't take my word seriously, then I'll let you experience what despair is. There was a loud bang in the air. In an instant, the space collapsed, and the rumbling power directly swept over, crashing into their bodies. Whether it was the three experts of the Devil Path or Long Tai, they were all the same. In an instant, countless forces came crashing down, layer after layer. In the blink of an eye, they all vomited blood. Their faces paled. Any method seemed insignificant in the face of the collapsing space. The mighty force was endless. Despair began to envelop them. Chapter 48:30. Wave after wave of power continuously crushed over. Even if the three Devil Path experts wanted to resist, they felt that it was extremely difficult. They were completely unable to withstand it. And at this moment, Lin Fei also moved. Rays of sword aura directly chopped over. These sword auras were incomparably sharp. When they landed on their bodies, they instantly felt their hair stand on end. It was simply impossible to resist. Walla walla. Wounds appeared on their bodies. Even if their defensive treasure armor blocked a portion of it still seeped in. It was as if it couldn't block it at all. Have mercy. I'm willing to hand it over. Spare me, I lost. The 3 2-star war gods simply didn't have any ability to resist. The wounds on their bodies let them know the difference between them. They would rather hand over the rings than resist to the end. If they were careless, they would most likely be killed. The 3 rings flew over at the same time, following which the 3 of them left. Lin Fei's gaze looked towards Long Tai. Long Tai's expression was exceptionally grave. How could he have expected such a powerful Devil Path expert to appear here? This method was truly hard to believe. Yet, he didn't recognize this stranger. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This was the most difficult thing to accept. Now it's your turn. Although you have the strength of a 3-star war god, do you think you can beat me? If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. However, my patience has almost been completely exhausted. When we make our move, it won't be the same method again. Lin Fei indifferently looked over. Long Tai's heart thumped. This wasn't a good sign. Of course, he knew this person's strength. Even if he was alone, he could barely suppress the 3 2-star war gods. As long as he defeated them one by one, it wouldn't be that easy. If it was one-on-one, it wouldn't be a problem. If they were to team up, then it would be very difficult. In the end, there was at most a 60% chance of beating them back. And they only had a 40% chance. This wasn't a big gap. However, this young man was different. He was definitely an extremely powerful existence. The difference between him and him was truly too great. Are you sure you want to do this? If you take this thing from me, you won't have a good life. You should know where I come from. I'm from the Demon Dragon clan. Long Tai's voice had also become exceptionally low. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud rumbling sound. The power that filled the sky surged over. That was the power of the collapse of the void. Just a face-to-face made him vomit 3 liters of blood. He couldn't withstand it at all. The power of the collapse of the void was already very strong, and within it, a beam of light rose directly, followed by a scale armor in front of him. The package was inside. Even so, he was still sent flying by a single slash. Following that, another wave of crushing power came crashing down on him. It was endless. So what if you're from the demonic dragon clan? If I want something, I'll naturally take it. Unless you want to die. It's that simple. A long river of saber light came in an instant, majestic and mighty. Long Tai's pupils constricted as he roared angrily. Demonic dragon protection. In an instant, a black light appeared. A demonic dragon was faintly discernible, which came from a big defensive move. However, in front of this big move, the saber light passed by in an instant, and the demonic dragon behind him collapsed, followed by Long Tai's entire body crashing out. Even with the demonic dragon protection, Long Tai was still no match for the other party's move. The power of the void collapsed once again. He was almost unable to move his entire body. I accept my fate. I accept my fate. The ring floated over just like that. This was Long Tai's ring. Compared to the rings of the three of them, this ring looked very high and mighty. Lin Fei waved his hand and directly blasted a power on Long Tai's body. You can get out now. Long Tai also disappeared, but his eyes were filled with endless hatred before he left. But there was even more helplessness. You'll regret taking my ring. Lin Fei had nothing to regret about this. Since he had already encountered him, he had to take some spoils of war first. However, this Long Tai's reaction was a bit too big. It had to be said that this Long Tai was indeed much more powerful than the three war gods from before. Even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be a match for Long Tai. Meeting Lin Fei was different. It could only be said that they were unlucky. Being able to stay alive was already considered not bad. Let me see what kind of good stuff is in this guy's ring. Why does he hate me so much and want to tear me into pieces? Lin Fei looked at the three rings from before. The things in the rings were not as heavy as he had imagined, which made Lin Fei quite disappointed. He had to take a good look at this ring. Who asked Long Tai to have such a big reaction? After all, the demonic dragon clan was one of the more powerful clans in the great god's world. They were an existence that did not distinguish between good and evil and belonged to a different category. And this demonic dragon clan was said to have an 8-star war god. That's right, the strongest was only an 8-star war god. However, this demonic dragon's strength was very strong, reaching the strength of a 9-star war god, and his invincible body was very terrifying. Once it was opened, Lin Fei began to inspect it. This inspection made him set his eyes on an item. He casually took it out. This was a box. This box was sealed with layers of power, which was very obvious. Lin Fei seemed to understand why Long Tai hated him. It was most likely that the thing in this box was what he wanted to take away the most. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's strength directly suppressing Long Tai, this guy would probably have turned around and left. He wouldn't have stayed here at all, let alone hand over the ring. The seals on the ring were one layer after another. To Lin Fei, it was not too much of a pressure. He grabbed it with one hand, and a loud rumbling sound was heard. One seal after another was broken just like that. After breaking 28 seals in a row, he finally broke all the seals. The later seals were stronger. An ordinary 3-star war god would not be able to open it. No matter what, one would need to be at least a 4-star or 5-star war god to be able to open it. Otherwise, one would not be able to open it at all. It could be considered to be a relatively different kind of box. As soon as Lin Fei opened the box, there was actually a bead in the box. This bead emitted the aura of the Dragon Clan, but it was a little different from the Dragon Clan. It emitted an evil aura. Lin Fei seemed to understand what this thing was. He casually resealed it with layers of power. He kept it. Of course, he kept it in his ring. It seems that I have encountered something interesting. Chapter 48:31. The land of divinity and demons was bustling with noise and excitement. Who knew how many people were waiting outside? Because a super fierce person had appeared inside. Whether it was the experts of the righteous path or the demonic path, they were all chased out. Fortunately, the demonic path experts weren't killed. They were only injured. They lost face, but compared to the other righteous path experts, they could at least survive. This was the biggest difference. Whoosh! Another figure came out. Everyone recognized him as soon as he came out. Wasn't this Long Tai of the Demon Dragon clan? He was a very powerful guy. They heard that he had mastered the Demon Dragon's protection at such a young age. This was a powerful secret technique that was known to have an invincible defense. Once it was used, no one in the same realm could break through the Demon Dragon's protection. But now they saw that Long Tai was injured, and his injuries weren't light either. Their hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that super fierce person again? After coming out, two experts walked out from the void. When these two experts came out, the void shook. Everyone also recognized that this was definitely a great expert of the Demonic Dragon clan. They didn't expect them to follow them. Dugu Jian and the others also looked over. These two experts of the Demonic Dragon clan were both at the 8-star War God realm. When he came out and saw the two 8-star celestial gods, his expression turned cold and he whispered a few words to them. The gazes of the two 8-star war gods turned even colder. The Crocodile King and Devil class felt the pressure. The strength of these two great experts from the Devil Dragon clan was vaguely above them. They didn't know why Long Tai was accompanied by two great experts this time. Something big must have happened inside. That super fierce person had really offended someone this time. Originally, the Crocodile King admired him, but now it seemed that this guy's brain wasn't normal. If the other party had a background, then it would be fine. But if he didn't, they would be really troublesome. The Demon Dragon clan was vicious and merciless. Even the experts of the righteous path didn't dare to offend the Demon Dragon clan. After all, if the Demon Dragon clan got angry, they couldn't control it. It was said that the entire Demon Dragon clan would come out in full force. That would be the most terrifying thing. They didn't care about any rules at all. Even a 9-star war god would have to consider the consequences of offending the Demonic Dragon clan. Even a 9-stars war god wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the Demonic Dragon when the 8-stars war god unleashed the Demonic Dragon's armor. This was the scariest part. Lin Fei continued to rush down. As far as he was concerned, the only person who could fight him was Jian Lang. However, this guy was quite fast. Another half a year had passed. Lin Fei finally reached the 80th level. The higher he went, the harder it was. He didn't know how many batches of monsters it would take to get a key. Once again, he entered the next level. Lin Fei arrived at the 81st floor. As soon as he arrived at this level, he felt the sharp sword qi surging towards him. He knew that Jian Lang was on this floor. Apart from the difficulty, Lin Fei also felt a powerful figure. It seemed like he was fighting with Jian Lang. Sword qi crisscrossed. His defense appeared. It was like the sun, moon, and rivers. It actually stopped these attacks. As expected of the most favored disciple of Dugu Yijian. He's really strong. He can even reach the 81st floor. His potential is really outstanding. There was a loud rumbling sound. The incoming sword qi collapsed in an instant. A torrent flashed past, and countless layers of sword intent appeared in front of Jian Lang, barely managing to block the attack. His blood and qi were churning violently. He didn't expect that this ordinary-looking guy in front of him was actually a great expert. He didn't have any advantage in this fight. Terrifying. Terrifying. Jian Lang also felt how strong this guy was. At this moment, he actually felt another aura enter. He was stunned again. This time, there were so many experts from the Demon Dao. Not only did one come, but a second one actually came. This ordinary-looking man also noticed this aura. He didn't expect another one to come. However, it didn't seem like an expert from the Righteous Dao. That meant he was from the Demon Dao. But when did the Demon Dao have such a potential guy? But it didn't matter. Another one came. It seems like this time, the three most powerful ones are on this floor. Lin Fei walked over unhurriedly. There weren't any demonic creatures appearing in the surroundings. Once a demonic creature appeared, it would be instantly destroyed. There was no time for them to make any movements. So, this floor of the palace was empty. I've caught up from behind. I think the two of you are quite interesting. Why aren't you fighting? At least continue to fight. Let me watch a good show. This way, I can reap the benefits. Don't you think so? Lin Fei laughed. He also saw this ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He was indeed very ordinary. One wouldn't have any impression of him at all. This kind of person was really rare. It also made Lin Fei realize that the more such a person was, the more secrets he had. You should have driven Long Tai out, right? Then Long Tai's item should be in your hands. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly turned cold as he stared at Lin Fei and said. He felt the aura left by Long Tai on the middle-aged man's body. So you also know Long Tai. It seems that Long Tai has cooperated with you. As for whether the item is in my hands or not, why don't you guess? Obliterate. Swoosh. In an instant, a terrifying force swept out from Lin Fei's surroundings, causing the void to instantly collapse. In an instant, this was a very powerful killer move. Without any warning, it arrived in an instant. Even Jianlang was shocked in his heart. He still underestimated the middle-aged man's power. He actually mastered such a powerful killer move. Even Jianlang might not be able to block it. In an instant, Lin Fei felt a wave of energy slamming into his body. However, he also displayed his infinite divine body. As the force weakened layer by layer, it actually didn't move at all. It was as if nothing had happened. Don't be so hot-tempered. How can I not have some strength to be able to come here? I drove Long Tai out because he isn't strong enough. Don't you want to consider cooperating with me? This time, it was the middle-aged man's turn to be shocked. He actually misjudged Long Tai. This was also a powerful guy. Swoosh. With a swoosh, the void collapsed. Another mighty force rushed over, catching him off guard. This is called reciprocity. Chapter 48:32. It could be said that Jianlang had been watching these two people from start to finish. You came and went, I schemed, you schemed, I schemed. This instantly made him feel the pressure. He didn't think that he would encounter two powerful demonic path masters in the land of divinity and demons. He certainly knew who this person was, but he didn't know the other young man. He was very mysterious, and his mortal body was also very powerful. Even the methods he was proud of might not be able to easily break through his mortal body. If the other party also had a defensive treasure armor, then that would be the most difficult thing to deal with, unless he used a top killing move. But in normal circumstances, he wouldn't use that kind of killing move so easily. Thus, he decided to take things one step at a time. He originally thought that it would be best if the two of them could have a big fight. At that time, he didn't mind being the fisherman that reaped the benefits. If he could completely eliminate both of them, he believed that he would be able to obtain a great harvest. But the result was like this. The two exchanged a few moves and then didn't fight again. The middle-aged man laughed. Interesting, interesting. I didn't think that your heart would be so vicious. Luckily, I have some methods. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss. Lin Fei also laughed. Isn't this a fair exchange? Is there anything wrong with that? How about we fight again? But if we really fight, I'm sure that Brother Jianlang will be very happy. Jianlang didn't feel good at all. After all, he was taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. He didn't think that the two of them wouldn't fight. The middle-aged man immediately looked over. That's right. If we fight, we'll really be giving it to an outsider. In any case, that fellow Long Tai isn't strong enough. Now that his things are in your hands, that's for the best. We can cooperate, but before we cooperate, we can drive this Jianlang out. Yes, we should eliminate him. What do you think? Jianlang instantly felt the pressure. If he dealt with a middle-aged man, he had a good chance of winning. At most, he would have a 50-50 chance. However, with the addition of this unfamiliar young man, the situation was completely different. Ruthless God of War, you're quite good at choosing to cooperate with this person. However, aren't you afraid of being tricked by me when we fight? When that time comes, who knows who will die? So this middle-aged man was called Heartless War God. Lin Fei furrowed his brows. He finally knew about this heartless God of War. This guy could be considered quite powerful. His strength as a 3-star war god had already reached the pinnacle. You can say that the next level is the intermediate level war god. One had to know that there were many divisions in the war god realm. Everyone's cultivation level rose a little. For example, a 1-star war god to a 3-star war god belonged to the ranks of ordinary war gods. From 4-star to 6-star war gods, they were considered intermediate war gods. From 7-star war god to 9-star war god, that's advanced war god. As for the final 10 star war gods, they were the top war gods. Under normal circumstances, being able to train to the advanced level war god level is already pretty good. As for the top war gods, only 5 of them had reached this level in the entire great world. Whether they had a breakthrough or not, nobody knew. In any case, no one was willing to test the waters, because those who tried were easily annihilated. Actually, there's no need to chase him away. After all, there's one more opponent. Coincidentally, I was planning to meet him and have a good fight. It'd be a pity if I really killed him. In my opinion, all geniuses are suppressed. Letting them live in my era of suppression is the most interesting thing. Don't you think so? After chasing him all the way here, Lin Fei was obviously here to deal with Jianlang. If he defeated him and sent him out, he would definitely gain a lot of honor points. Up until now, his honor points had been rising rapidly. It was obvious that he was on the right path. Whether it was Heartless God of War or Jianlang, they were both shocked. They didn't expect this young man to be so ambitious. He actually wanted to suppress an era's pride. This wasn't something anyone could do. If he didn't have any strength, he could only stare helplessly. Jianlang felt that he was too easy to bully. A stranger came and wanted to suppress him. Even Heartless God of War didn't dare to say such words. You're really arrogant. Although I, Jianlang, am not an expert, my potential is limitless. In the future, I will be a super expert in the world. You actually dare to say that you can suppress me? Fine, let me see how you can suppress me in an era. There was a loud rumble. The void collapsed. Layer after layer of power swept over. Jianlang already knew that he had such a move. In an instant, countless sword lights appeared around him, forming a barrier. Even so, the barrier still rumbled loudly. It kept collapsing. His heart skipped a beat in an instant. He had underestimated this guy. He didn't expect the power of the void to be so strong. It was really terrifying. He couldn't take it anymore. With just one move, he knew the gap between them. This stranger was really very, very strong. He actually didn't know such a person. As expected, all demonic experts deserve to die. If you can't even take this move of mine, what right do you have to say that you're God's favored one? Lin Fei smiled faintly. Unless you can withstand it, then it'll be different. Then you'll be qualified to fight with me. Otherwise, you can only be like your fellow disciples, thrown out by me. Don't worry, I won't destroy you. I said that I'll suppress you for an era, and that's it. It's that simple. The Heartless War God was also slightly startled. He finally knew that this guy was hiding his strength. When he fought just now, it definitely wasn't as strong as it was now. It seemed that this demonic expert didn't have a good temper towards the righteous path. That was good too. He already had some pressure dealing with Jianlang. Now that this unfamiliar expert was making a move, it couldn't be better. But he just couldn't figure out where this young man came from. It was as if he really came out of nowhere. I'm actually not that easy to deal with. Since you want to suppress me, then I'll take out my killer move and let you experience it. See God's possession kill. There was a loud explosion. A shadow came from the sky and appeared directly behind him. Chapter 48:33. The moment the illusion appeared. Heartless War God gasped. Good fella, you actually refined this sword god illusion. No wonder you were so confident to come in. With such a supreme treasure, you can instantly merge with the sword god. Your strength will increase greatly, and you will directly step into the level of an advanced war god. This gasp surprised Lin Fei a little. No wonder he felt a dangerous aura from this fella. It was indeed like this. Sure enough, Jianlang had a powerful treasure on him. That was the so-called sword god's phantom. With this thing, he could instantly merge with the sword god and his strength would increase greatly. Jianlang laughed out loud. Now you know why I dared to come in. Originally, I didn't intend to use this sword god illusion. Unfortunately, you forced me to do so. Today, I will merge with him and kill both of you here. This way, I won't waste a chance. Heartless Wargod's expression tensed up. He didn't expect Jianlang to have such a treasure. It seemed like Dugui Jian had gotten it as a top-notch killing weapon for self-defense. Lin Fei saw it too. This Jianlang's strength had indeed skyrocketed. Jianlang laughed out loud. Rays of sword light flew over. These sword lights seemed to have their own awareness as they instantly locked onto the two of them. Today, whether it's you or Heartless War God, both of you will die here. Heartless War God's face turned a little pale. A defensive treasure had already appeared around his body. It protected him like a ball. However, the moment the sword light arrived, it instantly split into thousands of attacks and bombarded the ball. It actually blasted open the ball like protection on the spot. Heartless War God was heavily injured. Streaks of fresh blood flowed down from a wound. Heartless War God took out a pill and swallowed it. He had completely underestimated the power of Jianlang. I forgot to tell you, this sword god of mine isn't an ordinary sword god. He is the illusion of an 8-star war god. How about it? It's very powerful, right? Lin Fei's side was also attacked by the sword light, which was very powerful. However, Lin Fei's situation was different from his opponent's. The surrounding void instantly collapsed, bombarding the sword light. In an instant, the power of the sword light was reduced to 30 to 40%. With a flick, pung, 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 these sword lights collapsed one by one. Even if there were some powerful ones, they only left white marks on Lin Fei's body. He didn't look as miserable as he looked. This caused Jianlang to be slightly stunned in his heart. My goodness, it's just as I imagined. This guy's physical body is indeed very strong. So what if your fleshly body is strong? If I want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping my palm. Even Heartless God of War couldn't stop me, let alone you. The sky was filled with sword light again. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. I don't know if your physical body is strong or not. If your physical body is not strong, then you're out of luck. Jianlang's expression changed slightly. Of course, his physical body was not strong. As an expert who used the sword, he had always been the one attacking others. No one had ever been able to attack him. Moreover, he had always attacked from afar. He would never let anyone get close to him. Even if they did, no one would be able to get close to him. This was because the closer the distance, the stronger the power of his so-called sword technique would be. Moreover, he had merged with the powerful strength of the sword god, although it hadn't been long. Sword god strike, splitting heaven and earth. A ray of light instantly appeared and directly slashed at Lin Fei's position. In an instant, a huge crack appeared on the ground. This attack came very quickly. Even Heartless God of War felt his scalp go numb. He finally knew that he couldn't afford to offend the people from the sword sect. After mastering the sword god shadow, they were simply super experts. It was no wonder that no one dared to deal with Dugu Yijian. He probably also had the sword god shadow. Once he merged with it, he would be able to increase his strength by 30 to 50%. He would definitely be a nightmare for other war gods of the same level. Now, he had completely experienced it. In his heart, he hated this young stranger. You don't even have much strength. How dare you say that you can suppress Jianlang? This was great. Everyone was finished, and he was injured in the first exchange. This was really shameful. As the sword slashed down, Lin Fei instantly disappeared. Jianlang let out a groan. A shadow appeared behind him. Who else could it be but Lin Fei? Just now, he directly used this move of his spirit projection. Now that he used it again, it became infinitely powerful. It broke through any defense, broke through any restrictions, and directly caused Jianlang to be seriously injured. The originally unreachable aura of Jianlang instantly collapsed and returned to its original state, following which his aura continuously weakened and his face became unimaginably pale. He coughed out mouthful after mouthful of blood. What killing move is that? How come I've never seen it before? Lin Fei faintly smiled. It's not really a powerful move. It's just a little trick of mine. It's specifically used to deal with those with weak bodies. Do you know why I said I wanted to suppress an era? As long as your body isn't too strong, killing you in front of me is as easy as turning over my hand. Hand over your ring and you can leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid your body won't be able to withstand a second attack. The might of Lin Fei's spirit projection wasn't ordinary. It wasn't something that the average person could resist. Jianlang's complexion instantly changed. He really couldn't withstand this mysterious attack a second time. If he really did it again, he would be completely finished. Are you sure you want my ring? You should know that if you take my ring and leave the land of divinity and demons, you will die without a doubt. No one can block my honorable master's sword." Lin Fei laughed. "Whether or not you can block it is another matter. Now, either you hand it over, or I'll send you on your way. Although, it's a pity that I didn't manage to suppress an era." Whoosh! A ring flew over and stopped in front of Lin Fei. "I hope you can still smile when the time comes and not look like this." Jianlang handed over the ring and left. Lin Fei's gaze fell on this heartless war god. At this time, the heartless war god's expression turned cold. He seemed to understand what had happened. "Are you sure you want to drive me out? This isn't a good thing for you. If the two of us work together, we might be able to reach the final level." Chapter 48-34. From time to time, some demonic path experts would come out from outside the land of divinity and demons. Of course, the one that everyone was looking forward to, Jianlang, didn't come out. This was a little surprising to everyone. Logically speaking, that person should have come out. After all, there was a great expert inside, but Jianlang hadn't come out yet. Could it be that Jianlang killed that expert? If that was the case, then they would be very disappointed. The Crocodile King and the Devil class were also quietly discussing. "I don't know if that kid can deal with Jianlang. If he can't beat him, then it's really bad. Our demonic path finally has an expert, but he's probably finished. We're worrying too much. Although Jianlang is strong, our demonic path expert isn't ordinary either. He might be able to beat that guy. We'll only know after we fight." Whether it was the Crocodile King or the Devil class, they naturally hoped that the demonic path expert could beat Jianlang. That was the best-case scenario. If he could be killed, that would be the best thing. It would also cause Duguijian to lose an expert, and the righteous path would also lose a great expert. Once such an expert grew up, his future would be very terrifying. There was a clatter. The two of them instantly stopped talking. A figure came out, followed by a sword light that instantly wrapped around him. He was pulled back. This person wasn't anyone else. It was Jianlang. The moment Jianlang came out, the surrounding people were shocked. No one thought that Jianlang would come out at this time. It can't be. Jianlang actually came out at this time. I think he's injured. Could it be that our great expert chased him out? That's great. I want to see who dares to say that our demonic path doesn't have experts in the future. Even Jianlang isn't his opponent, let alone others. Awesome. Really awesome. He was chased out just like that. The demonic path experts present all cheered excitedly. Finally, the most powerful Jianlang was chased out. This time, they could finally hold their heads high. They weren't suppressed by the righteous path. Duguijian immediately took out a pill for Jianlang to eat. The injuries on Jianlang's body also recovered. "Master, I can't beat that guy. He's very mysterious and very powerful." Jianlang was very helpless when he mentioned it. He had never thought that the weakness of his fleshly body would become the only way for his opponent to defeat him. Duguijian was also very surprised. Although he was prepared, he never expected that his own disciple would be driven out. That person was too powerful. Fortunately, that person didn't go all out. Although Jianlang was seriously injured, he was still alive. As long as we come out alive, we'll have a chance to rise again in the future. There's nothing else. It was also the only thing that made him sigh with emotion. He did not die in there. But my ring was taken away by him, and all my resources were taken away by him. Duguijian also noticed it. He didn't expect that person to be so daring. Unkillable sword wave. All the rings were taken away by the other party. That's a lot of wealth. I will help you get this ring back. No one can take your ring and keep it by their side. At this time, Duguijian also wanted to meet this Devil Path expert. He actually had such potential. Such a person, if they didn't kill him, sooner or later, he would become a great enemy of the righteous path. Duguijian, don't tell me you want to bully the weak. Our Devil Path experts aren't people you can bully as you like. Your disciple lost and naturally has to hand over the ring. It's already good enough that he can come out alive. Don't you think so? The Crocodile King said coldly. He stared at Duguijian. Of course, he heard the conversation between the two clearly. Devil Class also laughed. If you plan to make a move, then I won't be polite. After all, our Devil Path experts aren't that easy to bully. It wasn't easy for a powerful expert to appear. How could they let Dugu make a move? Dugu laughed out loud. Why would I do something like bullying the weak? But he took my disciple's ring, and he should get it back. Of course, I won't let him hand it over for nothing. Naturally, I will give him a certain price. Don't tell me, I don't understand this. No matter what Dugu said, the Crocodile King and Devil class would be careful and definitely wouldn't let the other party kill that person. Heartless War God was very annoyed at this time. He didn't expect this guy to chase Dugu disciple out and then target him. This wasn't a good thing. If it was something else, it would be fine. But this kind of thing really made him very unhappy. At this time, he really couldn't beat the other party. Especially that move just now, he saw it clearly. Until now, he still couldn't think of a good way to break it. The only way to break it was if his body was strong enough. Even Jianlang couldn't block it, let alone himself. I'm really not interested in the treasures inside. I'm just purely an expert sparring. Now that I've actually chased him out, the only one left is you, Heartless War God. Do you think I should chase you out? Lin Fei laughed. In this short period of time, his honor points had risen again. There were even a few big numbers. Needless to say, Jianlang must have caused a lot of commotion outside. This was a potential seed of a great expert, but he was chased out just like that. If he also chased Heartless War God out, the amount of honor value he gained would definitely not be small. Wait, if there's anything, let's talk about it. Don't you really want to know what's at the end? There are all kinds of treasures left by a super expert. It's almost equivalent to 1/10 of the treasures in this side of the world. Are you really not interested? Lin Fei really didn't know what kind of treasures were inside. He really wasn't interested. He also hadn't heard of any treasures. This Heartless War God's words were a bit interesting. It seemed that this guy knew something. 1/10 of the treasures. Are you sure? Why are you so confident when the people outside don't know? Are you trying to fool me? I think I'd better send you out. Heartless War God's heart skipped a beat. Wrong. There are indeed very few people who know about this. But I know because I have the pass to enter the top floor, the God Pass. Heartless War God immediately took out a God Fiend Pass. This was a very special God Pass. However, in an instant, Lin Fei launched a mental projection. Heartless War God was seriously injured. The God Pass fell into Lin Fei's hands. Chapter 48:35. Lin Fei immediately used a mental projection. He didn't give Heartless War God any chance at all. This guy was quite cunning. In case something unexpected happened, he had to deal a heavy blow to him with a single move. Even though Heartless War God was always on guard, he still couldn't stop Lin Fei's attack. In the blink of an eye, he was hit. The pass was also in Lin Fei's hands. It was a token that exuded an ancient aura. Lin Fei already believed half of the opponent's words. This guy really knew a lot of secrets. However, Heartless War God seemed to be quite timid. With a whoosh, he immediately fled. He did not let Lin Fei attack him again. He immediately left the place. This guy runs pretty fast. However, now that the God Fiend Pass is in my hands, I can give it a try. Let's see if I can reach the innermost part. Who knows, I might be able to gain something. Maybe I can get to the last floor. Actually, Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. He just came here to farm some glory. It seemed like it was going quite smoothly. Now that the Heartless War God was out, his honor points would naturally rise as well. In reality, that was really the case. Originally, everyone was shocked at how Jianlang came out. Who knew that after a while, Heartless War God also came out. This guy was definitely very strong. Who knew that he would be chased out just like that? Heartless War God came out with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the void. Everyone couldn't see it correctly, but they all knew one thing. This time, no matter if it was the experts from the demonic path or the righteous path, they all suffered a huge loss. There was a true expert here. Calling him an expert was a bit too much, but calling him a seed with great potential was definitely not an issue. A person like this had a high chance of becoming an advanced level war god in the future. Advanced level war gods aren't the same. They're truly all-powerful characters. As for whether or not there was someone stronger than Heartless War God, no one knew. They could only wait. After the void, a ray of light instantly appeared. It wrapped up Heartless War God and turned him into a speck of dust. It turned out that there was actually a cave here, and it was a spatial treasure that could turn into the size of a speck of dust. It was definitely the best of the best. After Heartless War God entered, someone came up. He also had a very surprised expression on his face. Why did you come out? Logically speaking, no one should be your opponent. Could it be that Jianlang is really that powerful? It's not that Jianlang, but someone else. It's a stranger. I don't know him at all. He has an extremely powerful move that directly penetrated my body and launched a fierce attack. I can't withstand it at all, and even the God and Devil Pass was snatched away by him. We've planned for so long, but this time, we can only watch helplessly. So. Two figures came out directly. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at Heartless War God. How is this possible? The God and Devil Pass was stolen by him. Could it be that he knows what's inside? This shouldn't be possible. The number of people who know about this can be counted on one hand. Wuching, did you say something to him? That's why he stole the God Fiend Pass. Heartless War God smiled bitterly again and again. He originally wanted to drive me out, but I stopped him with words and took out the God and Devil Pass. But before I could activate it, he was severely injured. Both of their expressions changed slightly. The situation was really bad. Even the God and Devil Pass was taken away. Like this, he lost a chance and gave it to that guy for nothing. One of the taller War God powerhouses coldly snorted. Since he took the God and Devil Pass, then let's wait for him outside. He absolutely doesn't have the qualifications to enter. The further we go, the more dangerous it will be. The other followed. That's right, let's wait outside. This guy definitely has a lot of secrets on him. Even Heartless War God isn't his match, and even Jianlang was driven out. This boy must have some background. There were many speculations about this mysterious master outside the land of divinity and demons. After all, this situation was really rare. On the side of the demonic path, no more masters came out. As for Dugui Jian and Blady Hai, they didn't seem like they wanted to leave. Clearly, they wanted to see just what kind of background this young man had. Why did he have such strength? No matter what, they had to enjoy themselves first. Leaving now was just thinking too much. His honor points were rising rapidly. This increase wasn't an ordinary amount. Anyone would be happy to see this. Like this, Lin Fei stopped, walked, and stopped. He constantly killed these demonic creatures. The further he went, the stronger these demonic creatures became. Fortunately, there were no more people behind him. Lin Fei could act without any scruples. He didn't believe that he couldn't make it through. In any case, he had plenty of time. As for the people outside the land of divinity and demons, time slowly passed. First 1 year, then 1.5 years, then 2 and 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. No one else came out. Even that powerful expert was nowhere to be seen. No one knew how many levels he had gone to. Whether he had died inside or not, no one knew. Dugui Jian and Blady Hai were originally prepared to guard, but looking at the situation, they couldn't do so anymore. They simply left with their people. As for Long Tai's side, he continued to abide by the rules. Heartless War God was the same. The Crocodile King and Demon class waited for 1 year or 2 before leaving. This was because they didn't know what was going on inside. Unless someone reached a certain level and came out, they wouldn't know. Otherwise, they wouldn't know. This place was just that mysterious. On this day, there was a loud rumbling sound. Bright lights flickered inside, and beams of light shot up into the sky. Many experts from the Hades mountain range rushed over. Oh my God, someone has entered the 99th floor. No way, someone really reached the 99th level. That's too amazing. Which family's young master reached the 99th level? Our demonic path is finally going to have a master. Could it be that the person who went in last time didn't die? He actually reached the 99th level. The demonic path masters were all excited. Following that, the Crocodile King and Demon class came over. Both of them were shocked. They had really underestimated this person. Chapter 48:36. The 99th floor was completely different. At the very least, many experts from the demonic path were alarmed and came after hearing the news. One by one, they hid in the void and paid attention to the final changes. There had never been a proud son of heaven who could reach the 99th floor, but now someone actually made it. They understood the situation a little. They were shocked. It turned out to be a very unfamiliar demonic path expert. Could it be that he was secretly trained by a sect big shot? He was planning to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. This kind of situation was very normal in the Hades Mountain. His talent was too amazing. He didn't even know when he was being schemed against. So, some people would hide and slowly cultivate. They would only show themselves when their strength improved greatly. In this way, no one could do anything about it. They had to acknowledge his identity and status, because his strength had reached a level that they couldn't fight against. At the very least, he was a great expert. Now that such a thing had happened, they couldn't help but be curious. Is this the last floor? It really is different. If I didn't have so many trump cards, I might really die here. It's too dangerous. He reached the 99th floor. Lin Fei was a little surprised. There was actually no figure on this floor. The entire space was quiet. For a moment, Lin Fei wondered if he had come to the wrong place. But he was very sure that this was the 99th floor. He took out the pass. Lin Fei remembered that the heartless god of war attached great importance to this thing. Most importantly, there was a very strong force on this pass. Because of this, Lin Fei didn't let him attack and directly chased him out. He used spiritual descend and let him try again. At the same time, he also took the pass with him. As soon as the pass was taken out, it flew out on its own with a whooshing sound. Then it shone brightly. A figure walked out from the void. He raised his hand, and the pass was in his hand. I didn't expect that after so many years, someone would finally come with a pass. You lucky one, I am the artifact spirit here. The light dissipated. There was only one figure left in front of Lin Fei. It was a small figure, but its origin wasn't simple. It was actually an artifact spirit. It felt a little different. It seemed that this big shot was more mysterious than he had imagined. To be able to maintain even an artifact spirit and to be able to retain its spiritual intelligence was indeed very rare. Follow me. Lin Fei swaggered over. He wasn't too worried. Although the artifact spirit was mysterious, it was very easy for Lin Fei to kill him. The other party didn't have any killing intent towards him, which meant that there was no karma between them. As long as the other party wanted to kill him, it meant that there was a karma between them. As long as the other party wanted to kill him, it meant that there was a karma relationship with him. This karma technique was quite useful. It was no wonder that after mastering karma, many people would be able to tell if someone was trying to kill them from afar. Even if they passed by each other, they would know if the other party was an enemy or not. Just like that, Lin Fei. He could clearly feel that the other party was. Rays of light appeared in an instant. It turned out that in this level of the palace, there were actually many doors. These doors were hidden in the void. After the artifact spirit triggered them, they appeared one by one. Lin Fei actually passed through 10 doors in one breath. Every time he passed through a door, he felt like he had passed through a different place. This door contained the power of space. It was even stronger than the space that Lin Fei had mastered. After all, Lin Fei had mastered the power of space. The void inside collapsed. The collapse of the void was very strong. Of course, some stronger ones could naturally resist it. Lin Fei's control of the power of space was still too weak. He couldn't control a large area and could only gather all the power in a small area. The power was naturally affected. However, this door was different. It was a true, top-notch space-grade Dao. This teleportation was like passing through thousands of mountains and rivers. He admired this guy even more. This was the arrangement of this big shot. He passed through 10 doors in one breath. If it wasn't for his strong physical body, he really wouldn't be able to stabilize himself. In the end, he came to the side of a lake. There was a layer of white mist around the lake, and it was quiet. There was actually a thatched house by the lake. This thatched house was also quiet. With a whoosh, a huge figure rushed out of the lake. This was a ferocious beast. When it moved, it was earth-shattering. The void collapsed. It was extremely strong. At this moment, an illusory figure appeared and pressed down with one hand. With a loud rumble, this powerful, ferocious beast turned into dust. Then, the world returned to normal. Then, the illusory figure turned around. Lucky one, I didn't expect that someone would finally pass the 99th level. Interesting, you actually have quite a bit of power. This person seemed to see through Lin Fei with just a glance. Lin Fei squinted slightly. This illusory figure was really strong. It seemed like some secrets couldn't be hidden, especially the power of space and time in his body. It seemed like he couldn't hide it from this person. Junior Lin Fei greets Senior. Lin Fei cupped his hands. The illusory figure followed and appeared in front of Lin Fei, just like that. This old man is infinite. The voice, which was neither soft nor loud, reverberated in Lin Fei's mind. Even if it was just two simple words, it instantly gave Lin Fei a great sense of oppression. It was as if an infinitely powerful figure had appeared in front of him, just like that. Your body has a trace of infinite aura. You're quite an interesting guy. I wonder where you learned this technique from. The word infinite was magnified in an instant. Lin Fei didn't expect this illusory figure to be called infinite. Although it was just two words, the feeling it gave off was definitely different. Most importantly, the other party could actually see through the infinite divine body that he cultivated. From the looks of it, could it be that his infinite divine body was inherited from the other party? That can't be right. I obviously bought it from a system store. It seems like I've encountered a trap. Lin Fei couldn't possibly tell the other party that he learned it from the system store, right? I obtained the infinite divine body from a secret realm. There was a skeleton there. I felt that this infinite divine body was pretty good, so I gritted my teeth and practiced it. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Now, I've already cultivated it to the 20th level. Lin Fei simply made up a lie and said in a serious tone. Chapter 48:37. Lin Fei found it hard to believe that such a mysterious expert, who is said to be limitless, was on the last floor. The infinite God body that the system learned was actually related to this infinite. This caught Lin Fei off guard. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Anyway, he could say whatever he wanted to say. It wasn't like the other party would pursue the matter to the end. He didn't believe that the other party had such capabilities. Even if the other party had mastered the great Tao of time, he might not be able to see past and future. Lin Fan decided to bluff the other party first. If he could bluff the other party, he would. If he couldn't, he would just leave. Lin Fei was still quite confident. The other party was just an illusion. No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? This was where Lin Fei's greatest confidence came from. If the main body was here, he might not be able to defeat the other party. However, this illusion was different. It was just an illusion. It would be a waste of time to deal with it. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. No matter what, since you've learned the infinite God body, you're now a member of my infinite sect. The infinite God body said calmly. It was forcefully giving Lin Fei an identity. Subconsciously, Lin Fei felt that the word infinite might not be a good thing. However, at this time, he should just take it one step at a time. I was just lucky enough to learn the infinite God body. I didn't expect that the infinite God body would come from Senior. In fact, I should be thanking Senior for this infinite God body. It really helped me a lot and gave me a powerful physical body. Lin Fei's words were very honest. In fact, this was really the case. Through this infinite God body, he had learned a powerful defensive technique. His physical body had also become exceptionally strong. Although it was only at the 20th level, with the honor points, it would definitely be different. He laughed heartily, filled with relief, and his mood fluctuated quite a bit. Do you know how terrifying your potential is? Those who can cultivate to the 10th stage of the infinite God physique are all geniuses of the heavens. And those who can cultivate to the 15th stage and above are all top-notch experts in the future. It's really rare to see someone like you who can cultivate to the 20th stage and above. You've broken the record of the infinite door. Even I couldn't achieve this when I was your age. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that his cultivation speed was indeed quite fast. There was no other way. With honor points, things would naturally be different. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It seemed that he had gone overboard. You'll be qualified to inherit all of the treasures in the Infinity Gate. For example, You'll be qualified to own everything here. Whoosh. The world was spinning. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei and Infinity appeared in a void. Inside this void was the main hall. They were now standing in this hall, and if there were no accidents, this should be the last floor. This was the so-called 100th level, a special existence. Treasures were placed casually on the shelves. Lin Fei didn't look at them, but he could feel that these treasures weren't ordinary. If any of these treasures were to fall outside, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. Now that they were placed together, they seemed much more ordinary. On the left was a 7-star War God treasure, and on the right was another 7-star War God treasure. And on the left was an 8-star War God treasure. It was really tempting. Of course, to Lin Fei, these treasures were just treasures. They didn't have much attraction. Do you see the huge stone tablet in front? Use your infinite God physique's physical strength to shake it. The higher you shake it, the more recognition you'll get. When that happens, you'll get even more of these things. As Limitless spoke, he turned his gaze toward the massive stone tablet, not too far away. When he came over just now, Lin Fei had actually noticed this stone tablet as well. It was indeed very mysterious and very attractive. Lin Fei had already used the great cause and effect technique to sense it. Infinity didn't have any ill intentions, which made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about being schemed against. He also wanted to see what was left behind in this infinity door. After all, when this illusory figure was alive, his strength must have been extremely terrifying. Moreover, he knew that there was no limit to the infinite God physique. He didn't know how many there were. At the very least, the person who created this technique must have been extremely terrifying. The more one cultivated, the stronger one's physical body would become. This was really unbelievable. Lin Fei came in front of the stone tablet. There were actually many fist imprints left on the stone tablet. He didn't know who left them behind. The depth of each fist imprint was slightly different. The stronger one was the deeper the fist imprint. The shallower the fist imprint, the more average one's strength was. After taking a deep breath, Lin Fei took a step forward and punched the stone tablet. The strength of his physical body instantly surged. The moment this strength appeared, it could be said to be earth-shattering. However, the stone tablet didn't move at all. It didn't explode from Lin Fei's punch. Instead, it instantly absorbed his strength. Following that, at this moment, Lin Fei also unleashed his strength to the extreme. He wanted to see how much this stone tablet could take. The stone tablet actually lit up, emitting a 5-colored light. Following that, the surface of the stone tablet began to cave in. It continued to cave in inch by inch. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Then, Lin Fei retracted it. The strength of the punch just now was enough to kill a war god. And it wasn't even a 2-star or a 3-star war god. A 4-star war god or a 5-star war god might not be able to withstand it. Yet this stone tablet easily withstood it. This also made Lin Fei realize that this thing was probably a treasure. Whoosh! The stone tablet instantly turned into a small stone tablet and fell onto Lin Fei's palm. It was as heavy as 1,000 kilograms, as if a mountain was falling onto his hand. For a moment, he couldn't hold it. Then, Infinity's voice entered his ears, as expected of a candidate chosen by the Infinity Monument. Hurry up and refine it. When the time comes, the Infinity Monument will be yours. This is an extremely powerful treasure that can suppress everything. After that punch, Lin Fei indeed felt that this stone tablet was different. He didn't expect it to be a powerful treasure. When it landed on his hand, he could completely feel that he could casually throw this stone tablet, and it would turn into a giant stone tablet to suppress his enemies. Without hesitation, he refined it. In the blink of an eye, the stone tablet was refined. Lin Fei never had any powerful treasures. However, after refining this stone tablet, he knew that this treasure was truly terrifying. No wonder Infinity would notify him. This Infinity Monument was indeed different. Chapter 48:38. Now that this Infinity Steel was in Lin Fei's hands, it was like adding wings to a tiger. This treasure was simply too suitable for him. Whether it was used for attack or defense, It was a perfect fit. There is no power that could easily penetrate the infinity steel. Just now, Lin Fei discovered something interesting. This infinity steel could actually absorb attack power. In other words, the stronger the opponent, the more it could absorb. In that case, it would be even harder to hurt him. Such a treasure was really delivered to his doorstep. Lin Fei really liked it. Congratulations, lucky one. You finally obtained this infinity steel. Many people come here, but it's difficult to obtain it. You're the only one. With this infinity steel, your personal strength will increase by a few times. The illusory figure laughed out loud. His mood was very different from before. Lin Fei was naturally very satisfied with the infinity steel. Now that you've obtained the infinity steel, you'll be the 18th generation sect leader of the Infinity Sect. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. This sect leader didn't seem to be easy to be. Now that he had obtained the infinity steel, it was naturally impossible for him to hand it over. It wasn't easy for him to find a suitable treasure that could increase his personal strength. How could he be willing to give it up so easily? This was definitely something that Lin Fei didn't want. I wonder what I should do as the sect leader. I know that this thing isn't that easy to obtain. I hope you can explain it to me clearly so that I can have an idea of what to do. This Infinity Sect leader wasn't something that could be easily taken. No matter how he looked at it, this Infinity Sect leader seemed like a trap. And this trap wasn't small. With such a strong strength, there would definitely be many enemies. These enemies definitely wouldn't want to see the Infinity Sect rise again. Lin Fei could be considered a person who had experienced this before. No one knew this better than him. This Infinity Sect leader isn't difficult for you. The only thing you have to do is very simple. You just have to kill the evil disciples of the Infinity Sect. Lin Fei knew that things weren't that simple. You're not strong enough yet. One day, when your strength reaches a certain level, you'll naturally be able to kill him. His name is Leader Ancient Emperor. Leader Ancient Emperor. Lin Fei had never heard of this name before. From this name, this Ancient Emperor leader should be quite a capable person. Perhaps it was quite influential in the Infinity Gate. Before Lin Fei could ask, the Infinity Shadow continued to speak. This Ancient Emperor is the most demon-like genius in the history of the Limitless Sect, second only to you. At such a young age, he has already cultivated the Limitless God physique to the 15th tier. Now it should be even higher. Perhaps he has broken through the 20th tier, or even the 30th tier. For Lin Fei, this was definitely a huge piece of news. He had relied on the system to reach the 20th level. Of course, it did not take a long time, but now there was a monstrous genius who had cultivated to the 15th level with his own potential. This was different. Especially now, it was extremely likely that he had broken through the 20th tier or even the 30th tier. Lin Fei was someone who had experienced this before and naturally knew the strength of the Limitless God physique. The further one cultivated, the more powerful each level of the physical body would be. One could say that the difference between each tier was like the distance between heaven and earth. Such a person was definitely more terrifying than he had imagined. Indeed, it wasn't easy to be the sect leader. He still had to destroy this scourge of the sect. Was it really not easy to kill him? Other than this mission, there shouldn't be anything else. If it's just to kill this ancient emperor, then I should be able to do it. It's just that I don't know where this ancient emperor is now, so I can memorize it. When the time comes, I'll be able to understand him. Lin Fei asked, if I'm not wrong, this ancient emperor should have gone to the immortal realm. He was brought up by an expert in the immortal realm. I'm afraid he has already made a name for himself in the immortal realm. Lin Fei finally heard the words immortal realm. After all, the last time he was tricked, an immortal was released. And this immortal seemed to have a very powerful background. Now that he heard that the ancient emperor had gone to the immortal realm, this made Lin Fei even more curious about the immortal realm. Is there really a place called the immortal realm? Lin Fei had always wondered if there was such a world as the immortal realm. Now that he heard the phantom speak, he understood. In fact, if there really was an immortal realm, this immortal item spirit was definitely not a simple immortal item spirit. The phantom said faintly, The immortal realm does exist, and it's in another big world. However, it's too difficult to go to the immortal realm. It's not as good as it was in the past. All the passages to the immortal realm have been sealed. Therefore, if you want to go to the immortal realm, unless your physical body is extremely strong, you can't break the barrier of the immortal realm. You have to be mentally prepared, because the higher-ups will no longer allow people from the lower realms to become immortals. This news was really unexpected for Lin Fei. Lin Fei was quite interested in the immortal realm, but now it seemed like there was a big problem with the immortal realm. Doesn't that mean that if I want to kill the ancient emperor, I have to go to the immortal realm? If I go to the immortal realm, I will have to deal with the ancient emperor alone. Does our limitless sect have any experts? If it was in an ordinary world, Lin Fei would definitely have a way. But it was different in the immortal realm. The others had already become influential figures there. If he went alone to kill the ancient emperor, he would probably be hunted down before